Chapter 18. "Wait," Boris said. "Stop." "What?" Despite the steady rain, Lana Lang was driving very fast down a street that paralleled the mosque's west side. The moment they had slewed into the dark, gloomy street, the hairs on the back of Karpov's hands began to rise, and he felt an unpleasant stirring of anxiety in the pit of his stomach. "Stop," he shouted. "Back up." "What for? We're almost there." Leaning over, he grabbed the gear shift and began to jerk wildly on it. "What the hell are you doing?" she cried. "Reversing out of here." "Cut it out," she fought him. "You're stripping the goddamn gears." "Then you do it." He wouldn't give up. "Step on the fucking—" A hail of bullets smashed the windshield, struck Lana Lang in the face, making her dance like a puppet. Boris, ducking down in the footwell, depressed the clutch with one hand and shoved Lana's foot down on the accelerator with the other. The car screeched and moaned like a banshee. The drumbeat of rain sounded on the roof as it reversed, scraping along a brick wall. A shrieking commenced as sparking metal was stripped off the car's passenger's side. The door started to cave in, slamming into Boris's right side. He fell across Lana's lap. Her torso was being held upright by the seatbelt across her chest, but there was no life left in her. Blood was everywhere, a fountain of it, a pool, a river running through the careening car. More bullets, shattering the headlights, shredding the front fenders. Then Karpov had pulled the wheel over, and the car straightened out. It shot out of the street like a streak of lightning. The screech of brakes, the warlike blare of horns, shouts of fear and outrage. The fusillade had stopped, and Boris risked looking up above the scarred dashboard. The car sat crosswise, blocking the street. Lana's corpse was preventing him from getting behind the wheel. Just then, an air horn sounded, deep and braying. He looked in the other direction and saw an enormous refrigeration truck bearing down on him. It was going too fast. In the foul weather, he knew the shocked driver wouldn't be able to stop it in time. He turned and tried to open the door, but it was so crumpled, it was jammed shut. No amount of tugging and hammering was going to open it. And anyway, it was too late. With the roar and squeal of a rabid animal, the truck was on top of him. "We owe you a great debt," Don Fernando Herrera said. "You did us a great service." "And now I'd like my payment," Bourne said. "I'm not an altruist." "Oh, but you're wrong, Jason." Don Fernando crossed one elegant leg over the other, opened a beautifully filigreed humidor, offered a Robusto to Bourne, who declined. Don Fernando plucked one out and went about the elaborate ritual of cutting and lighting it. "You're one of the world's last true altruists." He puffed, getting the cigar going. "In my opinion, that is what defines you." The two men were sitting in Don Fernando's comfortable living room. Vegas was lying down in one of the bedrooms, Don Fernando having administered a light sedative. As for Rosie, she disappeared into one of the guest bathrooms, saying she was in desperate need of a long, hot shower. That left Bourne and his host, a man whom he had gotten to know first in Seville, where they had matched wits and sparred verbally, and later, more intimately, in London following the violent death of the old man's son. "I want half an hour alone with Halali Sai," Bourne said. A smile haloed Don Fernando's lips. He leaned forward. "More sherry." He refilled Bourne's glass, which stood beside a plate of Serrano ham, pink and smoky, and rough-cut chunks of Manchego cheese. Bourne sat back. "Where is Asai, anyway?" Don Fernando shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." "Then I can start with you. Why are you friends with him?" "Not friends. Business partners. He's a means to an end, nothing more." "And those ends?" "He makes me money, not drugs." "Human beings?" Don Fernando crossed himself. "God forbid." "He's a liar," Bourne said. "True enough." Don Fernando nodded soberly. "He knows no other way of operating. It's pathological." Bourne sat forward. "What I really want to know, Don Fernando, is the nature of your connection with Severus Domna." "Also a means to an end. At times, these people can be useful." "They will compromise you, if they haven't already." Don Fernando's smile was like a slow signal waxing. Now you underestimate me, my young friend. I should be offended, but with you. He waved a hand, dismissing the thought. The fact is, ever since they formed an alliance with Abdul Qahar's mosque in Munich, I felt it incumbent on me to keep an eye on them. Seeing Bourne's expression, he chuckled. I see I have surprised you. Good. You must learn, my friend, that all knowledge doesn't reside with you. Rosie stepped into the shower and was immediately wrapped in a column of steam. The water cascaded down her shoulders, her back, her breasts, and her flat stomach as she slowly turned. Closing her eyes against the spray, she felt her muscles melt into the heat. Lifting her arms, she ran her fingers through her hair, moving it back and off her face. She turned her face up to the spray, and the hot water streamed against her eyelids, nose, and cheeks. Slowly, she turned her head to one side and the other, the jets massaging her muscles. The water hit her ears, creating a roaring sound that reminded her of surf, the vastness of the sea, and for a time she lost herself in this image of unplumbed depths. The hot water struck the small tattoo on her ear, rat-tat-tatting against it, and gradually the color began to fade and run, the serpent seeming to uncoil as it dissolved into a tiny pool of water tinged by the dye, running down her neck like tears, swirling down the drain. Don Fernando contemplated the glowing end of his cigar. It all started with Benjamin El Arian, Bourne said, didn't it? Rain had come at last, hard and tropical in its fury. It beat against the window panes, whipped the palm fronds in the atrium beyond the glass. A gust of wind rattled a loose tile on the roof. The old man stood, unfolding like an origami, and stepped to the French doors out to the atrium. He stared out, one hand at his temple. I wish it were that simple, he said at length. A simple villain. A simple goal, yes, Jason. It's what we all crave, because then we are free of complications. But we both know that life rarely affords us time to wrap things up so neatly. When it comes to Severis Domna, nothing is simple. Bourne rose and followed Don Fernando, standing next to him. The rain sheeted down the glass, bounced off the paving stones. Runnels of water sluiced out of the copper downspouts, overrunning the grass and plant beds. The earth was black as pitch. Don Fernando heaved a sigh, his cigar sandwiched between two fingers, all but forgotten. No, I'm afraid there is a terrible kind of circular logic at work here. Listen, Jason. It all started with a man named Christian Noren. Don Fernando turned, peering into Bourne's face to see if the name triggered a spark of recognition. You don't remember, do you? I don't remember ever hearing the name Christian Noren. Tell me about him. That's not for me to do. Don Fernando placed a hand on Bourne's shoulder. You must ask Esteban's woman. Her name isn't Rosie, Bourne said, is it? Don Fernando stuck the cigar in his mouth, but the ash was cold and gray. Go find her, Jason. Clean and ruddy, Rosie stepped out of the shower, swaddled herself in a thick bath sheet, then wrapped a smaller towel around her hair, making a turban and tucking the end under. Wiping the fog from the mirror with her fingers, she leaned in over the sink, pushed up the makeshift turban, and stared at herself. Her hair was now its natural tawny blonde, the last dregs of the dye ringing the shower drain. Holding her head still, she plucked the contact lens out of her right eye. There she was, one eye dark as coffee, the other the cerulean blue she was born with. One half of her in one world, the other in a second. Swinging open the mirror, she found inside the medicine cabinet everything she had asked for. Nail clippers, file, an array of face scrubs and moisturizers. She removed what she needed. And that was how Bourne found her, as he opened the door to the bathroom. Rosie stared at his reflection in the mirror. Don't you knock? I think I've earned the right to come in on you unannounced, he said. She turned slowly around to face him, When did you figure it out? In the car, Bourne said. You'd never look at me directly. Then, when you turned to check on Esteban, I saw the edge of the contact lens. And you didn't say anything. I wanted to see how it played out. Cupping a hand, she bowed her head, popped the lens out of her left eye, and threw it in the trash can under the sink. Is that your real hair color or another dye job? Bourne asked. This is me. He stepped closer. She seemed utterly unafraid. Not quite. Though the snake tattoo is gone, you still have a nose typical of native Colombians. He peered more closely. The operation was masterful. It took 3 separate reconstructions to get it just right. That's a lot of trouble to go through to pass for an indigenous Colombian. Hiding in plain sight, my father used to say, is hiding completely. He's right about that, your father. Christiane Noren, is that right? Rosie's eyes opened wide. Don Fernando told you then. I suppose he thought it was time. She nodded. I suppose it is. So then, it's you, not Esteban, who's so important to Don Fernando and Isai. It was me those people on the highway were after. Who are they? I told you I was running. From family, you said. In a way, it's the truth. They're the people my father worked for. Bourne stood very close to her. She smelled of lavender soap and citrus shampoo. What shall I call you? She gave him an enigmatic smile. She came toward him, so close there was scarcely a handbreadth between them. I was born Kaya Noren. My father was named Christian, my mother Vivica. They're both dead. I'm sorry. You're very kind. Kaya laid one hand on his cheek, stroking it gently. With the other, she drove the nail file she had palmed through skin and layers of muscle. Book 3, Chapter 19. Clutching the high-heeled shoe he had ripped off Lana Lang's foot, Boris attacked the bullet-shattered windshield just as the truck plowed into Lana's car. The front and side airbags deployed, saving him from a dislocated shoulder. Still, he almost lost consciousness. Pulling himself together, he hacked at the windshield, using the heel like a hammer. The truck driver slammed on the brakes, but the momentum of the 2-ton vehicle was too much. The truck dragged the car along with it. The brake pads started to smoke. Something fell out of the bottom of the car, sparks flying as it scraped the wet roadbed. Arms crossed over his face, Boris sprang through the ruined windshield, the crack and tinkle of safety glass in his ears. The car shuddered beneath him like a shot deer. He rolled across the hood, then dropped awkwardly down onto the road. Pain stabbed briefly through his foot and up into his leg. Rain beat down on him, soaking him instantly. The car and truck, now one grotesque unit, continued on, slewing heavily, overheated, tortured metal screaming. The truck's brakes seized up and the mass skidded like a planet thrown out of orbit. Then truck and car both jumped the curb and plowed through a plate glass storefront. With a horrendous sound like an animal screaming in pain, they smashed the interior to smithereens and impacted the rear wall. By that time, Boris had staggered to his feet amid a chaotic mass of shouting pedestrians, blaring sirens, and stalled traffic. People in herky-jerky motion were everywhere, their umbrellas clashing into one another. Faces peered at him, hands grabbed for him, beseeching him for answers. Was he all right? What had happened? The crowd swelled into a mob that spilled out onto the adjoining streets. People seemed to be running from every direction, splashing in the running gutters. Boris was busy wrenching himself free of the mounting chaos. That was when he spied the human machine knifing through the crowd. The human machine grinned at him and said something Boris couldn't make out. It was Zajac, the mouthpiece for Konstantin Beria, the head of SVR. Zajac, who had detained him at Ramenska Airport. What was he doing here? Boris asked himself. Believe me when I tell you that we can make your life a living hell, Zajac had warned him. In that moment, he saw everything as if a curtain had been lifted, revealing the poisoned feast laid out on a table. As he reeled drunkenly away, clawing through the dense clusters of chattering gawkers, Boris knew that it was SVR. SVR was responsible for Lana Lang's death, fucking with him, here in Munich. "Do you ever think about them?" Kaya said. Bourne, lying on the floor of the bathroom, stared up into her piercing blue eyes. She was sitting astride his stomach, one fist grasping the end of the nail file she had used as a makeshift knife. He felt very little pain. He suspected that the file hadn't gone very deep, that in fact one of his ribs had deflected it from its path. He could have dislodged her, but what was the point? She hadn't wanted to kill him, or even to hurt him badly. She had something to tell him, something he wanted, possibly even needed, to hear. So he lay still, breathing deeply, his thoughts going deep, gathering his resolve. "The people you've killed," she continued. And then, staring into her eyes, the past rose up and melded with the present. Her blue eyes became the eyes of the woman in the bathroom of the Nordic Disco Club. Lights strobed, music blared, and he was back there in time and place. She was sitting on the toilet, the small silver-plated .22, almost a plaything when it came to stopping a human being, aimed at him. He did what Alex Conklin had sent him to do. He knew nothing about the woman, except that she had been marked by Treadstone for termination. Those were the days when he had done what he was told, as his training dictated. Before the incident when he had lost his memory, after which he had begun to question everything, starting with Treadstone's motives. Just before he had completed his mission, she had said to him, There is no what?" Kaya's eyes, the dead woman's eyes, the same eyes. And then Kaya said, "I saw her. The police came and took me to frequencies in Stureplan to identify her. She was sitting there. They hadn't moved her. God knows why." Her head trembled. "There was no reason for you to do what you did." "There is no reason." That was what she had said just before he had killed her. There is no reason. Soraya fell into darkness. She landed on Amun's corpse, which in death protected her as Amun had done in life. The man with the red polo was on her immediately, dragging her off Amun and throwing her to the side like a sack of garbage. For a moment, he stared down at Amun's face. Then he kicked it. The jaw cracked and teeth flew everywhere. He kicked again, and Amun's nose collapsed. Then he went to work on Amun's ribs, staving them in with kicks that became ever more vicious. He was panting like a dog in heat. His face was flushed with blood, and his lips were drawn back from his yellow teeth. Soraya, coming to, heard the man's imprecations. Because they were Arabic, she became momentarily disoriented, believing she was back in Cairo. Then her gaze fell upon Amun's ruined face, and she shrieked like a banshee. The Arab was turning toward her as she landed on him, toppling him backward. They hit hard on the bare concrete, and she grunted with a sudden pain flaring through her left side. The Arab tried to roll off her, but she dug in with clawed fingers. Despite an overwhelming dizziness, she held fast to him. He chopped down on one of her wrists, providing the opening she needed. Slamming the heel of her hand into his nose, she pushed herself off her left side and tried to knee him. He jerked away and she connected with his thigh instead. That was all the opportunity he was going to afford her. He jabbed her throat with the tips of his fingers and she reared back, gagging, gasping for breath. Calmly and methodically, he drew out a switchblade, snicked it open, and prepared to slit her throat. A pounding on the bathroom door caused Kaya to lock it. Don Fernando's voice could be heard through the door. "Is everything all right?" "Perfectly fine," Kaya said. "Jason and I are having a heart-to-heart." "Don't do anything precipitous," Don Fernando said. "He knows 900 ways to kill you." "You worry too much, Don Fernando," she said. He rattled the doorknob. Come out at once, Kaya. This was a mistake. No, she said. It's not. He doesn't remember, Kaya. So you told me. Leaning down, her face close to Bourne's, she said softly, You won't lay a hand on me, will you? Not until you learn what happened, and by then, it will be too late. He wondered what she meant by that. Do you even remember her, Jason? Do you remember Frequencies, the dance club in Stockholm? Bourne was still engaged in a duel with her eyes. It was winter. Snowing. Kaya seemed mildly surprised. Yes, the day she died it was snowing hard. The day you killed her. Full understanding bloomed. She was your mother. For a moment, something dark and ugly swam in her eyes. Vivica. My mother's name was Vivica. She leaned ever closer, their lips virtually touching, and all at once her face twisted with a demonic spasm. Her voice was clotted with emotion when she said, Why did you kill her? The knife blade swung in a shallow arc. Soraya tried to lift one arm to fend it off, to protect herself, but still gasping for air, she lacked the strength. The Arab knocked her arm away as if it belonged to a doll. Gripping her hair with one hand, he jerked her head back, exposing the long, vulnerable curve of her throat. He grinned. Beach, he said, then other words that made her shudder. His body curved into one long blade, a weapon bent solely to take her life, as if he had been born to that one dreadful task. He arched up, and Soraya said a prayer for life and for death. And then, the Arab's head was surrounded by a pair of arms. A hand cupped his chin, and even while recognition came into his eyes, jerked his head to the right in the most violent motion imaginable. His neck cracked, snapped, and as the hands let go, he slumped sideways, down into the darkness he had meant for her. Soraya looked up as Aaron moved into the pale, fluttering light at the base of the stairwell. He reached down, and without a word, picked her up in his arms and took her out of the basement via the alternate route by which he had found his way in. There is no reason. He could tell her the truth or lie. It didn't matter. She wasn't listening. All she wanted was her pound of flesh, and now he knew what it was. She was a civilian. That was what my father told us just before he left us. Whatever happens to me, don't be concerned, he said. You're safe. You're civilians. I didn't know what he meant until the day of the snowstorm, the day my mother... A spasm of deflected energy went through her. Her face looked white-hot. Why did you kill her? Tell me, I need to know. He felt briefly buffeted by her pain, as if a great gust of wind had slipped by him. What could he tell her that would mollify her? He considered the state she was in, the amount of time she'd had to work herself up. This was a complicated woman. Of that Bourne had no doubt. She had hidden in plain sight for a number of years, insinuated herself into Esteban Vegas's life. More than that, however, she had made his life her own. She had lived and breathed. She had become what she seemed to be. She was no longer Swedish. She had been mauled by a Margay. She was Achagua, from the Serpent Line. You should make that tattoo permanent, he said. That sky tail was beautiful. His words seemed alchemical, working a change in her. Her hand came off his shoulder, and she sat back, abruptly exhausted. The dark, ugly thing in her eyes vanished. She seemed to have gone to another place, and was now back with him in Don Fernando's house in Cadiz. One afternoon, I saw a skytail in the forest not far from Esteban's house, she said. It is a beautiful creature, as beautiful in its way as the Margay. I drew it myself, using the natural plant dyes of the Achagua. It's been a long journey, he said. You are no longer who you were. She looked at him as if for the first time. That's true for both of us, isn't it? She rose off him then and stepped back, watching him warily as he got up, took the nail file out of his side. Blood spread across his shirt, and he took it off. He turned on the hot water and soaped the wound. It wasn't serious at all. "It's bleeding a lot," she said from her safe distance. Does she think I'll strike her now? Bourne wondered. Retaliate in some way. "Unlock the door," he said as he tended to the wound. "Don Fernando is worried about both of us." "Not until you tell me the truth." She took one hesitant step toward him. "Was my mother a spy as well?" "Not to my knowledge," Bourne said. He remembered now. The force of Kaya's emotion had dislodged the shard of memory from the lost depths of his past. "Your father was sent to kill the man who was then my boss. He failed. I was sent in retaliation." Kaya made a noise. She seemed to be having trouble breathing. "Why wasn't my father—" "My target?" He finished for her. "Your father was already dead." "And that wasn't enough?" There was no possible answer he could give that would satisfy her, or, he thought, himself. "There is no reason." Vivica Noren had been right. There had been no reason for her death, save Conklin's need for revenge. But who had Conklin been hurting? Noren's daughters were innocents. They didn't deserve to have their mother taken from them. Conklin's vindictiveness sent a chill through him. He had been Conklin's instrument, trained and sent out again and again to terminate lives. He rubbed his hands over his eyes. Was there no end to the sins he had compiled in the past he couldn't remember? For the first time, he wondered whether his amnesia was a blessing. "This isn't the answer I wanted," Kaya said. "Welcome to the real world," he said wearily. He thought she might cry then, but her eyes remained dry. Instead, she turned and unlocked the door. Don Fernando, standing on the threshold, wrenched it open. He stepped in with an appalled expression as he took in Bourne's wound. "My house has now become a corrida. Kaya, what have you done?" She was silent, but Bourne said, "Everything is fine, Don Fernando." "I should think not." He frowned at Kaya, who refused to look at him. "You have abused my hospitality. You promised me." She did what she had to do. Bourne found a sterile gauze pad in the medicine cabinet and taped it over the wound. "It's all right, Don Fernando." "On the contrary." Don Fernando was furious. "I helped you out of the friendship I had with your mother, but it's clear you've spent too long in the Colombian jungle. You've picked up some very nasty habits." Kaya collapsed onto the edge of the tub, her palms pressed together, as if in prayer. "It was not my intention to disappoint you, Don Fernando." "My dear, I am not angry for myself. I'm angry for you." The older man put his back against the doorframe. "Imagine what your mother would think of your behavior. She raised you better than that." "My sister." "Don't talk to me about your sister. If I suspected you were anything like her, I wouldn't have let you anywhere near Jason." "Apologies, Don Fernando." Kaya stared down at her hands. Bourne had never heard Don Fernando raise his voice before. Clearly, Kaya had hit a nerve. Don Fernando sighed. "If only you meant it. We are all liars here. We are all pretending to be what we are not." He looked from Kaya to Bourne. "Don't you find it interesting that we all have a problem with identity?" At last, Kaya lifted her head. "We're all ruled by secrets." "Well, yes," Don Fernando nodded. "But it's the secrets that cause the problem with identity. To keep secrets is to lie. To lie is to cause a change of identity. And then time goes by. The lies become the norm. Then the truth, at least our truth, and then, who are we?" His eyes cut away from Bourne's. "Do you know, Kaya?" "Of course I do." But she had answered too quickly, and now she paused, thinking. A frown invaded her face. "Are you Swedish?" Bourne said gently. "Or a Chagua? My blood is—" "But blood has so little to do with it, Kaya!" Don Fernando cried. Identity has no basis in reality. It's pure perception. Not only how others see you and react to you, but also how you think of yourself, how you react. He grunted in what seemed mock disgust. I think Jason is right. You should make that snake tattoo permanent. Kaya jumped up. You were listening through the door. Don Fernando held up a key. How else would I know whether I needed to open it? Jason hardly needed your help, she said. I wasn't thinking about him, Don Fernando said. She looked up. Thank you. It was astonishing, Bourne thought, how far she had come from being Rosie, Esteban Vegas's Colombian mistress. Don Fernando gestured. I think we all could use a drink. Kaya nodded and rose. As the three of them returned to the living room, she asked about Esteban. Sleeping off his fear, gathering his strength, which he will need. Don Fernando shrugged. It is unfortunate. He only knows one life, and it's a far simpler one than the one in which he now finds himself. Why are you looking at me like that? Kaya bristled. Do you think I'm going to leave him? If you do, Don Fernando said as he poured them some of his extraordinary sherry, you are sure to break his heart. She accepted the glass he handed her. Esteban's heart was broken long before he met me. That doesn't mean it won't be again. Bourne accepted the sherry and sipped it slowly. He sat on the sofa. The adrenaline was wearing off and his side burned as if Kaya had struck him with a hot poker. Kaya. Bourne broke off at the shake of her head. She came over and sat beside him. I know Esteban and I would never have made it here without you. For this I thank you. And she stared down into the golden depths of her sherry. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So, the past is the past. I have buried it. Her head turned, her eyes engaged with his. And so should you. Bourne nodded and finished his sherry. He waved Don Fernando off when he offered a refill. It would help me, he said, if you could tell me about your father. Kaya gave a bitter laugh, then took a long sip of her sherry. Her eyes closed for a moment. How I wish there was someone who could tell me about him. One day, he went away. He left us as if we were a bunch of playthings he'd outgrown. I was 9. 2 years later, my mother... She could have finished that thought. She took a small sip of sherry instead. Light winked off the rim of the glass as she tipped it to her mouth. She swallowed hard. 13 years ago. It feels like a lifetime. Her shoulders slumped. Sometimes several lifetimes. He was a spy, an assassin, Bourne said. Who was he working for? I don't know, Kaya said, and believe me, I tried to find out. Her eyes cut away for a moment. I feel certain that Michaela, my other sister, discovered who it was. She didn't tell you. She was killed before she could say a word to either me or Skara. Triplets, Don Fernando cut in. Now the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. So you and Skara ghosted away, changing identities, Bourne said, hiding, as you said, in plain sight. I did, at least. Kaya put her head down, resting the sugary rim of the glass against her forehead. I went as far away from Stockholm as I could. But your father's organization found you anyway. She nodded. 2 men came. I killed one and wounded the other. I was running away from him when I surprised the Margay. Bourne thought for a moment. Is there anything you can tell me about the 2 men? Kaya shuddered and took another deep breath. For the first time, she looked terribly young and vulnerable, the runaway girl from Stockholm. And in that moment, Bourne caught a glimpse of the energy it took for her to maintain her rosy identity. The men spoke to each other in English, she said at last, but at the end, the one I killed said something just before he died. It wasn't in English. It was in Russian. Chapter 20. Hendricks was just wrapping up the 8th Samaritan strategy session in the last 36 hours, this one on staff deployment along the perimeter that had been established around the Indigo Ridge mine, when Davies, one of his half a dozen aides, entered the room. "It's the POTUS on the secure line, sir," Davies whispered in his ear before departing. "Okay, out," Hendricks said to the participants, "but stand by for final orders. We deploy personnel in 4 hours." After everyone had filed out and the door was closed, Hendricks swiveled his chair and for a moment stared out the window at the pristine, newly mowed lawn, bordered by the picket line of massive concrete anti-terrorist blockades that had been erected in 2001. Someone, perhaps in a fit of irony, had placed a row of flower pots atop them. Like planting flowers on a battleship, he thought. The blockades stood immutable. Their purpose could not be mitigated. Tourists milled on the other side of them, but the lawn was spotless, not a single weed allowed to show its face. Something about that deserted expanse depressed Hendricks. Sighing inwardly, he picked up the receiver connected to the secure line to the White House. "Chris, you there?" There was a hollow sound, peculiar to the encryption program that scrambled their words every 10 seconds. "I'm right here, Mr. President." "How's the boy?" Hendricks's stomach contracted. The president's voice evinced that false heartiness it typically took on when he had some bad news to impart to the recipient. "Tip-top, sir." "That's the spirit. How are the plans for Samaritan progressing?" "Almost complete, sir." "Uh-huh," the president said, by which he meant he wasn't listening. Hendricks reached into a drawer for the box of Prilosec he always kept on hand for emergencies. "It's Samaritan I want to talk to you about. It so happens that this morning I had breakfast with Ken Marshall and Billy Stokes." The president paused to allow the two names to sink in. Marshall, who had been in the initial Samaritan meeting in the Oval Office, and Stokes, who had not, were, respectively, the Pentagon's and the DoD's most powerful generals. "Anyway," the POTUS continued, "with one thing and another, the conversation eventually came around to Samaritan. Now listen here, Chris. It's Ken and Billy's considered opinion that as far as Samaritan is concerned, CI's gotten the short end of the stick." "You mean Danziger?" Hendricks could sense the president taking a breath while he counted to 10. "What I mean is that I agree with them. I want you to give Danziger a larger role in the operation." Hendricks closed his eyes. He swallowed a Prilosec even as he felt a headache beating a tattoo against his forehead. "Sir, with all due respect, Samaritan is already set." "Almost. You said it yourself, Chris." Was it possible to scream at yourself? Hendricks wondered. "This is my operation," he said doggedly. "You gave it to me. The Lord giveth, Chris, and the Lord taketh away." Hendricks gritted his teeth. It was no use telling the president what a perfect little shit M. Errol Danziger was. The president had appointed him. Even supposing the POTUS shared Hendricks's opinion, he would never admit that he'd made a mistake, not in the current perilous political climate. One false move would set alight the worldwide blogosphere, which would in turn ignite a firestorm of talking heads on CNN and Fox News, which would spawn endless op-ed column inches. The poll numbers the president and his advisors scrutinized every month would plummet. No. These days, even the President of the United States needed to be ultra-cautious with both his choices and his statements. "I'll do what I can to soothe the ruffled feathers," Hendricks said. "Music to my ears, Chris. Keep me informed on your progress." With that fiat, the president disconnected. Hendricks didn't know what gave him more pain, his stomach or his head. He knew Danziger was aiming for complete control of Samaritan, which would surely end in disaster. Danziger was a career opportunist. Amassing power was his sole objective. He had come over to CI from NSA, and for the past year he had been remaking CI into a carbon copy of NSA. NSA being an extension of the Pentagon, this was not good news for the American intelligence community. The military relied far too heavily on remote surveillance. Eyes in the sky, spy drones, and the like. CI's stock in trade had always been human eyes and ears in the field. The intercom buzzed, interrupting his misery. "Sir, everyone's out here waiting." Davies' voice crackled over the intercom. "Do you want to resume the briefing?" Hendricks rubbed his forehead. A fierce streak of rebelliousness bubbled up in him. They have their orders. Tell them to put the deployment into effect immediately. Russian, Bourne said. What form of Russian? Caius stared at him. I beg your pardon. Dialect, was it Southern or... Moscow. He was from Moscow. Bourne put his glass down onto a table inlaid with Moroccan tiles. You're certain? Caius spoke to him in the Russian dialect used by Muscovites. Your father was working for the Russians, Bourne said. That's the first thing I considered when I heard him, Caius said, but it doesn't seem credible. Why not? Both my parents hated the Russians. Perhaps your mother did, Bourne said carefully. But as for your father, if he was working for the Russians, his hatred for them would be part of his cover. Hiding in plain sight? Bourne nodded. She got up then. Don Fernando caught Bourne's eye. Bourne could see that the Spaniard didn't want him to continue this topic. Caius stood in front of the window, staring at her reflection much as Bourne himself had done at Vegas's house the night before the helicopter attack. A terrible silence invaded the room, but it was Caius' silence. Neither Bourne nor Don Fernando felt it wise to break it. Do you think it's true? Caius' voice seemed to come from another place. At length she turned back into the room and looked from one to the other, repeating her question. From what you've told us, Bourne said, it seems the likeliest possibility. Fuck, Caius said. Fuck. Don Fernando stirred, clearly uncomfortable. There's always the possibility that Jason is wrong. Kaya laughed, but there was a bitter edge to it. Sure, thank you, Don Fernando, but I'm long past the age where I can believe in fairy tales. She turned to Bourne, hands on her hips. So, any ideas? Bourne knew she meant who, specifically, her father might have worked for. He shook his head. Since he was a foreign national working outside Russia, the SVR, Russia's equivalent of America's Central Intelligence, is a possibility, but frankly, he could just as easily have been recruited by one of the Gruprovka families. The Russian mob, Kaya said. Yes. She frowned. That would, at least, be a more logical choice for him to make. Kaya, Don Fernando said, I caution you against trying to apply logic here. Don Fernando is right, Bourne said. We have no idea of your father's situation. For all we know, he may have been coerced into working for the Russians. But already Kaya was shaking her head. No, I know this much about my father. He could not be coerced. Even if your life and the lives of your sisters hung in the balance? He left us flat. Her expression was set firm. He didn't care about us. He had other things on his mind. He killed for a living, Bourne said. It takes a special kind of human being to do it, an even more special kind to be successful at it. She engaged his eyes with hers. My point exactly. No pity, no remorse, no love. Full disconnection from humanity. She drew her shoulders back, defiant. I mean, that's what makes it possible to kill not once, but over and over again. Disconnection. It's not so hard to put a bullet in the back of the head of a thing. Bourne knew that she was talking about him as much as her late father. There are times when killing is necessary. A necessary evil. He nodded. Whatever you choose to call it doesn't make it any less of a necessity. Caius swung back to confront the night, shimmering dimly just beyond the panes of glass. Leave Christian Noren to the unknown, Don Fernando said. Trust me when I tell you that his life, his fate, are over and done with. Kaya, it's time for you and your sister to move on. Kaya gave a dark laugh that was more like a bark. You try telling Skara that, Don Fernando. She has never listened to me, and I can assure you she won't start now. Do you know where she is? The Spaniard asked. Kaya shook her head. When we parted, we swore an oath not to look for each other. We've had no contact in more than 10 years. We were children then, and now... She turned back to him. Everything has changed. Nothing has changed. It would be tragic if that were true. at least for you." Don Fernando unfolded on creaky knees and crossed the room to stand beside her. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "There is hope for you, Kaya. There always was. I sincerely believe that. As for Skara," his last words hung ominously in the room. "She's doomed, isn't she?" Don Fernando looked at her, a terrible sorrow informing his features. Bourne stepped toward her. "Why do you say that?" Kaya looked away. "Because," Don Fernando said, "Skara suffers from dissociative identity disorder." Kaya's eyes locked on Bourne's. "My sister has 6 distinct alter egos, all of them as real as any of us in this room." Any meeting with M. Errol Danziger was fraught with both tension and peril. The man had a hair-trigger temper, and all too often took offense at even the smallest perceived slight. For some reason he could not quantify, Hendricks felt unprepared, and so he put off the meeting until late in the afternoon, when he knew he should have taken Danziger to lunch. He took Maggie to lunch instead. This meant, because she requested it, picking her up outside the bread line on Pennsylvania Avenue, where she had bought enough food for their picnic on the National Mall. The hazy sun moved in and out of the cloud cover as they walked through the grass. Hendricks's security detail, none too happy with their boss's choice of venues, nevertheless dutifully followed orders, staking out a suitable patch of grass around which they formed a strict perimeter. Hendricks and Maggie sat facing each other, cross-legged like kids. She spread out the food she had bought. He was almost giddy with the childlike delight that comes from playing hooky. Here he was with Maggie, eating sandwiches, drinking iced tea, and basking in her smile and her scent. "You surprised me with your call." She took a small, precise bite of a ham and brie with jalapeno mustard. Her golden hair was drawn back in a thick ponytail. She was wearing a scoop-neck black and white polka-dot dress, cinched with a wide black patent leather belt. She had taken off her low heels, her bare toes wriggling in the grass. "I'm just glad you weren't tending to my roses," he said. "Who said I wasn't?" she said with a wry smile. She took another bite, small and precise. "I would have come anyway." This statement so pleased him that his sandwich caught in his throat. He took a couple of sips of tea to wash the food down. Looking at her now in this idyllic setting, he realized that he was falling in love. His first instinct was to be skeptical, to admonish himself for being foolish, adolescent, and worse, possibly vulnerable. And then the thought was washed away. Looking at her now, he experienced the sensation of falling, of a delicious weightlessness that he associated with his dreams, though he could not dredge up any one in particular. He was happy, and in his life happiness was the rarest of commodities. Maggie cocked her head. "Christopher, what are you thinking?" He set his sandwich down. "Sorry." "Don't be." "I was thinking about a meeting I scheduled for the end of the day." Hendricks hesitated. It occurred to him that a fresh perspective might help him get a grip on dealing with Danziger and the president. "The individual I'm meeting with is extremely difficult." "That can mean so many things." Hendricks could see by Maggie's expression that he had her undivided attention, and he was pleased. "He's an egomaniac," he said. "He's come up in the world riding other people's coattails, mainly my predecessors." This was as specific as he planned to get with her. He might seek her opinion, but he was also unfailingly security conscious. "Now a situation has arisen where he's insinuating himself into a position of power on an initiative of mine." Maggie looked thoughtful. "I don't see a problem. A man who makes his living riding other people's coattails can't be very competent." "But that's the problem. If he gets what he wants, he's sure to screw the pooch." "Then let him." "What? You must be joking." Maggie carefully rewrapped the uneaten half of her sandwich. "Consider, Christopher. This man screws the pooch, as you so colorfully put it. But it's my pooch he'll be screwing. And you ride into the rescue." Maggie took out a chocolate chip cookie and broke off a small piece, which she held between her fingertips. The people who are backing this individual will be so humiliated, they're sure to withdraw their support of him. She popped the bit of cookie into her mouth, chewed slowly and luxuriantly. In chess, it's known as retreating one square to take the board. Hendricks sat back, watching as she broke off another piece of cookie and handed it to him. He chewed thoughtfully, the chocolate melting in his mouth. What she was proposing ran against every protocol he had set for himself. Give in? Give Danziger his head? What a hellish thought. He swallowed, and Maggie handed him more. But then again, why not? He asked himself. After all, it was what the president wanted. Not only was the POTUS's head on the block, but so were those of Marshall and Stokes. Hendricks thought it would feel mighty fine to take them all down a couple of pegs, especially the two generals who were a constant pain in his ass, and think of the humiliation Danziger himself would suffer. Thinking of Danziger and Indigo Ridge reminded him. Why the hell hadn't he heard from Peter Marks? Far beyond the periphery of the straining mob, Karpov paused long enough in his flight to take inventory. His leg hurt like hell, but otherwise he was unhurt. If he were a God-fearing man, he would have said a prayer for Lana Lang, who'd had the foresight to buy a car with side airbags. The rain had abated. Water still sluiced along the gutters, but the clouds were lifting, and only a slight drizzle remained of the storm. He looked around and realized that he had no idea where he was. He must still be in the mosque's district, but that bit of information did him scant good. He was in Munich, under attack from the SVR, and he still had no idea why Severus Domna had sent Cherkasov to the mosque. Perhaps, he thought in a moment of weakness, it was time to cut his losses and escape this god-forsaken city. He had only days to complete Cherkasov's mission. He should call Bourne, set up a meet, and get the hell out of here. But then, leaning against a brick wall, his mind jumped to a different track. Running would do him no good and might actually hurt him. The SVR would still make his life miserable, and he'd be no closer to finding out what Cherkasov was up to. He needed leverage to get himself out from under Cherkasov's thumb. He was hoping to find that leverage here in Munich. Then he thought about that bastard Zajac. Of course he's still tracking me, he thought. And then he realized that Zajac, who got him into this shitstorm, could be the one to get him out of it. He went on through the narrow streets, which had, if not exactly an Arab flavor, then a distinctly Muslim one. Halal butchers proliferated. He could smell the spices of the Middle East. Women were modestly dressed, their heads covered. His winding route led him to circle blocks until he found what he wanted. He then loitered on a corner as if waiting for a friend, which wasn't so far from the truth. He was waiting for Zajac, who did not disappoint him. When Boris saw him, he took off, his limp a good deal more pronounced than it needed to be. It was odd, he thought, as he picked up his pace, how much better his leg felt the more he used it. He ducked into a clothing store, went through, and stepped out the back, a simplistic maneuver he fully expected Zajac to anticipate. He limped down the back alley lined with those same galvanized steel garbage cans with the spiked lids. Zajac emerged from the rear of the clothing store. Boris was already nearing the end of the alley. He heard a shout behind him, and an instant later, one of Zajac's hatchet men stepped into the end of the alley, toward which Boris was limping. He pulled out a Tokarev pistol and aimed it at Boris's chest. Without missing a beat, Karpov snatched up one of the garbage can lids and jammed the spikes into the hatchet man's face. The gun went off. The bullet pierced the lid but missed Boris. As the hatchet man staggered back, Karpov grabbed the Tokarev. But before he had a chance to curl his forefinger around the trigger, he felt the cold, dead weight of a gun muzzle against his right temple. A second hatchet man, who had appeared out of nowhere, said in guttural Russian, "Go ahead. Give me the chance to blow your brains out." The slam of the front door sent Don Fernando hurrying out of the living room. Kaya stood very close to Bourne, staring at the reflections in the French doors. Then she turned the lever and stepped outside. Bourne followed her. It was chilly, and she shivered a little. "Let's go back inside," he said, but she made no move. The wind lifted her hair. It was odd to see her as a blonde, as she really was. Then Bourne realized that for a very long time no one had seen him as he really was, not even Moira. He was heavily defended, even from himself. Was that what he wanted, he wondered? Or were his defenses necessary in order for him to keep going? Though he couldn't remember it, he was absolutely certain there had been a time he hadn't felt the need to be like this. I noticed Skara's peculiarities early on, Kaya said. Her arms were wrapped around herself. There was no help for her, none at all. She freaked our mother out. I thought you said you were the black sheep of the family. I lied. She gave him a wan smile. Skara taught me. She said she had no choice, that in order to live a more or less normal school life, all her personalities had learned to lie convincingly. It must have been difficult for you, Bourne said. At first. I used to have nightmares about her turning into some kind of monster, a vampire or a succubus. She turned to him. But what stumped me was where the personalities went when they were dormant, and how did they cycle? By what mechanism was it decided which personality should pop up next? Did you ever get answers? Skara had no idea. She said it was like being on a roller coaster ride that never ended. Did you ever worry that the same thing would happen to you? All the time. Kaya shuddered. Did you ever see High Noon? It's like that. I'm waiting for the train with the killer to come. The President of the United States picked up the phone and called his securities broker. Bob, give me a quote on Neodyme. 67 and a quarter, his broker said. What? The President sat up straight. It came at 23, if I remember right, and that was, 3 days ago? There's been a shitload of buying, sir, Bob said. The stock has gone vertical. The President closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Jesus, I don't know. If you don't buy now, sir, you'll kick yourself when it breaches 100. Okay, buy 500 now through the usual shell corp, and another 5 when it pulls back to... what would be reasonable? With any other stock, I'd say it'd retrace a third, sir. But with Neodyme, well, it's acting like an IPO from the go-go internet days. Simply astounding. Hold on. The President could hear Bob working his keyboard. I mean, every day since it came, it's been up on heavy volume. It might pull back 10 per, but honestly, I wouldn't bet on a deeper dip. Then put the order in for the second 5 at 60. Done, Bob said. Anything else, sir? Nothing else matters, the President said sourly and hung up. His phone buzzed almost immediately. Checking his watch, he saw that he had 7 minutes to manage this call and get to the John to P before his next briefing. Sighing, he picked up the receiver. Roy Fitzwilliams for you, sir. Put him on, the President said. The line clicked several times, then he said, Fitz, do you have an answer for me? I think I do, sir, Fitzwilliams said from his office in Indigo Ridge. Tell me you found a method to get the rare earths out of the ground more quickly. I wish that were so, sir, but I think I found the next best thing. As you know, all computer motherboards use rare earths. I think if we start a government-wide recycling program immediately, we might be able to scrape together enough of the elements to get the DoD its first weapons order in, say, 18 months. 18 months? The President literally sprang out of his chair. The Joint Chiefs tell me DoD needed the first shipment yesterday, but it will settle for 8 months. 18 is the best I can do, Fitzwilliams said, unless the government makes wholesale upgrades on all its computers immediately. Good Lord, the President thought, trying to calculate the cost. The Congressional Oversight Committees will have my ass in a sling. He knew he was between a rock and a hard place. I'll see what I can do, Fitz, he said. But you have to get Indigo Ridge up and running ASAP. I'll go to the Neodyme board and see about a massive hiring initiative. The President grunted. With a stock on a rocket ride to the moon, money won't be a problem. Fitzwilliams laughed. Yes, sir. My fortune is already made. Don Fernando reappeared. Isai has returned, Jason, and he's asking for you. He's in the library. It's on the east side of the house. Meanwhile, Kaya and I will go prepare dinner." Bourne crossed the living room, went down a side hallway to the library. It was a square room, light and airy, unlike most libraries. A number of bookcases lined the walls on either side of the double windows. The room was furnished with a scattering of comfortable-looking chairs and throw pillows in Moroccan-patterned fabrics. Halal Isai was standing in the center of the room, his fingers steepled in front of him. He turned just as Bourne stepped into the room. As usual, his mood was unreadable. "I imagine you have a number of questions to ask me." He gestured to a pair of high-backed wing chairs. "Why not be comfortable while we talk?" The two men sat, facing each other. Bourne said, "Isai, there's no point in talking if you continue to lie to me." Isai folded his hands in his lap. He appeared completely at ease. "Agreed." "Are you still working for Severus Domna?" "I am not. I haven't for some time. I did not lie about that." "And that sad tale about your daughter?" "Unfortunately, also true." Isai lifted a forefinger. "But I did not tell you the whole story. She was killed, yes, but it wasn't by agents of the Domna. They would never have condoned such a thing." He took a breath and slowly exhaled. "My daughter was murdered by agents of Samid Abdul Kahar." He cocked his head. "You have heard of this man?" Bourne nodded. "He's the leader of the mosque in Munich." "Indeed." He leaned forward slightly, a certain tension informing his torso. "It was Abdul Kahar who took advantage of circumstances to forge a deal with Benjamin Al-Arian." "What circumstances?" "Ah, now we arrive at the crux of the matter." Isai jerked his head. "That woman in there, she told you her story." Bourne nodded. "Her father is the key to the mystery of why the Domna allowed Abdul Kahar to invade their precincts." "It wasn't a deal?" "Oh, yes, but the question is, what kind of deal?" Isai said. "The vulnerability the Domna felt when your old organization, Treadstone, targeted them, led Al-Arian to make his deal with the mosque." Bourne said nothing. This was the second time he'd heard about the Domna's sense of vulnerability. The problem was, he simply didn't believe it. Either Isai was lying to him yet again, or Isai truly didn't know the real reason Samid Abdul Kahar had been welcomed into the organization. What bothered Bourne the most was that from all he had been able to find out, the Domna had been set up to bridge the cultural and religious gap between East and West, a noble attempt to teach the two cultures to live in peace with each other. Why, then, would Samid Abdul Kahar, an Arab extremist masquerading as a benign Muslim, be allowed to upset Severus Domna's carefully calibrated balance? Nothing added up. Bourne stared hard at Isai. Once again, he was at a loss to classify the man as friend or enemy. "You want to know who Christian Noren worked for, is that it?" "Everyone in this house wants to know," Isai said, leaning back. "We thought Kaya would know, or at least be able to give us some clue, which is why Don Fernando wanted me to fetch her along with Vegas." "Why didn't you tell me all this back in Colombia?" "Her father went after your old boss. Word is the two of you were close. I couldn't be sure you'd do what needed to be done if you knew who she really was." This explanation sounded logical, and possibly it was true, but with Isai, you never knew. Don Fernando had warned him about Isai's pathological lying, not that Bourne hadn't already suspected as much. On the other hand, it was helpful to get confirmation of his suspicion. "And if I hadn't come along?" Isai shrugged. "I was negotiating with Roberto Correos to help me when you fell into my life like a gift from Allah." He smiled. "You make a habit of it." His hand briefly lifted and fell. "But believe me, that's all water under the bridge." Holding a conversation with Isai was an exhausting experience. Listening to him and trying to ferret out what he was really saying, or more often, not saying. Unfortunately, none of this brings us any closer to discovering what the Domna is up to. "There's something else." He sat forward again, and as he did so, lowered his voice. Benjamin El-Arian has been taking secret trips to Damascus. I discovered their existence purely by accident, through, of all people, Esteban Vegas. Going through Esteban's bills of lading, I discovered a discrepancy in monies that I traced to a round-trip first-class ticket from Paris to Damascus. Digging further, I turned up El-Arian's name, along with the fact that this wasn't his first trip to Damascus. El-Arian was paying for the trips by skimming off profits from the exports filtered through the oil fields in Colombia that Vegas manages for Don Fernando. Any idea what El-Arian was doing in Damascus? Isai shook his head. In that regard, I've hit a dead end. But I think it has something to do with the group Christian Noren worked for. That makes no sense, Bourne said. The men who came after Kaya and her sisters are Russian. Isai rose. Nevertheless, from what little my contacts in Damascus could glean, I think there's a connection. Bourne wondered why Isai was so keen on finding out the truth about Christian Noren's affiliation. Then, like a flash of lightning, the answer came to him. Isai didn't believe the story about how El-Arian had come to make a deal with the mosque either. He was as skeptical as Bourne himself. He was convinced that the true reason would become apparent only when the mystery of Christian Noren was solved. Have you told Don Fernando any of this? Isai gave him an enigmatic smile. Only you and I know. Boris stood very still. The alley stank of fish and stale frying oil. The noise of the traffic was like a hive of angry wasps. Zajac sauntered up as if he didn't have a care in the world. His eyes were on Karpov all the time. He looked dapper in a long black cashmere coat, black kidskin gloves, and mirror-finished brogues with soles so thick Boris was certain they must contain a tongue of steel. This was an old trick dating back to the KGB, the steel useful for vicious stomping sessions. Some things, Boris thought, never went out of style, even among the Internet generation. When Zajac came up to where the two men stood at the mouth of the alley, he said, "Oh, Karpov, maybe you wouldn't make such a good mentor after all." Boris gestured with his chin. Why not ask your comrade with a face full of metal for his opinion? Zajac opened his mouth, threw his head back, and laughed. "You old guys," he said. That was when Boris jammed his right elbow into the gunman's Adam's apple. At the same time, he shoved the gun away with his left hand. It went off, deafening all three of them. Boris shot the gunman point-blank with a Tokarev, and the man arched back and slammed against the brick wall, where he left a mealy-looking Rorschach blood blot. Zajac was just starting to come out of shock when Boris grabbed him by the back of his soft, pelt-like collar and smashed his face into the blood blot. "What do you see there, Zajac, eh? Tell me, you little prick." Boris dragged Zajac back. He switched to an upper-class British-accented English. "I say, Zajac, old bean, you've gotten blood all over your $5,000 cashmere overcoat, not to mention those shiny shoes. What are they, John Lobb?" Zajac, clearly out of ideas, tried to kick Boris with one of his steel-soled shoes, but Karpov danced out of the way. He said, delivering a mighty slap to the back of Zajac's head. "Clearly, you need some lessons in how to behave." Zajac had given up trying to extricate himself from Karpov's grip and was wiping the blood off his face. He had a split upper lip, and the flesh over his right eye was puffed up, rapidly turning a deep purple blue. Boris shook him until his teeth rattled. "Any more of your SVR pals around?" Zajac shook his head. "Answer me when I speak to you," he ordered. "There was just the three of us." "You figured that was more than enough to handle an old man like me, right, little prick? Don't shake your head. I know exactly what's in that pea brain of yours." You've got it all wrong. Oh, shit." Zajac snorted a clot of blood out of his nose. It stuck on the wall in the middle of the widening blot. "Okay, little prick, tell me how I'm wrong." He shoved the Tokarev's muzzle into the soft flesh where Zajac's lower jaw met his neck. "But if I don't like your answer..." Boom. I need to sit down." Zajac was hyperventilating. Beneath the smears of blood, his face looked pale. Boris dragged him back down the alley, all the way to the other end, where a number of wooden crates that smelled of fresh oranges were stacked. Zajac collapsed gratefully onto one and sat slumped over, his hands crossed over his head, as if he was expecting Boris to beat him senseless. There was less vehicular traffic beyond this end of the alley, but the foot traffic was heavy. Luckily, it was rush hour. Everyone was hurrying home, lost in their own thoughts. No one so much as glanced into the alley. Nevertheless, Boris didn't want to stay there any longer than he had to. "Pull yourself together, Zajac, and tell me what you have to say." Zajac gave a little shudder, pulled his stained cashmere coat more tightly around himself, and said, "You think we set that ambush for you and the woman? Don't pretend you don't know who she was." "The fact is, I don't." Zajac's ashen face looked like a battlefield. The man was spent. "I didn't come here following you. I didn't set that ambush. That's what I was trying to tell you in the crowd back there." Boris remembered Zajac shouting something at him, but in the roar of the mob and the screams of police sirens, he hadn't been able to hear a word. "You're making no sense," Boris said. "You have precisely 10 seconds to rectify that." Zajac flinched. "Beria sent me here to keep an eye on Cherkisov." All the blood drained out of Boris's face. "Victor is here?" Zajac nodded. "I had no knowledge of you being in Munich until I saw you in the street. Believe me, I was as shocked to see you as you were to see me." "I don't believe you," Boris said. Zajac shrugged. "So, what can I expect?" "Give me a reason." Zajac's nose had begun to bleed, and he tipped his head back. "I can get you an interview inside the mosque." "Tell me." Zajac closed his eyes. "As easy as that? No, I don't think so. I want your word that I get out of this alive." Boris watched Zajac's body language, which he had found a virtually foolproof method of discovering whether or not a person was lying. "The only way you get out of this alley alive is if you become my eyes and ears in SVR." "You want me to spy on Beria? If he finds out, he'll kill me." Boris shrugged. "Make sure he doesn't find out. For a smart little prick like you, that shouldn't be difficult." "You don't know Beria," Zajac said sourly. Boris grinned. "That's why I have you." Zajac looked up at him as he licked his bruised and swollen lips. His right eye was almost completely closed. Boris crossed his arms over his barrel chest. "It seems, little prick, that we need each other." Zajac rested his head against the building wall. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't call me that." "I'd appreciate some answers. Are you in or out?" Zajac took a shuddering breath. "It looks as if you'll be mentoring me after all." Boris grunted. "If you didn't set the ambush, who did?" "Who knew you were coming to Munich?" "No one." "Then no one set the ambush." Zajac's lips twitched in a parody of a smile. "But of course, that's not possible." Of course it isn't, Boris thought. All at once he had trouble breathing. Zajac must have seen the change on his face because he said, "Life's more complicated than you thought, eh, General?" This time, could the little prick be right, Boris wondered. But it's impossible, absolutely unthinkable. Because there was only one other person who knew he was going to Munich. His old and trusted friend, Ivan Volkin. Chapter 21. Christopher Hendricks found any face-to-face with M. Errol Danziger thoroughly unpleasant, but he had every confidence that this time would be different. Lieutenant R. Simmons Reed, Danziger's sycophantic pilot fish, appeared first. He was a thin, weasel-eyed individual, with a contemptuous demeanor and the manners of a demonic Marine drill sergeant. The two spent so much time together that behind their backs they were known as Edgar and Clyde, a cutting reference to J. Edgar Hoover and Clyde Tolson, the Beltway's most infamous closeted gaze. Danziger looked the part. He was short, and unlike his days in the field, was running to fat around his middle, a sure sign that he liked his steaks, fries, and bourbon too much. He had a head like a football and a personality to match. Tough, a will to get over the goal line, and always the possibility of fumbling short of the first down. The problem lay in his constant promotions. He had been deadly in wet work, near brilliant as the NSA's Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence for Analysis and Production, but a total bust as the Director of Central Intelligence. He had no sense of history, didn't know how CI worked, and worst of all, didn't care. The result was akin to trying to jam a dowel into a square hole. It wasn't working. The reality, however, had done nothing to stop Danziger's headlong reaving of the hallowed halls of CI. "Welcome to the director's suite at CI," Lieutenant Reed said with all the officiousness of a palace chancellor. "Take a pew." Hendricks looked around Danziger's vast suite and wondered what he did with all the room. Bowl? Hold archery contests? Shoot his Red Ryder BB gun? Hendricks smiled without an ounce of warmth. "Where's your shark, Reed?" Reed blinked. "Beg pardon, sir." Hendricks swept the words away with the back of his hand. "Never mind." He chose the chair that Danziger had sat in the last time they'd had a meeting here. Reed took a military step toward him. That's the director's chair." Hendricks sat down, working his buttocks into the cushion. "Not today." Reed, face darkened, was about to say something more when his master stepped into the room. Danziger wore a fashionable pinstriped suit, a blue shirt with unfashionable white collar and cuffs, and a striped regimental tie. A tiny enamel American flag was pinned to his lapel. To his credit, his pause at seeing where Hendricks had seated himself was minuscule. Still, Hendricks didn't miss it. Forced into the facing chair, he made a project of lifting the fabric of his trousers over his knees, then shooting his cuffs before he uttered one word. "It's good to see you here, Mr. Secretary," he said with a closed face. "To what do I owe this honor?" But of course he knew, Hendricks thought. He had gone crying to his general buddies at the Pentagon, who had petitioned the president. "Who's your mommy, Danziger?" he thought. "Does your visit have an amusing component?" the DCI said. No, just a passing thought." Danziger spread his hands. "Care to share?" "A private moment, Max." M. Errol Danziger hated being called by his first name, which was why he had shortened it to an initial. Reed was still in the room, thinking of filing his nails for all Hendricks knew. "Does the boy need to be here?" It was interesting, Hendricks thought, to see how both Danziger and Reed bristled at precisely the same moment. "Lieutenant Reed knows everything I know," Danziger said after a frozen moment. Hendricks kept silent, and after several moments, Danziger got the point. He raised a hand in the lazy fashion of old-world royalty, and following a murderous glare at Hendricks, Reed departed. "You really shouldn't have embarrassed him like that," Danziger muttered. "What is that, Max? A threat?" "What? No." Danziger shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Nothing could be farther from the truth." "Uh-huh." Hendricks scooted forward. "Listen, Max, let's get something straight. I don't care for Reed, and I certainly don't give a shit about his feelings. That being the case, I don't want to see or talk to him the next time we meet. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," Danziger said in a strangled voice. Without warning, Hendricks rose and stepped toward the door. "Wait a minute," Danziger said. "We haven't even—" "The job is yours, Max." Danziger jumped. "What?" He trailed after Hendricks. At the door, Hendricks turned toward him. "You want Samaritan? It's yours." "But what about you?" "I'm out, Max. I've pulled my people." "But what about the preliminary work they've done?" "Shredded this morning. I know you have your own methodology." Hendricks pulled open the door, half expecting Reed to have his ear to it. "As of now, you're in charge of security at Indigo Ridge." Maggie heard the encrypted cell phone even in her sleep. The Ring was the ride of the Valkyries. She was no fan of that Nazi, Richard Wagner. Nevertheless, she dearly loved the Ring cycle. She turned over, her eyelids heavy, gluey with sleep. Returning to her apartment after her lunch with Christopher, she had crawled into bed and immediately fallen fast asleep. She'd been in the midst of a dream in which she and Kaya were engaged in the same argument that had defined pretty much their entire childhood. In fact, her throat ached as if she had been screaming in her bedroom as well as screaming in her dream. Screaming at Kaya had never worked. Why had she continued to do it? Their relationship, the secrets they knew about each other, made conflict inevitable. Had they been brothers, they surely would have beaten the crap out of each other. They had worked with what they had, which was precious little, and in the end they could no longer stand the sight of each other. If circumstance hadn't pulled them apart, they would have parted anyway. And yet, in dreams, Maggie missed her sister. Michaela never appeared in her dreams, but Kaya did. And seeing her, Maggie cried dream tears, her dream heart breaking. But when their dream conversations began, they were invariably acrimonious from the very first words, the bile of two sisters who loved each other but could find no common ground. In latter days, their arguments had revolved around their father. Their memories of him were so different, as if he were two people. The arguments, grown ever more bitter and vitriolic, saddened as well as angered her. With the Valkyries riding herd on her consciousness, she rolled over and stared balefully at the cell phone atop the nightstand. She knew who was calling her. Benjamin El-Arian was the only one with the number. She dug her thumbs into her closed lids to haul herself into full wakefulness, but ignored the call. Instead, she stared at the evening's dusty shadows extending across the ceiling. Mid-note, the Valkyries ceased to ride. In the eerie silence, she thought about Benjamin. It was a mystery how she ever could have been attracted to him. He seemed part of another life, another person. America had changed her. She had traveled to many places in the world, but never, before this, to the United States. Benjamin had planted the idea of America as corrupt and evil, a country that had become weak after a string of diplomatic and military defeats. But she'd had no hands-on experience on which to base that idea. Now that she was here, now that she had spent time at Christopher's side in the core of capitalism's prime engine, so to speak, she found America to be dynamic, vital, filled with the thrilling cross-currents of dissent. In short, quite agreeable. And with that road to Damascus moment had come understanding of the speciousness of Benjamin's bitterly anti-American screed. She had pretended to buy into it, to get close to him, but it was only now, having come into contact with Benjamin's avowed enemy, that she realized the depth of his self-delusion. Even now, after having spent so much time with him, she didn't know whether he had kept his extremist views hidden from the other Domna directors until he was in a position of power, or whether they had been grafted onto him later by Semid Abdul-Kahar. She despised the leader of the mosque, a man animated by a hatred so pure and unrelenting there was no room in his world for compromise. If there were evil in the world, evil with a capital E, as the Catholic Church preached, she was certain it must be cultivated and maintained by such hatred. At first she had been confounded by the alliance between the two men, but gradually, from incidents she witnessed, it became clear that Benjamin was using Abdul-Kahar as his enforcer to maintain and consolidate his power, to keep the other directors in line. She had seen the result of Abdul-Kahar's handiwork on a director who had been foolish enough to publicly defy El-Arian. His corpse had been a sight so diabolically foul that as a matter of self-preservation, she had immediately consigned it to the realm of nightmare. Only Halal Isai, of all the directors, had managed to survive as a dissident, and now sought to challenge Benjamin's leadership. Abdul-Kahar's slaughterers had failed to silence his voice, which was why El-Arian had dispatched Marlinatana to take care of Isai. She was acutely aware of what a dangerous game she was playing with Benjamin, but she remained resolute in her desire to continue on the path she had chosen. She knew El-Arian found it amusing to have her, the daughter of Christiane Noren, under his thumb. She had been meticulous in her planning, careful to give him what he wanted, someone subservient to his will. Her father, secretly working for another entity, had betrayed the Domna. This was a sin Benjamin would not forgive. She understood that the sin of Christiane Noren would one day be visited on her. The tricky part lay in clearing out before that day arrived. And now, here she was in America, a place in which, ironically, she felt safe. It wasn't the luxuries of American culture she responded to. She'd had her pick of luxuries while in Paris. It was the freedom to say what she thought, to be who she wanted to be without fear of ridicule or reprisal. A new life so different from her childhood, which might just as well be light years away. There was a reason it had been known as the New World, and in certain circles still was. Was it any wonder she didn't want to return to her life inside the Domna, at Benjamin El-Arian's side? And it was becoming clear to her that the time was near when she would be free of El-Arian and Severus Domna. Either that, or she would be dead. The Valkyries rode again, making her teeth clench. This time, she knew she had to take the call. Picking up the phone, she hesitated for a moment, then activated it. "This is an inconvenient time," she said. "Every time seems an inconvenient time for you." There was no misconstruing Benjamin's displeasure. "You are 2 days late with your report." Maggie closed her eyes and imagined thrusting a knife into his heart. "The field is the field," she said. "I've been busy." "Doing what precisely?" "What our plan set out to do. Discredit Christopher Hendricks in order to protect Fitzwilliams from scrutiny during our acquisition phase." "And I have not seen any negative reports concerning Hendricks." "Of course you haven't," she said shortly. "Do you think something like that can be established in 72 hours? He's the United States Secretary of Defense." El-Arian was silent for a moment. "What progress have you made?" Maggie sat up, pushing the pillows behind her back. "I don't care for your tone, Benjamin." Then she sat, silent and waiting, determined not to say another word until he relented. "The field is the field, as you pointed out," El-Arian said, after allowing the silence to stretch on past a normal length. Figuring that was as much of an apology as she was going to get, she relented. "Do you think anyone but me could have gotten to Hendricks in such a short time?" "I don't, no." Another concession. How lucky can a girl get, she thought. "The legend you prepared was pitch perfect," she said. Actually, it was people lower on the Domna food chain who had prepared her Margaret Penrod identity, but it never hurt to use a little sugar. Especially, she thought, now that I'm walking such a perilous tightrope. "And what of Hendricks himself?" El-Arian asked. "Hooked," she said. "Completely." It was curious, and not a little frightening, how much disquiet saying this out loud to Benjamin caused her. "Well then, now is the time to reel him in." "Slowly," she said. "We can't afford to have him become suspicious at this point." El-Arian cleared his throat. "Skara, in 24 hours, the acquisition period will come to its end phase. We need you to meet that ETA." 24 hours, she thought. That's all the time I have left. "I understand perfectly," she said. "You can count on me." "I always have," he said. "À bientôt." Skara threw the phone across the room. Hendricks stood in the garage at what had been the Treadstone building, but which he had ordered abandoned immediately following the car bomb explosion. This was his second visit to the crime scene, the first being less than an hour after the explosion had detonated. At that time, having ordered a phalanx of federal agents to do a secure search of the immediate area and Peter's house, and not knowing whether Peter Marks had been blown to Kingdom Come, he had assembled a task force to investigate the matter. The forensics team had determined that Peter had not been in the car. So far, so good. Then where was he? The task force had had no luck finding him. Hendricks called Marks's cell, but as before, got his voicemail. Next, he called Anne at the temporary offices he had secured for the Treadstone personnel, but she hadn't seen or heard from Marks. He gave up and departed the crime scene. Hendricks arrived home early and unannounced. While his security team scoured the interior for electronic listening devices, as they did twice a week, he went into the kitchen and poured himself a beer. He stood watching the suits go about their business, controlled and precise as ants. Picking up the phone, he tried again to call Jackie, but his son was still in a forward position in the Afghanistan mountains, maintaining communications blackout. He'd finished half his beer when the team members nodded on their way to take up positions outside. He put down his glass and went into his study, closing the door behind him. The windows were fitted with wide slatted jalousies, which he kept closed all the time. Sitting down at his desk, he removed a small key from his wallet and inserted it in a lock in the lower left-hand drawer. He took out a tiny disc approximately half the size of his thumbnail. He knew what it was, but he had never seen the design before. What he couldn't understand was why his security team had failed to find this electronic bug in their continual sweeps of his house. He had discovered it 10 days ago purely by accident. He had been in a hurry, his hands sweeping across the desk to snatch up a file that had been delivered by courier. In the process, he had upended a glass Eiffel Tower, swirls of color embedded in it, that Amanda had bought him the first time they had been in Paris. As such, it was a beloved token, a way to keep her close after her death. The tower's 4 feet were covered in felt, but when he'd upended it, he'd seen that one of the felt discs had been replaced by this curious and frightening electronic bug. 2 possibilities had immediately occurred to him. The first was that someone on his security team had planted it and was deliberately ignoring it during the sweeps. The second was that this bug was so sophisticated it was invisible to the electronic sweeps. Neither hypothesis was comforting, but the second one disturbed him more because it meant an unknown entity was in possession of surveillance equipment that far outstripped the U.S. government's own. He had made several discreet inquiries, pulling in favors from people deep inside the intelligence community whom he thought might be able to tell him if a cabal inside the government was working against him. So far, no hint of such a group had surfaced. He stared at the bug now, a dull silver green, scarcely distinguishable from the felt pads on the bottom of Amanda's gift. He had quite deliberately kept it live, putting it on his desk, making innocuous calls and such because he did not want its owner to know that he had discovered its existence. It was this bug that had prompted him to form the complex communications system with Peter Marks. He replaced it, shut the drawer, and locked it. Opening his laptop, he logged onto the government server on which his files resided, navigated to the encrypted file, and opened it. To Peter's credit, he had figured out the system and accessed the encrypted file on Hendricks's computer. A message detailed what Marks had discovered. At a regional meeting in Qatar in the spring of 1968, Fitz was listed as a consultant for El Gabal Mining, a now-defunct government-run company. What interested Marks, and now Hendricks himself, was that Fitz had neglected to list El Gabal on his CV. In light of Mark's own investigation, it might not be so surprising that he hadn't reported in, Hendricks thought now. If Marks had found something further on Fitz, then following the attempt on his life, he might have gone undercover to check it out himself. Maybe he had contacted Soraya. Hendricks rang her cell, but again got no answer. He pulled out his cell and went out of the study, down the hall and into a bathroom, where he turned on the taps. It was after 9 in Paris, so he called Jacques Robinet at home. His wife told him that her husband was still at the office. Apparently, there was an international incident he'd had to handle. Worried now, Hendricks called Robinet's office. While the connection was being made, he stared out at his deserted house, and not for the first time, wished with all his heart that he could hear Amanda puttering about, cleaning out the closets as she loved to do. It depressed him to think that the closets hadn't been touched since her death. He wondered what the house would be like with Maggie in it permanently. Robinet finally answered. "Chris, I was just going to call. I'm afraid there's been a bit of an incident." "What kind of incident?" Hendricks listened with sweaty hands as Robinet related the meeting with Monsieur Marchand, how Soraya, Aaron Lipkin-Renee, and the Egyptian Shalthum had followed Marchand and all that had happened. "So Shalthum is dead." Christ, what a fuck-up, Hendricks thought. The head of Al-Makhabarat murdered on French soil. No wonder Robinet was still at the office. He'd probably be there all night. Is Soraya okay? As far as Aaron knows, she is. What the hell does that mean? She's still unconscious. Hendrix's stomach began to throb like a second heart. He pulled open the door to the medicine cabinet, shook out another Prilosec, and swallowed it dry. He knew he was taking too many, but what the hell? Will she live? The doctors are still evaluating. Damn it, Jacques, you've got to keep her safe. Aaron says the doctors forget Lipkin Renee, Hendricks said. Jacques, I want you with her. Silence for several heartbeats. Chris, I'm knee-deep in merde over the Shaltoum murder. He was killed by North African Arab extremists. Yes, but on French soil. The Egyptian embassy has gone ballistic. Hendricks thought a moment. Tell you what, I'll take care of the Egyptians if you take care of Soraya. Are you serious? Absolutely. Jacques, I consider this a personal favor. Well, it will be a personal favor on both sides if you can get the Egyptians off my back. We already have enough problems with the Arabs here without the stink this will cause when it hits the news. It won't, Hendricks said grimly. Jacques, do what you have to do, but get my girl back on her feet. I'll be in touch as soon as I have some news, Chris. He gave Hendricks his new encrypted cell number. Try not to worry. But Hendricks couldn't help it. Damn it, he thought as he cut the connection and scanned his phone book for the number of the Egyptian president. What the hell is happening to my people? Don Fernando was waiting in the hallway when Bourne and Isai emerged from their meeting. Jason, a word, if you don't mind. Isai gave a curt nod and disappeared down the hall. How did it go? Don Fernando asked. We'll see, Bourne said. Don Fernando removed a cigar from his pocket, bit off the end, and lit up. I suppose you're wondering why I've chosen to keep Esteban in the dark, he said around clouds of aromatic blue smoke. How you deal with your friends is your business, Bourne said. Don Fernando eyed Bourne for a moment. I like you, Jason. I like you very much, which is why I don't take offense at your implied rebuke. He paused for a moment, took the cigar out of his mouth, and stared at the glowing end. Friendship can take many forms. Being a man of the world, I assume you know this. His eyes raised to meet Bourne's. But I know you're not this sort of man. You're a dying breed, my friend. A true throwback to the days of conscience, honor, duty, and friendships that are sacred. Still, Bourne said nothing. He resented being told what kind of man he was, even if it was the truth. So now we come to the difficult part. Don Fernando stuck the cigar back into a corner of his mouth. Kaya has her eyes on you. That's a quaint way of putting it. Don Fernando nodded. All right. She's fallen in love with you. That's insane. Despite what she said, she hates me for killing her mother. Part of her does, unquestionably. But that part is someone who had never met you, who was driven by the sight of her mother dead on a marble slab. She built a fantasy around that. And then you appeared, a flesh-and-blood man. Along with that came the details surrounding her mother's murder, none of which, I believe, she was prepared for. Don Fernando took more smoke into his mouth. Consider this from her point of view. You appear and save her and Esteban not once, not twice, but 3 times, from both the Damna and the people whom her father worked for. She knows nothing about you, least of all that you killed her mother. She's 2 people now, one fighting against the other. That isn't my concern, Bourne said. Don Fernando sucked on his cigar, enveloping them both in a cloud of smoke. I don't believe you mean that. Is she in love with Vegas? You'll have to ask her that. I mean to, Bourne said. Circumstances are already complicated enough without Vegas blowing up in a jealous rage. She's out in the loggia. You can't see the loggia from here, Bourne said. I know where all my guests are. Bourne wondered about that. He hadn't noticed video surveillance cameras. Don Fernando smiled. Go find her, Jason. Straighten this out before it turns into a blood feud. This is how it will go, Zajac said. The contact is waiting at the side entrance to the mosque. You will say to him, there is no God but one God. And he will reply, God is good, God is great. Boris and Zajac, engulfed in blackest shadow, huddled 1 block from where the mosque rose, dark and ominous against the seething Munich sky. You know this man, Boris said. Zajac nodded. Ostensibly he works at the mosque, but I understand, Boris said. Zajac checked his watch. It's time, he said. Good luck. The same to you. Boris gave him one last look. By the way, you look like shit. Zajac gave him a sorrowful smile. Nothing lasts forever. Boris left him then, stepping out onto the street, merging himself with the ebb and flow of pedestrian traffic. He paced himself carefully. He was expert at blending in, better than Zajac would ever be. Fleetingly, he wondered whether he could trust the SVR agent. There were no sure things in his business. All you could do was home in on a person's psyche and try to push the right buttons. Their time together had been short, but it had been as intense as 2 soldiers inhabiting the same foxhole in wartime. Life had been compressed. He felt he'd gotten a good psychological read on Zajac. He was approaching the mosque's side entrance, and there was no help for it now. He had to trust Zajac. 2 men lounged in the doorway, speaking in low tones, but as Boris approached, one broke away and left. Boris stepped toward the remaining man, who was small and square-shouldered. His full, curling beard reached to his chest. He smelled of tobacco and stale sweat. There is no God but one God, Boris said. God is good, God is great, the man replied, and turning, led Boris into the mosque. He removed his shoes and washed his hands in the font of a stone fountain. Boris followed suit. The man took Boris down a narrow, poorly lit corridor, past cubicles without doors in which shadows moved and whispered voices conversed like the soft drone of insects. Farther away, Boris heard the massed chanting of prayer, the high-low ululations of the muezzin as he spoke to the faithful. The atmosphere was close, oppressive, and Boris strained to see ahead. They turned left, then right again. The place was a labyrinth, Boris thought, not an easy place to get out of quickly. At length, the contact stepped outside a doorway. Turning to Boris, he said, "Inside." "You first," Boris said. As soon as the man had turned his back, Boris put his right hand on the grips of his Makarov. The man turned around and, shaking his head, held out his hand. Boris froze. "It's the only way," the man said. Boris produced the Makarov, unloaded it, and put the bullets into his pocket. Then he handed over the pistol. The man took it, stepped across the threshold, and Boris followed. Boris found himself in a small square room with one window above chest height, the glass translucent. It was illuminated like a rose window by either daylight or streetlight. A heavy-set man with a greasy-looking beard sat cross-legged on a prayer rug. He was talking to 2 men who immediately rose and stepped away. Boris noted that they took up positions on either side of the room with their backs to the walls. The heavy-set man ran thick fingers through the tangle of his beard, which was as black as his eyes. "You are SVR," he said in a phlegmy voice. "From Zajac." Boris nodded. "You want to know about Viktor Cherkasov," the man said. "Why he came here, whom he saw, and what was conveyed." "That's right." "This is difficult information to obtain. Furthermore, it puts me in a precarious position." The heavy-set man cleared his throat. "You are prepared to pay?" Since it wasn't a question, Boris remained silent. The man smiled now, revealing a pair of gold incisors. The rest of his teeth looked mossy, and there was an unpleasant odor wafting off him, as if food were rotting in his mouth or stomach. "Let us proceed, then," How much? The man raised a meaty hand. No, I have no need of more money. You want information from me. I want the same from you. Boris was keeping a clandestine eye on the two men at the walls. They seemed to be interested only in the light filtering through the window. What sort of information? Do you know a man named Ivan Volkian? The question almost took Boris's breath away. I've heard of him, yes. The heavy-set man pursed his lips, which were red and full. They looked obscene, surrounded by the beard. This is not what I asked. I've met him, Boris said cautiously. Something changed in the man's dark eyes. Perhaps then the information we exchanged concerns the same subject. Boris spread his hands. I don't see how. I want to know why Cherkasov was sent here. I have no interest in Volkin. The heavy-set man hawked and spat into a small brass bowl at his side. But you see, it was Volkin whom Cherkasov came here to see. Bourne found Kaya, arms wrapped tightly around herself, standing in the loggia. She was watching a nightingale flit through a tree as if trying to find its way back home. He wondered whether Kaya was trying to do the same thing. She stirred when she heard him, but didn't say a word until the nightingale had settled on a branch and begun its lovely song. By that time, Bourne was standing beside her. You don't seem surprised to see me, he said. I was hoping you'd come. Then it would be just like it is in the movies. You haven't struck me as the romantic type. No? She moved beside him, shifting from one hip to the other. How have I struck you? I think you're someone who will do anything to get what she wants. She sighed. You think I'll break Esteban's heart? He's a simple man with simple needs, Bourne said. You're anything but. She looked down at her feet. Suppose you're right. Then Esteban was a means to an end. For 5 years I gave him pleasure. Because he believed what you told him. Bourne turned to her. Do you think he would have fallen in love with you if he'd known who you really are and what you needed him for? He might have, yes. She turned to face him. Moonlight struck her cheeks, but her eyes remained in shadow. Here in Don Fernando's garlanded loggia, all the ripe lushness of her figure was on display. Bourne had no doubt that she had deliberately positioned herself for maximum sensual effect. She knew very well the powers at her command, and she was unafraid to wield them. I don't want to talk about Esteban anymore. Perhaps, but I need to know. She put her hands on either side of his face, her lips close to his. I want to talk about us. And then Bourne understood. He could see the desire burning in her eyes, a desire not for him in the traditional sense. He, like Vegas before him, was a means to an end. All she wanted was to find out the truth about her father. Men could do this, not women, which was why she had turned herself into a serial lover. She attached herself to whichever man she sensed could get her closer to her goal. Don Fernando is under the misapprehension that you're in love with me. She frowned. Misapprehension? Then she stepped toward him and kissed him hard on the lips. As she did so, she plastered herself to him. Bourne could feel every hill and valley of her womanly body. Don't, he said, pushing her away. She shook her head, her lips slightly parted. I don't understand. He wondered whether she had tricked herself into believing that she loved him. Was that how she had so successfully deceived Vegas? By deceiving herself? You understand perfectly well, Bourne said. You're wrong. She shook her head. Dead wrong. Amun! Soraya cried when she returned to consciousness. He's gone, Soraya. Aaron bent over her, his face filled with concern. Remember. And then she did. The descent into darkness, being nearly strangled to death by Donatien Marchand. Amun running up the stairs, the shots, the blood, and then the fall. Her eyes burned as they welled up and tears spilled out the corners, running down her cheeks, dampening the pillow. "Where?" "You're in a hospital." She turned her head, suddenly aware of the tubes running into her arm. "I need to see him," she said. But when she attempted to rise, Aaron pushed her gently back down. "And you will, Soraya, I promise you. But not now, not today." "I have to." She became aware that her struggle was for naught. She had no strength. She could not stop crying. Amun dead. She looked up into Aaron's face. "Please, Aaron, wake me up." "You are awake, Soraya. Thank God." "This can't be happening." Why was she crying? Her heart seemed to have cracked open. The question of whether her love for Amun was real or not seemed irrelevant now. They had been colleagues, friends, lovers, and now he was gone. She had dealt with loss and death before, but this was on a completely different scale. Dimly, she was aware of her sobbing and of Aaron holding her, the smell of him mixing with the sickly sweet odors of the hospital. She clung to him, but it was so odd that with Aaron holding her, she should have the sense of being alone. Yet she did, and in a sense she felt more alone than she ever had before. Her work was her entire life. Like Jason, she had made little room in it for anyone else, save Amun. And now... Jason entered her head then. She thought of the losses he had suffered, both professional and personal. She thought mostly of Martin Lindros, the architect of Typhon, her boss, and Jason's closest friend at the old CI. She had been rocked by Lindros's death, but how much worse it must have been for Jason. He'd moved heaven and earth to save his friend, only to fail at the very end. Thinking of Jason made her feel less alone, made her feel the oppressiveness of her surroundings, gave her the understanding that she needed to get away, to think, to sort matters out. "Aaron, you've got to get me out of here," she said with a depth of desperation that startled even herself. "You have no broken bones, just some bruised ribs. But the doctors are concerned about a concussion." "I don't care," she cried. "I can't bear to be in here a moment longer." "Soraya, please try to calm down. You're understandably distraught, and—" She pushed him away, as roughly as she was able. "Stop treating me like a child and listen to what I'm saying, Aaron. Get me the fuck out of here, now." He studied her face for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Give me a moment and I'll clear it with admissions." The moment he left the room, Soraya struggled to a sitting position. This made her head hurt, but she ignored it. She peeled back the tape and slipped the needle out of her arm. Carefully, she swung her legs over the side of the bed. The floor felt cold. Her ankles tingled when she tried to put weight on her legs. She waited for a moment, breathing deeply and evenly to bring more oxygen into her body. Holding onto the bed, she took several tentative steps. 1, 2, 3, like a toddler learning the basics. Painfully slowly, she made her way across the room to the closet and took out her clothes. She was acting now purely on instinct. Walking stiff-legged like a zombie, she made it to the door and hung on there, renewing her energy while she breathed. Then she hauled open the door and peered out, looking both ways. Apart from an old man shuffling away from her, holding on to the rolling rack that held his fluid drip, no one was about. Across the corridor was a utility room. She steeled herself and stepped out. The moment she did, she heard voices approaching. One was Aaron's. He wasn't alone. Willing her legs to move, she lunged for the handle of the utility room door, swung it open, and stepped inside. Just as the door sighed shut, she caught a glimpse of Aaron flanked by 2 doctors, heading for her room. Bourne and Asai found Kaya and Vegas in the entryway. The front door was open, and beyond, Don Fernando could be seen directing 2 cars up his driveway. "It's 10 o'clock, Kaya said. As if she sensed that Bourne and Asai, having appeared together, wanted to talk with her, she added, "Dinner time is sacred for Don Fernando." Bourne approached them. "Esteban, how are you feeling? You've been asleep for hours." Vegas steepled his fingers against his forehead. "A little groggy, but better." Don Fernando stepped into the doorway. "Our transportation has arrived." Their destination was a seafood restaurant on the other side of Cadiz. Its expansive terracotta-tiled terrace abutted a stone seawall that overlooked the southern part of the harbor. Boats lay at anchor, bobbing gently in the swells. A launch purled the water as it passed by, leaving a fast-dissolving froth in its wake. Moonlight lay on the water like a silver mantilla. Overhead were handfuls of stars. The maitre d', making a fuss over Don Fernando, showed them outside to a round table near the seawall. The restaurant was filled with glamorous types. Gold and platinum baubles on the wrists of slender women in Louboutin shoes gleamed in the candlelight. Jewels graced their throats and long necks. "I feel like an ugly duckling," Kaya said as they seated themselves. "Nonsense, mi amor." Vega squeezed her hand. "No one here outshines you." Kaya laughed and kissed him with what seemed great affection. "What a gentleman." Bourne was sitting on the other side of her, and he felt the heat of her thigh pressing against his. She was turned toward Esteban, their hands still clasped. Her thigh slid back and forth against him, the friction creating a clandestine link between them. "What's good to eat here?" he asked Don Fernando, who was seated on his right hand. Don Fernando's answer was drowned out by the roar of Vespas swinging along the sea road outside the restaurant. The waiter uncorked the first bottle of wine from the stash Don Fernando had brought with him. They all drank a toast to their host, who told them that he had already ordered. Bourne took his leg away from Kaya's, and when she turned to look at him inquiringly, he gave her a brief but emphatic shake of his head. Her eyes narrowed for the space of a breath. Then, announcing her need to leave the table, she pushed her chair back hard and stalked across the terrace. Don Fernando shot Bourne a warning look. Vegas put down his napkin and was about to rise when Don Fernando said, "Esteban, cálmate, amigo. This is a security matter. I'd rather have Jason keep an eye on her." Bourne got up and, crossing the terrace, stepped into the closed-in part of the restaurant, where he was assailed by the aromatic scents of seafood being cooked with Moroccan and Phoenician herbs and spices. He spotted Kaya exiting the front door, and he snaked his way around the tables crowded with boisterous patrons. He caught up with her on the narrow sidewalk. "What do you think you're doing?" She pulled away from him. "What does it look like?" "Kaya, Esteban will suspect something." She glared at him. "So? I'm tired of all you men." "You're acting like a spoiled child." She turned and slapped him across the face. He could have stopped her, but he felt the outcome would be worse. "Feel better now?" "Don't think I don't know what's happening here," she said. "Don Fernando is terrified I'll tell Esteban who I really am." "Now would not be a good time." "Say what you mean." "Never would be a good time." "Just not now." "Why not now?" Kaya said. "He treats Rosie like a child. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not Rosie." Bourne kept an eye on the road, the clouds of young men on Vespas laughing drunkenly, vying with one another as they rode at a daredevil's pace. It was a risk bringing both of you to Cadiz, but the alternative would have meant both your deaths. "Don Fernando should never have gotten Esteban involved in smuggling for the Domna," she said. "It's clear he's not cut out for that kind of life." "Don Fernando wanted a way in," Bourne said. "Don Fernando used Esteban," she said, disgusted. "So did you." Bourne shrugged. "In any case, he could have refused." She snorted. "Do you think Esteban would refuse that man? He owes Don Fernando everything." "Querida!" They both turned to see Vegas emerge from the restaurant, his expression filled with concern. "Is everything all right?" He came toward her. "Did I do something to make you angry?" Kaya automatically turned on her megawatt rosy smile. "Of course not, mi amor." She had to raise her voice over the revving Vespas. "How could you do anything to make me angry?" Taking her in his arms, he swung her around, her back to the street. 3 shots buzzed past Kaya's shoulder and head and blew Esteban backward, out of her embrace, and Bourne leapt onto her, covering her as the white Vespa with the gunman accelerated away from the curb. Bourne dragged her to her feet. "Esteban!" she cried. "Esteban! Oh my God!" Vegas had landed in a bloody heap against the restaurant's front. The white stucco was spattered with his blood. Bourne kept her away, pushing her into the arms of Don Fernando, who had run out of the doorway. "They tried again," Bourne shouted. "Keep her inside." Then he stepped off the curb, corralled a young rider who had just stopped to gawk at the bloody body, and yanked him off his Vespa. The boy stumbled over the curb, landing on his backside. "Hey, what?" he cried as Bourne roared away down the traffic-choked road. Chapter 22. Peter Marks floated in and out of consciousness like a swimmer caught in a rip current. One moment, his feet seemed to be on solid footing. The next, they were sliding away as a wave crashed over him, taking him off his feet, spinning him down into a reddish darkness distinguished by vertigo and pain. He heard his own groans and the voices of unfamiliar people, but these seemed to be either at a great remove or filtered through layers of gauze. Light hurt his eyes. The only thing he could get down was baby food, and this only occasionally. He felt as if he were dying, as if he lay suspended between life and death, an unwilling citizen of gray limbo. At last he understood the phrase, bed of pain. And yet, there came a time when his pain lessened. He ate more, and blessedly, limbo faded into the realm of dreams, only half remembered, receding as if he were on a train speeding away from a dreadful place in which it had been stalled. He opened his eyes to light and color. He took a deep breath, then another. He felt his lungs fill and empty without the crushing pain that had gripped him for what seemed like forever. "He's conscious," a voice from above, as if an angel were hovering, beating its delicate wings. "Who?" Peter licked his lips. "Who are you?" "Yo, it's Tyrone, Chief." Peter's eyes felt gluey. There were coronas around everything he looked at, as if he were hallucinating. Who?" "Tyrone Elkins, from CI. CI? I picked you up off of the street. You were fucked up." "I don't remember." The black head turned. "Yo, Duran, yo. Then Tyrone turned back and spoke to Peter again. "The ambulance. Remember the ambulance, Chief?" Something was forming out of the haze. The bogus EMS guys. You got yourself out of the ambulance. Shit, still don't know how." The memory started to form like a cloud building on the horizon. Peter remembered the garage at the Treadstone building, the explosion, being hustled into the ambulance, the realization that he wasn't being taken to the hospital, that these attendants were the enemy. "I remember," he murmured. "That's good. That's very good." Another face along with Tyrone's. Tyrone had called him Duran, a handsome black man with an upper-class British accent. "Who are you?" "You remember Tyrone? He's from CI, a friend of Soraya's." The handsome man smiled down at Peter. "My name's Duran. I'm a friend of Jason's." Peter's brain took a moment to click into gear. "Bourne? That's right." He closed his eyes, blessing the good luck that had landed him in the safest place in D.C. "Peter, do you know who those people were in the ambulance?" Peter's eyes popped open. "Never saw them before." He felt his heart beating and sensed that it had been working hard for some time, working to keep him alive. "I don't know." Okay, Duran said. "Save your breath." He turned to Tyrone. "Can you get on this? There must be a police report on the shootings. Use your creds and see if you can get IDs on the dead men." Tyrone nodded and took off. Duran picked up a plastic glass of water with a bendy straw in it. "Now," he said, "let's see if we can get some more liquid in you." Placing one hand behind Peter's head, he lifted it gently and offered him the straw. Peter sipped slowly, even though he was parched. His tongue felt swollen to twice its size. "Tyrone told me the whole story," Duran said, "at least as much as he knew." He took the straw out of Peter's mouth. "It sounds like you were being kidnapped." Peter nodded. "Why?" "I don't—" Then Peter remembered. He'd done intensive research on Roy Fitzwilliams and the Damascus-based El Gabal, to which Fitz had had ties. Hendricks had been absolutely paranoid about security on the issue of Roy Fitzwilliams. Peter groaned. "What is it? Are you in pain?" "No, that would be too simple," Peter said with a gritty smile. "I fucked up, Duran. My boss warned me to be careful, and I did some backdoor research on a company computer, which runs through the government server. So whoever was tapping in got scared and sent the extraction team. Well, they tried to kill me first." Peter described the explosion in the garage. The extraction team was there as a backup, which speaks both of meticulous planning and an organization with influence and deep pockets. Duran rubbed his jaw. "I would say you've got big problems, except for the fact that Ty tells me you're director of Treadstone. You've got plenty of firepower yourself." "Sadly, no," Peter said. "Soraya and I are still getting Treadstone back on its feet. Most of our current personnel are overseas. Our domestic infrastructure is still hollowed out." Duran sat back, forearms on his knees. Losing his English accent, he said, "Damn, homie, you've done washed up at the right place." Bourne took the Vespa around a corner, speeding after the gunman. He could see him up ahead on the white Vespa, weaving in and out of traffic as he followed the road along the waterfront, heading south. It was difficult to make up ground, but slowly, by running the bike full out, Bourne was gaining. The gunman had not looked behind him. He didn't know that someone was on his tail. He went through a light as it was turning red. Bourne hunched over the handlebars, judged the vectors of the cross traffic, and with a twist to the left, then the right, shot through the intersection. Down the block, the gunman had pulled over to the curb behind a black van. He popped open the rear doors, and with the help of the van's driver, hoisted the Vespa into the interior. Then he slammed the doors, and both men climbed into the front. Bourne was still going full out, and as the van pulled out into the flow of traffic, he was no more than 2 car lengths behind. The van soon turned off the sea road, heading into Cadiz itself. It followed a tortuous path down the city's narrow, crooked streets. At length, the van pulled over and stopped along a street of warehouses. The driver got out and unlocked a door that rolled up electronically, then returned to the van. Bourne ditched the Vespa and sprinted as the van drove through into the interior. The door rattled down, and Bourne dived through with just enough room to spare. He lay on a bare concrete floor that stank of creosote and motor oil. The only illumination came from the van's headlights. Doors slammed as the 2 men jumped down onto the concrete. They didn't bother to unload the Vespa. Bourne rose to one knee, hiding behind an enormous metal barrel. The gunman must have gone to a switch box, because a moment later, light flooded the interior from a pair of overheads capped with green shades. There seemed to be nothing in the warehouse except more of the barrels and 2 stacks of wooden crates. The driver switched off the headlights. Then the 2 men crossed to the crates. "Is she dead?" the driver said in Moscow-accented Russian. "I don't know. Everything happened too fast." The gunman laid his pistol down on top of one of the crates. "It is unfortunate that you didn't stick to the plan," the driver said with a tone of lamentation only Russians could exhibit. "She came outside," the gunman protested. "The temptation was too great. Hit her and run. You would have done the same." The driver shrugged. "I'm just happy I'm not in your shoes." "Fuck you," the gunman said. "You're the other half of this team. If I missed her, it's going to fall on both our shoulders." "If our superior finds out," the driver said, "our shoulders won't be supporting anything worth talking about." The gunman picked up his weapon and reloaded it. So we find out if she's dead." The driver squared on his companion. "And if not, we rectify your error together." The 2 men stepped behind the stack and opened a narrow door. Before he went through into what Bourne surmised might be the office, the gunman extinguished the lights. Bourne crept to the van, carefully opened the driver's door, and rummaged around until he found a flashlight. In the rear, he went through a box of tools and picked out a crowbar. Then he stepped to the stack and squatted down so that the crates were between him and the rear door. Switching on the flashlight, he played the beam over the crates. The wood was an odd greenish color, smooth and virtually seamless. The beam slid across the surface, and he felt his heart rate accelerate. The crates were marked with their origin. Don Fernando's Oil Company in Colombia. Boris felt his blood run cold. Cherkasov came here to meet with Ivan? He shook his head. This I cannot believe. The heavy-set man signaled to one of the men along the wall, who stepped forward. Boris tensed as the acolyte reached into his robes, but all he brought out was a set of grainy black-and-white photos, which he held out to Boris. "Go on, take a look," the heavy-set man said. "Because of the lighting, you'll be able to tell that they were not doctored in any way." Boris took the photos and stared down at them, his mind working a mile a minute. There were Cherkasov and Ivan speaking together. A bit of the mosque's interior could be seen behind them. He took note of the date the camera had printed in the lower left-hand corner of the photos. He looked at the heavy-set man kneeling on the prayer rug. He hadn't budged since Boris had been shown into the room. What were they talking about? A smile formed on the lips of the heavy-set man. "I know who you are, General Karpov." Boris stood very still, his gaze not on the kneeling man, but on his acolytes. They seemed to have as little interest in him as they had before. "Then you are one up on me." "I beg your pardon. I don't know who you are." The smile broadened. "Ah, curiosity. But it is far better for you that you don't know." He unlaced his fingers. "We must concentrate on the matter at hand. Cherkasov and Volkin." He locked his red lips. "I am, shall we say, acutely aware that FSB-2, of which you are now the head, and SVR are locked in a deadly power struggle." Boris waited out the silence. He was getting to know this nameless man, his predilection for dramatic pauses and declarations, the way he meted out information in precise bits and pieces. "But that power struggle," the man continued, "is far more complicated than you know. There are powers lining up on either side that far surpass those of FSB-2 and SVR. I assume you're referring to Severus Domna." The heavy-set man raised his eyebrows. "Among others." Boris's heart skipped a beat. "There are others." "There are always others, General." He gestured with a hand. "Excuse my poor manners. Come, sit." Boris stepped onto the prayer rug, careful to sit in the same position as his host, though it pained his hips and flexor muscles. "You asked me what Cherkasov and your friend Volkin were talking about," the heavy-set man said. "It was the Domna." "Do you know that Cherkasov left FSB-2 to join the Domna?" "I heard as much," the heavy-set man acknowledged. Boris didn't believe him. He sensed his host was withholding information. "Cherkasov has ambitions that, for the moment at least, outstrip his power." "You think he had a plan in mind when he allowed himself to be lured away from FSB-2? "Yes," Boris said. "Do you know what it is?" "It's possible one of us does." The heavy-set man's belly began to tremble, and Boris realized that he was laughing silently. "Yes, General Karpov, that is quite possible." Boris's host considered for a moment. "Tell me, have you ever been to Damascus?" "Once or twice, yes," Boris said, alert that the conversation had suddenly veered in a new direction. "How did you find it?" "The Paris of the Middle East." "Ah, yes, I suppose it once was." "Damascus has beautiful bones," Boris said. The heavy-set man considered this for a moment. "Yes, Damascus possesses great beauty, but it is also a place of great danger." "How is that?" "Damascus is what Cherkasov was sent here to discuss with your friend Volkin." "Cherkasov is no longer welcome in Russia," Boris said. "But Ivan?" "Your friend Volkin has a number of, shall we say, business interests in Damascus." Boris was surprised. Ivan had let it be known that, apart from consulting, he was retired. "What kind of business interests?" Nothing that would keep him in good standing with the Gruprovka bosses with whom he has done business for decades. I don't understand. The moment the words were out of his mouth, Boris knew that he had made a fatal error. A key aspect of his host's face changed radically. All its intimacy and friendliness disappeared like a puff of smoke. "That is a pity," the heavy-set man said. "I was hoping that you could shed some light on why Damascus has become the focus of both Volkin and Cherkesov." He snapped his fingers, and the two men on either side produced Taurus PT-145 Millenniums, small pistols with a big .45 punch. Boris jumped up, but two more men, armed with Belgian FNP-90 small-profile submachine guns, appeared in the doorway. Behind them came Zaitchek, with a death's head grin. "I'm afraid, General Karpov," Zaitchek said, "that your usefulness is at an end." Bourne had just inserted the crowbar into the gap between the top and side of one of the crates when the rear door opened. He snapped off the flashlight an instant before the two Russians emerged. Before one of them could reach for the light switch, he tossed the flashlight across the warehouse. When it struck the floor, the Russians started, reached for their weapons, and ran toward the sound. He was closer to the gunman, the driver having taken the lead. Swinging the crowbar, he slammed the end into the gunman's hand, and his pistol dropped to the floor. The gunman howled. The driver pulled up short and turned on his heel just as Bourne flung the crowbar. It hit the driver square in the face, knocking him backwards so hard his head slammed into the concrete, cracking his skull, killing him instantly. The gunman, his fractured right hand hanging at his side, pulled out a stun baton with his left hand. It was a 16-incher that could deliver a nasty 300,000-volt kick. The gunman swung it back and forth, keeping Bourne at bay while he advanced on him, pushing him back along the side of the van. His plan seemed to be to get Bourne into a corner where he would have no room to maneuver away from the baton. One touch of it and Bourne knew he would be writhing helplessly on the floor. He retreated along the length of the van. The gunman had his eye on where he wanted Bourne to end up, so he was a beat slow in reacting as Bourne swung open one of the van's rear doors, using it as a shield between him and the baton while he scrabbled in the toolbox. The gunman was swinging around the end of the door when Bourne uncapped the aerosol can of enamel paint and sprayed it into the gunman's eyes. The gunman reared back, hands to his face, gasping, and Bourne slammed the bottom of the can against the fractured bones. The gunman groaned, the pain bringing him to his knees. Bourne took the baton from him, but the gunman lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Bourne's legs in an attempt to bring him down. His mouth opened to sink his teeth into Bourne's thigh when Bourne connected with the side of his head. All the breath seemed to go out of him as he lay on his back, the fingers of his good hand trying to dig the paint out of his eyes. Bourne grabbed his hand and pulled it away. "Who do you work for?" "Go fuck your mother," the man said in his guttural tone. Bourne dialed down the charge on the baton and gave the gunman a shot in the side. His body arched up, the heels of his shoes drumming against the concrete. "Who do you work for?" Silence. Bourne raised the charge slightly and applied it again. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" The gunman coughed heavily and began to choke. His mouth was full of blood. In his frenzy, he had bitten his tongue almost clear through. "I won't ask you again." "You won't have to." The gunman's jaws ground together, and a moment later, his chest convulsed. A bluish foam mingled with the blood in his mouth, bubbling over to coat his lips. Leaning over, Bourne tried to pry open the jaws, but it was too late. A distinct odor of bitter almonds wafted up to him, and he reared back. The gunman had bitten open a cyanide capsule. Chapter 23. Paris at night was not such a bad place for a single woman to be. She sat in a cafe, drinking bad coffee and thinking about taking up smoking. Soraya was surrounded by young bohemians, with which Paris was always teeming, no matter the era. The thing about Paris's inhabitants she loved so much was that they were constantly reimagining themselves. While the city itself, its grand boulevards, its martial lines of horse chestnuts, its magnificent parks, its beautiful fountains around which were arrayed timeless cafes where one could sit for hours and watch the world go by, remained constant, its young people were busy remaking themselves. The water of the Canal St. Martin was as black and shiny as vinyl. She was surrounded by lovers, bicyclists, laughing college kids, tattooed writers, and slow-eyed poets, scowling into the night as they scribbled their random thoughts. Each cafe was a nexus of its neighborhood, and though each had its own patrons, there was always room for the occasional guest. Waiters, long-haired and slim-hipped, came and went, dispensing plates of steak frites and carafes of pastis. It wasn't only French she heard spoken at the adjacent tables, but German and English as well. The endless existential arguments remained the staple of the city's cafe society. Her head hurt so much that she rested it in her hands. Her eyes closed, but this only caused her to become dizzy. She opened her eyes with a start and a muttered curse. She had to keep herself awake until the danger from a concussion had passed. Flagging down a passing waiter, she ordered a double espresso, gulped it down while the waiter was still standing beside her, then asked for another. When this came, she dissolved 3 teaspoonfuls of sugar in it and sipped slowly. The dual jolts of caffeine and sugar elbowed away the exhaustion. For the moment, the pain in her head eased and her thoughts became clearer. She wondered whether it had been a mistake to run away from Aaron. She had needed to get out of the hospital immediately. The place reminded her of too many colleagues' deaths. He had been unwilling to help her, and she had neither the strength nor the inclination to explain. Besides, she needed to be alone. She needed to think about Amun. She was torn up inside. It was as if the dark thoughts she'd had about him had conspired to kill him. On the surface, she knew this was crazy, but right now she was feeling just a bit crazy, just a bit out of control. She had thought she'd loved Amun. Then had come his anti-Semitic remarks, and her confidence in her own feelings had been shaken. Her love for him could not have been real if it had been destroyed by one nasty incident, but she couldn't know that for certain, and now she would never know. She looked out at the canal, seeing Amun's face, wanting him to speak to her. But the dead could not speak. They could not defend themselves or apologize. They could not proclaim their love. Her eyes welled up and tears rolled down her cheeks. The world seemed empty and endless. Amun was dead and it was her fault. She had asked him to join her in Paris to help her investigation, and out of love he had come. There was a finality about what had happened, as well as an inevitability. She never should have allowed herself to become involved with him. She should have taken a page out of Jason's book and kept herself at a healthy remove. But this wasn't why she was crying. I should have been punished, she thought, not Amun. Unable to bear her sanctuary a moment longer, she rose and, throwing several euros down on the table, walked off across the glistening cobbles into the secret heart of Paris. 3 blocks later, holding on to a lamppost for dear life, she doubled over, vomiting up the contents of her stomach. Before Bourne rose, he searched both the Russians, hoping to find a clue to the identity of the organization to which they belonged. Apart from keys to the van and the Vespa, 20,000 euros, 3 packs of cigarettes, and a cheap lighter, there was nothing, no rings or jewelry of any kind. Opening up the driver's mouth, he dug out his cyanide capsule and pocketed it. Then he stripped them, figuring he might be able to identify their affiliation from their tattoos, but they had none. He sat back on his haunches. Now he knew these men were not part of a Gruprovka family, and yet they didn't look like SVR agents either. The mystery deepened. Rising, he grabbed the crowbar and went through the rear door. Beyond was a short, evil-smelling corridor that led to a bathroom whose stench made his eyes water, and at the end, a tiny office furnished with a scarred metal desk, a swivel chair, and a steel filing cabinet. A single window looked out on a grimy air shaft. The drawers in the cabinet and the desk were empty, not so much as a paper clip left behind. There was, however, a manila folder taped to the underside of the desk's knee-hole. Bourne opened it to find 12 shipping labels, matching the number of crates in the warehouse proper. They were all going to the same recipient, El Gabal, Avenue Chukri Quatli, Damascus, Syria. Now he really wanted to know what was inside those crates. He was closing the folder when he heard the rumble of the front gate opening up and the burble of a car engine. Quickly, he stowed the folder back in its hiding place. He heard voices raised, then shouts of alarm. Stepping to the window, he threw it open and climbed through. There was no direct egress. He had to go up the shaft. Turning, he closed the window, which would give him a couple of minutes at least. The building was white stucco, affording no hand or footholds. Grasping a drain pipe, he began his ascent. 5 Rue Vernet was lit up like it was New Year's Eve. At least half a dozen Quai d'Orsay vehicles were parked in front, and the area was cordoned off, patrolled by policemen gripping submachine guns. Jacques Robinet found Aaron inside the Munition Club, directing a cadre of operatives as they combed through the labyrinth of offices. The club's skeleton crew of nighttime personnel looked on, frozen in shock. "What are you looking for?" Robinet said. "Anything, everything," Aaron said. "And Soraya Moore?" "She's missing." "I beg your pardon?" "I left her room for a moment, and when I got back—" He shrugged. "So now you're here instead of searching for her." "I called the hospital. Then I sent 2 units out in a grid search." Robinet stared at him. "But you didn't see fit to go yourself." "Listen, sir, Monsieur Marchand was in league with a group of Arab terrorists. This has become a matter of national security." "You're telling me it was a matter of national security?" Robinet took Aaron by the elbow and led him away from the others. In a voice so low only Lipkin René could hear, he said, "I asked you to take care of this woman, Aaron, and I expected you to do so. She's an extremely important person." "I understand," Aaron said, "but the incident in the basement precludes any orders I gave you?" Robinet finished for him. "The Moore woman is co-director of an American intelligence agency. The American Secretary of Defense, a friend as well as an opposite number, asked me to do him a favor. Now she is injured and missing, and what are you doing? Standing around here, watching your men stuff papers into boxes. Delegate, Aaron. There are any number of colleagues you could have tapped for this." "I wanted to oversee the confiscation of all the computers myself. It's there we are most likely to find—" "That was not your choice to make, Inspector. But since you've made it, keep at it." Robinet's icy tone conveyed his fury. "This, at least, I know you're competent at." He began to walk away, then turned back for a moment. "Agents with limitations have limited careers." Using the drain pipe, Bourne hauled himself up the warehouse facade. Halfway up, the stucco gave way to horizontal timbers. They were so rough-hewn, he was able to gain toeholds to help him ascend. He was nearing the roof when he heard a noise and froze. The scrape of a match left him certain someone was on the roof, and he continued upward slowly and silently. When he was just beneath the lip of the roof, he could smell the cigarette smoke and make out the 2 voices conversing in low tones. He rose a bit more, until he could take a quick look over the parapet. 2 men, submachine guns slung over their shoulders, were talking languidly in Russian about girls and sex as they smoked. Neither was turned in his direction. The drain pipe rang dully when Bourne kicked it. A moment later, one of the Russians peered over the parapet. Bourne reached up and grabbed him, dragging him across the cement. The Russian tried to chop down on Bourne's wrist, but was forced to shoot an arm out to keep himself from toppling over. He jerked a knife free and stabbed down toward the spot between Bourne's shoulder and neck. Bourne gave one final jerk, which launched the Russian headlong over the parapet and down the air shaft. Bourne shinnied the last foot up the drain pipe, and as the second Russian appeared, levered his legs and torso upward. His ankles scissored around the submachine gun and yanked it away from the Russian. For a moment, Bourne lay atop the parapet, balancing himself. The Russian struck at him furiously, knocking him back so that his head and shoulders hung off the roof. The Russian's hands found Bourne's throat, his fingers closing around Bourne's windpipe. Bourne brought his forearms up, inside the Russian's arms, and slammed them outward, breaking his hold. Then he kicked the Russian in the face. As he stumbled back, Bourne swiveled off the parapet onto the tarred roof and came after him. He grabbed him by his shirt and slammed the back of his head against the roof. Then, taking advantage of the man's dazed state, he reached into his mouth and dug out the cyanide capsule disguised as a tooth. "Who are you?" he said. "Who do you work for?" The Russian's eyes cleared and his jaw began to work. Bourne held out the poisonous tooth. "Searching for this?" The Russian went into a frenzy then. But Bourne was prepared for this, and once again he slammed his head into the rooftop. "There's no escape," Bourne said. "No easy death." The Russian looked up at him with eyes the color of dirt. "I know you. You fuck the Domna. We should be working together, not trying to kill each other." "Who do you work for?" "I'll take you to my boss. He'll tell you." Bourne relieved the Russian of all his weapons, then allowed him to rise. "You're a hero to us," the Russian said. Bourne gestured with his head. "Let's go." That was when the Russian broke away. Bourne sprinted after him across the roof. He caught him at the edge of the parapet, but instead of fighting to free himself, the Russian grabbed Bourne and dragged both of them onto the lip of the parapet. As they teetered on the brink, Bourne realized the Russian's purpose. He struck the man under the nose, his grip loosened, and Bourne tore himself away just before the Russian followed his colleague down into darkness. The moment he received the news of Monsieur Marchand's death in an Arab town basement, Benjamin El-Arian hastened to the bank building at La Défense. There, he had made certain to lock out the Munition Club computers from the servers he had set up in Gibraltar. He had created this fail-safe mechanism for just such a time, not believing, however, that it would ever come. Now that it had, he was doubly grateful for his prudence. Staring out into the blank night, he reviewed all the decisions he had made during the past 6 months. Had he made mistakes, and if so, how serious would they turn out to be? With a disgusted sound, he turned away from the window, and sitting at the head of the conference table, fired up his iPad. What had caused Marchand to go see his terrorist contacts? Using his 20-digit password, he logged into the Domna servers and downloaded the phone records for the past 3 days from the Paris office. Using a software filter, he found all the calls Marchand made, then cross-referenced them against his database of phone numbers. All of them were to parties known to El-Arian, save one. Approximately an hour before the incident in Arabtown, and here he double-checked the timing, just minutes after the visit from the Quai d'Orsay inspector and his guests, Marchand had placed a call to a number that wasn't in the Domna database. For a moment, El-Arian sat back, staring at the number. Why had Marchand called it and not him, as he should have done? He snatched up a phone and called a contact in the Paris Prefecture de Police. El-Arian woke him up, but that was all right. He was being paid a generous amount to be on call. El-Arian gave him the number, and the contact said he'd call back as soon as he had an answer. El-Arian rose and made himself some Caravan black tea at the sideboard. At this hour of the night, he needed a good shot of caffeine to keep his mind clear. Marchand had made a fatal error. That wasn't like him. Something must have occurred during the visit by the Quai d'Orsay to have severely rattled him. But to bring the Arabs into the picture was about the worst move he could have made. El-Arian sipped his tea. It was almost as if Marchand had decided to self-destruct and take the entire Paris Munition Club with him. El-Arian sighed. The Domna's Paris operation had moved in all but name. The Munition Club had outlived its usefulness, especially now that the cache of Solomon's gold was lost. He consoled himself with the fact that the American operation was proceeding on schedule. He glanced at his watch. Skara had 20 hours to complete her part, and then every loose end would be tied up. The economic destruction of the United States would be ensured. The phone rang, and El-Arian grabbed it. "Did you get the information?" "Yes," his contact said, "but it wasn't easy." I had to get through 3 firewalls to find the owner of that number. When he told El Arian the name, Benjamin dropped his teacup and saucer. He didn't even notice the caravan tea stains on the bottom of his trousers. No, 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 he thought. It can't be. Chapter 24. Night. Stillness reigned throughout Don Fernando's house. Through the open windows, the sound of the sea could be heard. The sense of its endless expanse flowed like waves through the rooms. Dinner seemed like weeks ago. By the time Bourne had returned to the restaurant, Don Fernando had dealt with the police and phoned the mortuary. Kaya went straight to her room as soon as they entered the house, and Desai bade them good night. For some time, Bourne and Don Fernando sat in his study dissecting the violence that had occurred earlier. Bourne was wary. Don Fernando was involved in this mystery up to his eye teeth. He had initiated the Domna's contact with Esteban Vegas, ostensibly so that the organization could use the oil field in Colombia to hide their shipments to, it now seemed, Damascus. Don Fernando claimed he was playing a doubles game, using the shipments to gather intel on the Domna, specifically Benjamin El Arian, who had been taking trips to Damascus without the Domna's knowledge. So far, so good. But tonight's revelation that the warehouse and shipment belonged to the Russian outfit bent on killing Kaya blew that story to smithereens. Was Don Fernando colluding with this Russian group? If so, he was keeping the identity of the group Kaya's father worked for a secret from all of them. Once again, Bourne was faced with the question of whether Don Fernando was friend or foe. Therefore, he made no mention of the dozen crates, or that he had discovered their destination. Neither did he tell Don Fernando about his encounter with the Russians on the warehouse roof. In his altered version, the incident ended with the deaths of the gunman and his driver outside the warehouse. Don Fernando drank several brandies much too quickly. "I have lost a good friend tonight," he said. He turned to stare out the door to the study. "I don't think I can bear to have her under my roof for much longer. It's not her fault. Of course it's her fault." Don Fernando sloshed more brandy into his snifter. "I made a mistake. I gave her too much leeway. Finding out about her father's secret life has turned into a reckless obsession. The beach brought this on us all." It was 3 o'clock by the time Don Fernando showed Bourne to his bedroom, which, along with the other guest bedrooms, was grouped in a wing on the opposite side of the house from the master's suite. Don Fernando lit a cigar and puffed on it contemplatively. He seemed to have calmed down from his brief tirade, but who could really tell? "You did well tonight," Don Fernando said, but now his thoughts seemed far away. "I'm going to look in on Kaya," Bourne told him. Don Fernando nodded, but as Bourne turned to go, he caught Bourne's arm. His eyes had snapped back into focus. "Listen, Jason. If anyone can take the Domna down, it's you. But be warned, the Domna is a modern-day Hydra. As of this moment, Benjamin El Arian is its head, but there are others waiting in the wings." "I've been thinking about that," Bourne said. "Maybe it's not El Arian I need to concern myself with. Maybe it's Samid Abdul-Kahar." Bourne knocked softly on the door to the bedroom Kaya was meant to share with Vegas. He heard a muffled sound, opened the door, and stepped into the room. The lights were off. Moonlight fell across the bed, bathing Kaya in blue light as she lay staring up at the ceiling. With her face mostly in shadow, it was impossible to read her expression. "Did you get him?" "The gunman is dead," Bourne said, along with several others. She sighed. "Thank you." A soft wind blew through the partly open windows, and the curtains shivered. "I killed Esteban." Her voice, raw with emotion, betrayed her. She had been crying. "Don't do that," Bourne said. "Why not? It's true." "You should have thought of that before you used him as cover." She threw an arm across her eyes. "I did think about it," she said, "but I was concentrated on my own survival." "You're only human." Bourne came and stood by her bed. "You should get some rest." A laugh that was half a cry was torn from her throat, and she took her arm away to look at him. "You must be joking." He sat on the bed beside her. Her scars shone livid in the pale light. She turned her head to one side and in a strangled voice said, "I bring death wherever I go." "Now you're being melodramatic." "Am I? Esteban is dead because of me. Don Fernando doesn't want any part of me. I'm sure he told you as much." When Bourne put a hand on her wrist, he could feel her pulse, steady and strong. "Staying here is a dead end." The wind fluttered the curtains like owl's wings. The moonlight made the bedspread glitter. Her head turned toward him. "The men you killed, were they the Russians?" "Yes, not Gruprovka, though." "SVR?" "Not like any government operative I've ever encountered or heard about." She rose up on her elbows. "Who then? Please tell me." The brief conversation with the Russian up on the roof swirled through Bourne's head. "You're a hero to us." "Whoever they are," he said, "they're working against the Domna." Her eyes glittered. "I don't understand." "Your father worked for them even while he was employed by the Domna to kill Alex Conklin." A sharp intake of breath. "He was a mole?" "I believe so, yes." Bourne took a deep breath and let it out. "I also think Don Fernando is working for them." Don Fernando, wreathed in smoke as if he were on fire, watched Bourne disappear down the hallway. Then he turned and rapped softly on one of the bedroom doors. A moment later, a sigh poked his head out. Don Fernando nodded to him, and he slipped out of his room, closing the door behind him. Stepping across the hall, he opened the door to Bourne's bedroom. "Good luck," Don Fernando whispered. Isai nodded. "He's exceedingly dangerous." "Please," Isai said, entering Bourne's room. He shut the door silently, and Don Fernando melted away down the hallway. Isai sat in a chair in the corner of Bourne's darkened bedroom. The curtains were drawn back from the window that looked out the south side of the house onto a grove of palms. Piercing the glass, moonlight threw blue smears across one wall. Otherwise, shadows hung in the room like bats. Isai was completely invisible. Waiting, he thought about his life, about the path he had chosen and others he might have taken instead. He was not content. As far as he was concerned, there was time to be content when he was dead. Life was a constant state of flux, which meant anxiety, tension, and conflict. But what lay most heavily on his mind was how easily friends became enemies by betraying you. He had believed in Severus Domna, had for a time even believed in Benjamin El-Arian. Possibly, in the case of El-Arian, he had engaged in self-delusion masquerading as wishful thinking. Looking back on it now, he could link small incidents like a string of rotten pearls that should have alerted him to El-Arian's true purpose. Not the least were his trips to Munich, and then, more recently, Damascus. In hindsight, it was clear that in Munich he had been meeting secretly with Samid Abdul-Kahar, plotting the alliance that would ultimately corrupt the Domna beyond its founder's recognition. A faint sound, no more than the scratching of a field mouse, brought him to full alert. On either side of the window, the curtains shifted, and with them, the pattern of moonlight on the opposite wall. Like a cloud passing in front of the moon, a shadow appeared. For long moments it remained stationary. Then, ever so slowly, it moved against the window panes, so gently that if Isai hadn't known better, he might have mistaken it for the fluttering of a moth. He watched, gimlet-eyed, as the window slowly slid up until there was enough space for the shadow to climb silently through. Only when the shadow turned toward the bed did Isai say, "He's not here." "Where is he?" Marlon Itana said. "I warned you," Isai said. Itana turned slowly around. "I never cared for your warnings. I need Bourne. I told you quite clearly this afternoon on the boat. I didn't see much point in paying attention." Isai cleared his throat. "You're going to have to explain that." "Why?" Isai brought the Makarov pistol he was holding into the moonlight. It had a suppressor screwed onto the muzzle. Etana eyed it with what appeared to be a mixture of amusement and resignation. "You see, Asai, this is the difference between us. I shouldn't have to tell you. You should know why Bourne has to die." Asai waved the Makarov. "Humor me." Etana sighed. "Bourne killed our people in Tenegia last year. In particular, he murdered Idia." "Idia Sifax, yes." Asai nodded. "So it's true, then." "What are you talking about? You know Idia and I had been friends since childhood." Asai tilted his head to one side. "Rather more than friends, it now appears." "I don't know what you mean." "Save it." The flat of Asai's hand cut through the air. "I am not so much a hypocrite as other Arabs. I only care about your sexual orientation as it affects me. Bourne killed your lover. Adir had a wife and children. The fact that Bourne killed your lover doesn't make it right to seek revenge." Etana let out a cruel laugh. "You're a good one to talk. Your entire life is bent toward revenge against your daughter's death." "Bourne is a dead man walking, as you very well know. He is being stalked by a general of the FSB-2, who frankly has a far better chance of—" "Russians," Etana said contemptuously. "But who cares? You're protecting Bourne now." "For the moment, yes. Without him I can't bring down the Domna. You have to forget about him. His death is foretold, but not by your hand." Etana stiffened. "It must be by my hand." Asai sighed. "Give it up, Marlin." "I can't," Etana said. "I won't." "You have no choice." Asai rose. Etana was on him before he had fully reached his feet. The two of them tumbled over the back of the chair, but despite the Makarov, Asai was in the vulnerable position. When the back of his knees struck the chair seat, he lost his balance and couldn't get a clear shot off. Instead, he swung the elongated barrel, opening a red crescent just below Etana's eye. Etana struck him a vicious blow on his sternum, and stars exploded behind his eyes. His breath felt hot in his throat, and his lungs had trouble sucking in air. The two men fought silently and efficiently. They were evenly matched, if not in strength, then in their intimate knowledge of each other, accumulated during their years of friendship. None of that mattered now. The shared history, the scheming together, watching each other's backs. Now, only a desperate struggle for survival mattered. One of them would not leave the bedroom alive, and they both knew it. Asai heard the metallic click, sensed Etana's switchblade, and drove his elbow hard into Etana's stomach. He could see the blade then, thin and wicked-looking. It reflected the moonlight as it arced in toward him, but Etana's pass at him was off the mark. The tip of the blade grazed his shirt, the fabric rent open. His skin prickled as if being overrun by ants. He drove Etana back, fighting to break away so that he could use the Makarov and end the battle. But Etana grabbed hold of him with one hand and would not allow him to gain advantage. Close in, the switchblade was the weapon of choice. If wielded correctly, it could do more damage in one swift cut than a 5-minute pounding by a pair of fists. Asai struck Etana in the mouth. The lips split, and blood filled Etana's mouth, staining his teeth vermilion. He spat blood into Asai's eyes, and as Asai reeled back, slashed him with a knife. Asai felt the hot slash and gasped inwardly. He tried for Etana's mouth again, missed, his fist smashing into Etana's cheek instead. Etana reeled away, taking Asai with him. Asai's hips struck a night table, the lamp tilting against him. He snatched it up and slammed the base against the back of Etana's hand. The switchblade skittered across the floor, fetching up on the rug at the edge of the bed. Etana swung Asai around and smashed his arm against the wall. He tried to claw the pistol out of Asai's hand, and Asai drove his elbow into Etana's ribcage. The two men stumbled backward and hit the floor, rolling over. The pistol went off as it hit the floorboards, the bullet burying itself in the ceiling. Etana's head struck the bed frame, and Asai began a flurry of punches that had Etana's head swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Etana slumped over, and Asai glimpsed the switchblade out of the corner of his eye. Shoving Etana off him, he stretched out to grab it. As he did so, Itana chopped the edge of his hand down on the back of Asai's neck. Snatching up the switchblade, Itana pulled Asai's head back and slashed his throat from ear to ear. Patterns of shadow and light crawled across the hotel room's standard-issue carpet, mimicking the vehicular traffic on the street outside. Maggie stood in the room to which she was supposed to bring Christopher. One hand was at her temple, the other at her side. Silently, she counted the lenses of the miniaturized video cameras. In the bar, the TV cabinet, one corner where the ceiling met the wall. Even the bathroom had one hidden in a strategic position. The microphones were all on standby, waiting for a word to be spoken. Through one of its many subsidiaries, the Domna had rented this room for a month. The day after it was booked, 3 of its techs spent several hours painstakingly installing the electronic equipment, then, using plaster and paint, covering up their work. It was lonely in here, and she felt the pain of that loneliness as if it were a loss of a limb. The room had been prepared so lovingly, and yet now she hated it with every fiber of her being. She was not the same woman who had arrived in Washington, D.C. to do Christopher in. The change had occurred magically, overnight, and it staggered her. She sat on the bed now, head in her hands, as the lozenges of shadow and light danced slowly around her. She had less than 20 hours to lure Christopher up here, to seduce him into a constellation of compromising positions, and get him to say the words that would lead to his disgrace. Weeks ago, the plan seemed stellar. It also seemed like fun. Unlike other countries, which the Domna had successfully infiltrated through political and financial means, the United States had proved far more difficult, due to its diverse population, vast expanses, and resounding resilience. It, among all the developed nations, had a highly elaborate network of checks and balances that had foiled the machinations of even the Domna hierarchy. She had been against attacking America's currency through manipulations of the worldwide gold market, which had been the Domna's plan until Jason Bourne had stopped it cold last year. But she had to admit that changing the target to the Indigo Ridge mine and its vast rare earth riches was brilliant. Members of the Domna's Chinese arm had been successful in choking off the export of rare earths, and now the U.S. military's orders for cutting-edge weaponry were at a complete standstill. Phase 1 complete. Phase 2, far more difficult to achieve, was the Indigo Ridge mine itself. Through its American operatives, the Domna had received advanced word of the U.S. government's intention of reopening the mine by floating an IPO on the stock market. Security was bound to be the primary issue on the American president's mind. Benjamin El Arian had made a list of the people the president was likely to appoint to direct security at Indigo Ridge. Maggie had seen the shockingly short list, which contained only 3 names: Brad Findlay, the head of Homeland Security; M. Errol Danziger, the director of Central Intelligence; and Christopher. Danziger was out because, as Benjamin told her, CI's bailiwick was outside the precincts of the United States. The obvious choice was Findlay, but Benjamin knew that the president trusted Hendricks over the others. In El Arian's opinion, the extreme high priority of the security mission made Hendricks's appointment a fait accompli. Therefore, Christopher had been targeted. The idea was to cause a scandal that would derail the security plans, while at the same time diverting key people's attention from Indigo Ridge during the time the Domna needed to accomplish Phase 2. But now Maggie didn't know. From one breath to the next, everything seemed to have shifted around her, or maybe she was seeing the world with different eyes, which was why she had taken the astonishing opportunity Christopher had laid in her lap during their picnic lunch. She had advised him to give up duty at Indigo Ridge. She knew precisely what he had been alluding to, and dump it into Danziger's incompetent lap. That was the only way she could think of to save Christopher, and by extension, herself. Once off Indigo Ridge, he would be of no use to the Domna. She could fold her operation and flush it. She wondered why Benjamin hadn't called her yet. Surely he would have gotten word of the security shift by now. The suspense was like a knife in her gut. With a soft groan, she reached over for the phone, dialed room service, and ordered a porterhouse, steak fries, and creamed spinach. She might as well eat well in her misery. She lay back on the bedspread, her arms outstretched on either side. She inhaled the recycled air of the room while she stared at the ceiling. Traffic sounds filtering in from outside now seemed cold, alien, lethal. She shivered, even though her body seemed feverish. Shadows sliding along the pale blue ceiling created images like clouds in the sky. Startlingly, she saw her father. When she dreamed of him, he was always leaving, the shadow of his great woolly overcoat filling the doorway to their house in Stockholm. Beyond, there was only the snow, sparkling in the wan northern sunlight like piles of sugar. And always he would fade into that sea of whiteness, as if he had never existed. She would wake from these dream memories thinking that she knew what his life had been like. Other times she wasn't so certain. And sometimes she was afraid that her memories of him were part of a fantasy she had concocted as a child, afraid that it would all fall apart in the light of day. But no, she had to have faith. She had to believe the path she had chosen was the right one, the only one she could have taken. Yet so much blood had been spilled, so much grief and heartache. Her mother gone, and Michaela dead. She had to believe that these deaths had a purpose, otherwise she would lose her mind. Just as she was turning over, the Valkyries began to ride on her enciphered cell phone, and she thought, even here in the new world, I'm tethered to my old life. Lunging for the cell, she answered. Where are you? Benjamin's thin, echoey voice slapped her from across the Atlantic. In the hotel room, making sure everything is ready for Hendricks. There's been a change of plan. She shot up, her heart pounding in a leap of hope. What do you mean? Hendricks has been relieved of security at Indigo Ridge. What? She poured disbelief into her voice. How could that happen? In the madhouse of American politics, who can say? She rose, swung her long legs off the bed, and padded over to the window to stare out at the passing traffic. Her heart lifted and the vice around her lungs released. For the first time in days, she took a deep breath. So, where do we go from here? She said, though she knew perfectly well. After I close the mission down. The mission is still active. Her breath froze in her throat. I don't understand. Her heart seemed to be flogging her chest to death. Hendricks is on to Fitz. He assigned one of his people, Peter Marks, to look into it. Maggie stared out at the street, where young couples window shopped arm in arm. A mother jogged by while pushing her baby in one of those special strollers. Horns blared, testament to their driver's impatience. Maggie wanted desperately to be in one of those cars, to be moving away, to be anywhere but in this room, talking to anyone but Benjamin El-Arian. She cleared her throat. Give me 2 hours. I can get Hendricks to shut the investigation down. El-Arian didn't bother to ask her how she would do it. Too late, he said. Mark's found something. We've taken care of him, but that still leaves one loose end. Maggie pressed her forehead against the window, trying to transfer the coolness of the glass to her burning body. You don't expect me to kill him. I expect you to follow orders. Benjamin's voice was like a wasp in her ear. He's the Secretary of Defense, Benjamin. Get creative, but just get it done, El-Arian said. There was a long silence during which Maggie could hear the blood rushing in her ears. Are you there? Yes, she said, almost inaudibly. You know the only way it can be done. Yes. Her breath leaving her as if forever. Skara, you knew before you left what this mission could turn into? She closed her eyes, trying to will herself to remain calm. Nevertheless, her voice held the slightest tremor when she said, I did. Well then, now you know for certain. El-Arian's voice, like a wasp, delivered its sting. You are on a suicide mission. Bourne heard the muffled sound and immediately identified it as a shot with a suppressor-enhanced pistol. Peering out of Kaya's window, he was just in time to see Marlon Itana emerging from his own bedroom window. Itana eeled through a stand of palms, then leapt the low wall. Bourne opened the window and leapt through. He took a line that got him to the wall and over it faster, and he was on Itana within the space of 100 yards. They hit the ground together, rolling. Bourne struck first, but Itana managed to tumble away and was up on his feet and running again. Bourne sprinted after him, out of the stand of palms to the verge of the sea road, then across it, dodging speeding Vespas as he headed toward the dockside area. Ducking into a shipwright's workshop, Itana snatched up an awl, threw it behind him. Bourne ducked and kept on, vaulting over the hull of a boat whose outside was being retarred. He grabbed a 4-foot length of wood and threw it like a javelin. It struck Itana on the left shoulder, spinning him around even as he staggered, his arms flailing to keep his balance. He struck a wall, which saved him from losing his feet, and he reeled onward, out the other side of the shack into the spangled night. The water, rippled with moonlight, was on their right, the seawall on their left. Itana lurched to the left in an attempt to mount the wall, but Bourne cut him off, and he was obliged to head the other way, out to the boat slips. Itana ran out onto one of the long slips, boats on either side. Bourne was gaining on him. He saw this and leapt onto one of the vessels, vanishing behind the cockpit. Instead of heading directly for him, Bourne sprinted toward the adjacent boat, leaping onto it as Itana appeared holding a Taurus PT-145 Millennium. Itana looked around, baffled as to where Bourne had gone. Headlights swept the docks, illuminating for Bourne the path he needed to take. Crouching low, he scuttled to the starboard side of the boat and made the jump onto Itana's boat. At once, Itana appeared, no doubt having felt the slight rocking Bourne's weight had caused. The two men stalked each other, using the contours of the boat to shield themselves as they moved about. Itana fired at Bourne as he showed himself briefly. Now that he knew where Itana was, Bourne doubled back, vaulted onto the cockpit, rolled over it, and dropped down on Itana. The Taurus went off again, and then, with Bourne's second blow, it went skittering across the deck. Itana drove a fist into Bourne's cheek, and blood spurted out of Bourne's mouth. He followed that up with a vicious kidney punch that dropped Bourne to the deck, writhing in agony. Itana turned, and snatching up the Taurus, turned back in time to receive a kick that flattened his nose. He staggered backward, blood gushing over his face, but still managed to bring the Taurus into firing position. But before he had a chance to squeeze off a shot, Bourne drove the end of his fingers into the spot just below Itana's sternum. All the air went out of Itana. He doubled over, and Bourne grabbed the Taurus out of his hand. He jammed the muzzle of the pistol into the side of Itana's head. "Stop!" a voice called from the dockside. "That's enough!" Bourne turned and saw Don Fernando standing in a spread-legged shooter's stance, arms straight out in front of him. "Put the Taurus down, Jason, and step away." When Bourne hesitated, Don Fernando cocked the hammer of the Magnum 357 Colt Python. "Now or never. It will only take one shot." Book 4, Chapter 25. "I'd kill you right here, General Karpov, but killing isn't allowed in the sacred grounds of the mosque." Zajac prodded Boris in the small of his back. "Not that I wouldn't mind." The two men with him grinned, waving their weapons as if they were flags. Outside, the night had formed a gritty lair, a tense gray band that seemed at any moment ready to snap back into its original shape. They waded through this as if it were the shallows of the ocean. Zajac bundled Boris into a waiting car. He was squeezed in between Zajac and one of the gunmen. "How does it feel?" Zajac said. "To be on your own, no direction home." The second gunman slid in beside the driver, and they took off, crossing the river, driving deep into Sendling, one of Munich's 2 industrial districts. At this time of night, there were few vehicles on the streets, and no foot traffic whatsoever. The driver pulled to the curb along Kairenstrasse, and they got out. The driver unlocked a door, and they entered what appeared to be an abandoned building. The stench of the past was strong in Boris's nostrils. The walls were peeling, A chair with a broken leg lay on its side. Cartons were falling apart. Everywhere he looked was decay, as if they were inside a huge animal slowly dying. While the two gunmen looked to their weapons, Zajac led Boris to the rear wall and turned him so his back was facing it. "This is where it will happen," he said. "As long as it's quick," Boris said. "We are all professionals here." He pulled Boris's arms behind his back, but instead of tying his wrists, he placed Boris's Tokarev into his waiting hands. Then he moved back smartly and stood to one side so that both the gunman and the driver, leaning casually against a crumbling pillar, were in his line of vision. He too held his hands behind his back, slipping a Taurus from beneath his jacket where it had lain inside his belt. He raised his voice. "Any last requests, General?" "Never mind. There's no one to pay them any mind." The gunmen chuckled as they raised their weapons. Boris brought his right arm around in front of him and squeezed off 2 shots. As both gunmen fell, bullets through their brains, Zajac shot the driver through the heart. In the smoking space, amid the deafening silence that comes after gunfire, the two men stood looking at each other. Zajac's eye was still closed, the flesh around it multi-hued and puffy. He was the first to lower his weapon. Boris followed suit, walking toward the other man. "What is it about little pricks," he said, "that makes them so reliable?" Zajac grinned. When Robinet arrived at the hospital where Aaron had taken Soraya, he discovered that the doctors who had treated her were all off shift and had left for the night. He looked at his watch. It was the hour before dawn. He asked for the best neurologist on staff, was told he was busy, and then produced his credentials. Within 5 minutes, a dapper young man, with longish hair that marked him as something of a maverick, appeared and introduced himself as Dr. Langer. To his credit, he was already leafing through Soraya's chart. "I don't think she should have checked herself out," he said with a frown. "There are a number of tests." "Come with me, doctor," Robinet said crisply, leading him out of the hospital. He told Langer that Soraya was missing. "My job is to find this woman, doctor. Your job is to make sure she is physically sound. It would be best if she returned to the hospital. Under the circumstances, that may not be possible." Robinet scanned the dark streets. "I have to assume she will be unwilling to return." "Is she phobic?" "You can ask her that when we find her." Together they questioned the area habitués, people who, Robinet was sure, had been there when Soraya had fled. Robinet showed them a photo of Soraya. "These people need help, some desperately," Robinet said. Dr. Langer shrugged. "The hospital is already overloaded with patients in worse shape. What would you have us do?" They went on with their interviews. Finally, they found a disheveled woman who claimed to have seen Soraya and the direction in which she went. She held out a trembling hand, and Robinet gave her some euros. He turned away, disgusted. It was impossible to know whether she was telling the truth. They sat in his car while the driver waited for instructions. Robinet called Soraya's cell phone again and got no answer, but then he wasn't expecting any. The patrols Aaron had sent out had yet to find her. He didn't think they would. She was a highly skilled field agent. If she didn't want to be caught, she wouldn't be. He sensed that she was following her own lead, that after her friend's murder she didn't want to be encumbered by anyone, even the Quai d'Orsay. He didn't agree with her decision, but he understood it. Still, he feared for her life. She had been near death and had lost someone close to her. It seemed likely that when it came to her own condition, she was not thinking clearly. He gave his driver the address of the munition club, but when he arrived, the place was lit up like a Christmas tree, and there were so many Quai d'Orsay and police personnel around, he knew she hadn't come back here. Where, then? He glanced at his watch again. The sky to the east was lightening. He reviewed the situation. He knew everything Aaron knew, but it was possible Soraya knew more. She had been certain that the murder trail led back to the Ile-de-France bank, outside of which her contact had been run down. He tried to put himself in her head. If she had a goal, why go to ground? Maybe because at night she could not gain access to wherever she needed to go. He leaned forward. His gut told him where she was headed. He was taking a gamble, but he did not know what else to do. Place de la Rue, he told his driver. La Défense. It was where he would go, if he were her. Jason, please step away, Don Fernando said. I won't ask you again. This is a mistake, Bourne said. Don Fernando shook his head, but the muzzle of the magnum never wavered. Bourne took a step back, and Don Fernando fired. The bullet struck Itana between the eyes. He was thrown back so hard he flipped over the railing, tumbling into the sea. The water darkened with the spread of his blood. Bourne glanced over the side of the boat. Like I said, a mistake. He looked back at Don Fernando, who was advancing toward him across the dock. He could have told us a lot. Don Fernando stepped onto the boat, the magnum held at his side. You would have told us nothing, Jason. You know these people as well as I do. They have no conception of pain. They have suffered all their lives. Martyrdom is all they think about. They are only shadows in this life. They are dead men walking. Isai? Itana slit his throat before he leapt out the window. Don Fernando sat down on the wooden cowling. Itana came to kill you, Jason, for what you did in Tenegir last year. Isai tried to talk him out of it, but Itana was a stubborn man. So Isai and I hit upon a plan. I'd keep you out of your room, while he slipped in and waited. He was waiting for Itana. That's right. It's a pity Isai is dead. Don Fernando passed a hand across his eyes. There are too many deaths on my plate these days. Bourne thought about the shipment lying in the warehouse across the city, waiting to be delivered to El Gabal in Damascus. What was in those 12 crates? Who was the real sender? The Domna or the organization Christian Noren had worked for? And was Don Fernando a member of that same group? It seemed the answers lay at Avenue Shukri Quatli. He tensed as a police cruiser appeared, heading down the dock as slowly and purposefully as a shark approaches a dead fish. Don Fernando took out a cigar, bit off the end, and lit it. Easy, he said as the cruiser slowed to a halt. I called them. 2 uniforms and a detective in a suit piled out. Don Fernando directed them to Itana. While the uniforms went to inspect the corpse floating by the side of the boat, the detective headed straight to Don Fernando, who offered him a cigar. The detective nodded, bit off the end, and lit up. He made no attempt to inspect the murder scene or glance Bourne's way.
The dead man's a foreign national, you say?
The detective's voice was deep and phlegmy, as if he was fighting a chest cold. In Spain illegally, Don Fernando said. A drug dealer.
We have very harsh penalties for drug dealers,
the detective said around a cloud of smoke.
As you know.
Don Fernando inspected the end of his cigar. I saved the state a lot of money, and you, Diaz, a great deal of time. Diaz nodded sagely.
True, Don Fernando, and for this service, you have the gratitude of the state.
He let out another cloud of smoke and stared up into the spangled sky.
Let me share my thoughts as I was driven here. Our precinct is a poor one, Don Fernando, and with the debt crisis, budgets are cut and then cut again. A sad state of affairs. Please, allow me.
Don Fernando reached into his breast pocket and drew out a folded wad of euros, which he pressed into the detective's hand.
Leave the body to me.
Diaz nodded.
As always, Don Fernando.
Then he turned on his heel and shouted to his men.
Vámonos, muchachos!
He strode off, the 2 uniforms in his wake. When the cruiser had backed up and taken off down the sea road, Don Fernando gestured.
The way of the world never changes, Jason?
He gestured. Come, now we attend to Marlon Itana. Not you, Bourne said as he went back to the side of the boat. I'll do it. Reaching down, he removed a boat hook from the side of the cockpit, snagged the collar of Itana's jacket, and hauled him up until his head, arms, and torso balanced on the gunwale. Don Fernando grabbed Itana's belt and dragged him the rest of the way into the boat. For a moment, he stared down at the corpse, which was spewing seawater out of its open mouth. Then he crouched down beside Etana, his knees creaking. Bourne watched as Don Fernando's hands pulled aside Etana's jacket and went through all his pockets as skillfully as a sneak thief. Don Fernando handed Bourne Etana's phone, wallet, and keys. Then he rose and hauled the anchor out of its compartment in the bow of the boat. Unhooking the chain from its attaching ring, he wrapped it around Etana's corpse.
"Let's get him over the side," Don Fernando said.
In a minute. Crouching down, Bourne pried open Etana's mouth and tested his teeth. A moment later, he held up the false tooth that contained the cyanide capsule. When he rose, he produced the false tooth he had taken off the Russian in the warehouse. Holding one in each hand, he showed them to Don Fernando.
"Where did you get that?"
the older man said. "I went inside the warehouse, where I killed the gunman and its driver," Bourne said. "The gunman bit into his while I was questioning him. This one is from the driver." When Don Fernando said nothing, Bourne added, "This hollow tooth is an old NKVD trick to keep its members from talking if they were captured." Don Fernando pointed to Etana.
"I can't get him over the side myself."
"Only if I get answers." Don Fernando nodded. Bourne pocketed the suicide capsules, and they hoisted Etana up over the gunwale and into the water. He sank out of sight immediately. Don Fernando sat on the gunwale, facing Bourne. He seemed very tired and suddenly old, shrunken in on himself.
"Marlin Etana was put in place to inform on the Damna."
In other words, he was Christian Noren's replacement.
"Precisely."
Don Fernando rubbed his hands down his trousers.
"The problem was, Etana went rogue."
"Ilarion turned him?" Don Fernando shook his head.
"He made a secret deal with Isai when Isai became a dissident."
"Etana belonged to the same organization that Christian did, that you do." Bourne dealt the older man a hard look. "It's past time you told me about it."
"You're right, of course."
Don Fernando ran a hand across his eyes.
"Maybe if I had, Isai would still be alive."
He waited for a moment, as if deciding how best to explain the next part. At length, he pushed himself off the gunwale.
"It's time for a drink, and some serious talk."
Don Fernando chose a seaside cafe that looked closed, but wasn't. Many of the chairs were overturned on the tabletops, and a young boy with hair down to his shoulders was sweeping the floor in a desultory manner, as if he were already asleep. The proprietor waddled out from behind the bar to shake Don Fernando's hand and escort them to a table. Don Fernando ordered brandy, but Bourne waved away the notion of alcohol. He wanted his head clear.
"When my father died, everything changed," Don Fernando said. "You must understand, my father was everything to me. I cherished my mother, yes, but she was ill, bedridden much of my life."
When the snifter was set upon the table, Don Fernando stared into the amber liquid. He wet his lips with it before he began.
"My father was a big man in every way imaginable. He was tall and powerful, both physically and in spirit. He dominated every room he walked into. People were frightened of him. I could see it very clearly in their eyes. When they shook hands with him, they trembled."
The proprietor appeared with a glass of sherry and set it down in front of Bourne, even though he hadn't ordered it. He shrugged as if to say, a man should not engage in serious conversation without proper fortification.
"Starting when I was 7, he took me hunting."
Don Fernando continued when the proprietor had returned to his place behind the bar.
"This was in Colombia. I shot my first gray fox when I was 8. I had tried for a year, but could not pull the trigger. I wept the first time I saw my father shoot one. My father took me over to it, dipped his fingertips into its blood, and smeared my lips with it. I recoiled, gagging, and then, under his stern gaze, I felt ashamed. So I screwed up my courage, returned to the fox, bloodied my own fingers, and stuck them in my mouth. My father smiled then, and I never before or since felt such a sense of complete satisfaction."
Bourne sensed that these memories unnerved Don Fernando, that he was privileged to be hearing them. As I said, when my father died, everything changed. I took over his business, for which he had been training me for years. It was difficult to see him on his deathbed, so frail, laboring to take a breath. This man who had felled trees and enemies with equal ease and zeal. We all come to this point in our lives, I know, but with my father it was different because of what he had trained me for, what was waiting for me the moment he passed. Don Fernando had drained his glass. Now he signaled for more. The proprietor came with a bottle, filled the snifter, then left the bottle. Don Fernando nodded his thanks before he went on. In the last years of his life, my father introduced me to a number of men. All of them were Russian. All of them frightened me on some, he waved a hand, I don't know, some primitive level. In their eyes, I saw a world filled with shadow, piled with death. He shrugged. I don't know how else to explain their effect on me. Gradually, though, I grew used to them. The darkness that had fallen over me didn't recede. Rather, it became understandable. I was introduced to death, and then I had cause to recall my first blooding. And I was never so grateful for how my father helped me, because these men dealt in death, as it turned out, did my father. Don Fernando held out his hand, and when Bourne extended his, he gripped it tightly, clapping his other hand over them both. As I said, Jason, all of the men my father introduced me to were Russian. All that is, save one. Christian Noren. Chapter 26. I need a cell, Peter Marks said. He was sitting up in bed, though he was able to walk now without panting like an overtaxed engine. Duran dug out a burner cell and a blister pack. You may be surprised to know that whoever was after you is even more powerful than we thought. Peter cocked his head. Nothing would surprise me now. How's that? Duran slid open the blister pack, freeing the phone. I sent Ty to the Metro Police to find out about your kidnappers. They claim they have nothing. Someone did make a 911 call, but by the time a patrol car arrived on the scene, there was nothing to see. No bodies, no ambulance, and obviously, no you. Peter sighed. Back to square one. Not exactly. Duran handed over what appeared to be a human tooth. Ty found this at the scene and grabbed it before he helped you onto his motorcycle. You must have knocked it out of one of your kidnappers. Peter turned the tooth over in his hands. How does it help me? As he probed at it, Duran said, Watch it, and snatched it out of his hand. This only looks like a tooth. It's actually hollow, filled with liquid hydrogen cyanide. A suicide pill, Peter said. I thought that went out with the NKVD. Duran rolled the tooth between his fingertips like a marble. Apparently not. But it is Russian in origin. Duran nodded. So now we know the country of origin of your kidnappers. Does that help? Peter frowned. I'm not sure yet. Duran activated the phone, added a package of minutes, and handed it to Peter. You have 20 minutes of time, overseas included, he said. After that, it's trash. Peter nodded gratefully. Duran knew his security backward and forward. After Duran left the room, he punched in the cell number of Soraya's contact in Damascus, whom he'd called days ago when he first read about El Gabal, the defunct mining company Roy Fitzwilliams had consulted for before he was hired by Indigo Ridge. Ashur, he said when the voice answered. This is Peter. Peter Marks. We thought you had been neutralized. A trickle like ice water rode down Peter's spine. Who is this? Where's Ashur? Ashur is dead, or nearly so. Peter felt a prickle at the nape of his neck. Using the suicide tooth as a cue, he said, Как дела люди из Недьямения? How do you know me? Ashur told us, the voice replied in kind, an evil chuckle. He didn't want to, but in the end he really had no choice. What the hell are Russians doing in Damascus? Peter asked himself. Why did you try to kill me? Why are you interested in El Gabal? It's been out of business for years. Peter's anger kicked in, but he was careful to keep it in check. If you kill Ashur, his death is already assured, the voice said with a maddening serenity. With an enormous effort, Peter put Ashur aside and gathered his thoughts. As a stab in the dark, he said, El Gabal isn't defunct. It's of too much importance to you. Silence. I'm right. El Gabal still exists. I have the suicide tooth from one of your men. Once I pried it out of his mouth, he talked. I know El Gabal is the center of everything. More silence, hollow and somehow eerie. Hello? Hello? Dead air pulsed in his ear. Peter hit redial but got nothing, not even Ashur's voicemail. The tenuous line of communication had been cut. Your friendship was with the girl's father, not their mother, Bourne said. Don Fernando nodded. And you never told them. He took another sip. It might have been a trick of the light, but his eyes now seemed to be the precise color of the brandy. I only know Kaya. The truth is far too complex for her to. She's been looking for answers to who her father was all her adult life, Bourne said with some force. You should have told her. I couldn't, Don Fernando said. The truth is far too dangerous for the girls to know. Bourne disengaged his hand from the older man's. What gives you the right to make that decision? Michaela's death gives me the right. She found out. The truth killed her. Bourne sat back, regarding Don Fernando. He was like a chimera. Every time you thought he had him figured out, he changed shape the way Bourne himself changed identities. Don Fernando, gazing deep into Bourne's eyes, shook his head. At least give me a fair hearing before you find me guilty. Your eye looks terrible, Boris said. I'll get you a stake to put on it. No time, Zajac said, closing the connection on his cell phone. Cherkisov was spotted going through security at the Munich airport. Boris stepped to the curb and flagged down a taxi. Where is he headed? Damascus, Zajac said as they climbed in. Boris told the driver their destination, and he headed toward the nearest entrance to the A92 Munich-Deggendorf Autobahn. Syria. Boris sat back against the seat. What the hell is he doing in Damascus? We don't know, Zajac said, but we intercepted a call on his cell phone. He's been given instructions to go to El Gabal, a mining company on Avenue Shukri-Quatle. Curious. It gets curiouser, Zajac said. So far as we've been able to ascertain, El Gabal has been defunct since the 1970s. Clearly your intel is wrong, Boris said dryly. I'll try not to revert if you don't, Zajac said. We made a deal that's satisfactory to both of us, Boris said. That doesn't mean I have to like you. But you have to trust me. It's not you I worry about, Boris said. It's SVR. You mean Beria. Boris stared out the window, relieved that he was getting out of Germany. I take care of Cherkisov, and you take care of Beria. It's a straightforward bargain. But he knew nothing was straightforward in their line of work, where lying was not only endemic, but necessary for survival. It's a matter of trust, Zajac said, punching in a coded number on his phone. It always is. He spoke into it for several moments, then disconnected. We have a ticket waiting for you at the airport. Cherkisov took the 4 p.m. flight. We got you on the 6:40. You'll arrive in Damascus just after 2 tomorrow morning. The good news is your flight is shorter. You'll have an hour in Damascus before he arrives. He was texting a message. We'll have a man waiting to take you to... I don't want one of your men looking over my shoulder. Zajac glanced up. I assure you, I know Damascus as well as I know Moscow, Boris said with such finality that Zajac shrugged. As you wish, General. He put away his phone and cleared his throat. We are putting our lives in each other's hands. That's not wise, Boris said. We scarcely know each other. What's to be done about Ivan Volkin? Boris understood Zajac's point. Boris and Ivan went back decades. Their friendship had not protected him from Volkin's betrayal. You won't be safe until he's planted, Zajac said in such an offhand manner that Boris laughed. First things first, Zajac. The other man smiled. You called me by name. Bourne willed himself to relax. Go on. Almaz was born during the dark days of Stalin and his chief enforcer, Lavrenti Beria. Don Fernando cupped the snifter, inhaling the brandy fumes before drinking again. He did it slowly, as if it was a ritual that calmed him, brought him back to himself. As you doubtless know, Beria was named head of NKVD in 1938. From that moment on, the secret police became the state-sanctioned executioners Stalin lusted for. At Yalta, Stalin introduced him to President Roosevelt as our Himmler. Beria's bloodthirsty ways are well documented, but believe me, the truth is far more dreadful. Kidnappings, torture, rape, maiming, and death became the order of the day for his enemies and their families, women and children. It was all the same to him. And as the months turned into years, there were those within the NKVD who became disgusted with the unrelenting cruelty and violence. It was impossible to voice their dissent, so they went underground, forming a group they called Almaz. Diamond, because diamonds are hidden, created under tremendous pressure deep within the earth. Don Fernando's eyes were blue again, glinting like the morning sea. He had finished his brandy and he poured himself another. These men were clever. They knew their survival depended not only on the absolute secrecy of Almaz, but on expanding it beyond the borders of the Soviet Union. Allies were their only long-term hope, both in terms of power and influence, and also as an escape conduit should the need arise to flee the motherland. That's where your father came in, Bourne said. Don Fernando nodded. My father started in Colombia working the oil fields, but soon became bored. Fernando, he used to say to me, I am plagued with a restless mind. You are forbidden to follow in my footsteps. He was joking, of course, but only slightly. He shipped me off to London, where I took a first in economics at Oxford. But the truth was, I enjoyed physical labor. So when I returned to Colombia, much to my father's horror, I went to work in the oil fields, working my way up. I found great satisfaction in eventually buying my former bosses out. My father, meanwhile, turned his restless mind to international banking, founding Aguardiente Bancor. He knocked down his third brandy and attacked the bottle again. My three brothers were, unfortunately, of no use whatsoever. One died of a drug overdose. Another died in a cartel shootout. The third died, I think, of a broken heart. He waved his hand again. In any event, it was through Aguardiente's increasingly lucrative international deal-making that my father came in contact with the dissidents of Almaz. There is no more ardent capitalist than a converted socialist. So it was with my father. He sympathized completely with Almaz and pledged to help them in any way he could. Not without compensation, however. Almaz systematically raided Stalin's coffers. My father laundered their money, then invested it most wisely, including his generous cut. They all grew rich and increasingly powerful. By the time Beria was finally forced out by Khrushchev and his allies, Almaz was a force to be reckoned with, so much so that its members could have surfaced. But they had learned not to believe in any form of Soviet government. Besides, they were comfortable in the shadows, and that is where they chose to remain, influencing events behind the scenes. But their ambitions outgrew the Soviet Union, Bourne interjected. Yes, they foresaw the Soviet Union's demise. With my father's urging, they diversified. And by this time I imagine your father was a full-fledged member, Bourne said. Joining Almaz was what he had trained you for. Don Fernando nodded. I joined Christian Noren as the first non-Russian members of Almaz. You were the brains and he was the brawn, the enforcer. Don Fernando finished off his brandy, but didn't refill his glass. His eyes had taken on a slightly glassy, alcohol-fueled look.
It's true that Christian was very good at killing people. I think he might have actually enjoyed it.
He threw some bills on the table and both men rose, strolling out of the cafe and up the sea road toward Don Fernando's house. The night was exceptionally clear, the moon the palest yellow, riding high in the cloudless sky. Rigging clanged arrhythmically against masts in the gusts of salt wind off the sea. The far-off roars of Vespas lent the end of the night a melancholy note. If Christian was a mole inside the Domna, Bourne said, then I assume the two groups were antagonists.
I would say, rather, that their spheres of influence overlapped. Then Benjamin El-Arian made his deal with the devil.
Samid Abdul-Kahar?
Don Fernando nodded. It was then we realized we had made a terrible mistake. We started the rumor that Treadstone had targeted the Domna. We knew that the Domna would dispatch Christian to terminate your old boss.
You wanted Alex Conklin dead.
On the contrary, we wanted Christian to recruit Conklin into Almaz.
Bourne knew that Conklin was of Russian extraction. He had hated the communists with every fiber of his being. Almaz would have had a good chance of recruiting him to its cause.
It would have been the ultimate coup, Don Fernando continued, accomplished right under the Domna's nose.
Up ahead, Don Fernando's street came into view, the lights in his house warm and beckoning. But the plan went wrong, Bourne said. Conklin killed Christian, and El-Arian made his deal with his own enforcer, Samid Abdul-Kahar.
Worse, the Domna became aware of Almaz as its implacable enemy, and now we are in a state of all-out war.
There were a number of ways into a bank, and Soraya knew them all. 10 a.m. found her walking down Avenue Montagne and into the Chanel boutique, where she bought a day outfit that fit her perfectly. It reeked of moneyed status. In a nearby boutique, she used her Treadstone credit card, which had no spending limit, to purchase a pair of Louboutin shoes that complemented her ensemble. As she was signing the receipt, she was overcome again. Directed to the bathroom by a concerned saleswoman, she rushed in, slammed the door behind her, and had just enough time to make it to the toilet before she retched so violently she imagined she was giving up the lining of her stomach. Now she began to worry. Vomiting was a common symptom of a serious concussion. Her heart was like a trip hammer in her chest, and feeling abruptly weak, she grabbed onto the stall door. Gritting her teeth, she took deep breaths and carried on. It took her 10 minutes to wash her face, rinse out her mouth, and recover sufficiently to be seen. But by that time, her headache had bloomed into a violent pounding. She was so pale, the saleswoman offered to call a doctor. Soraya declined politely, but asked where she might purchase makeup. Out on the street, the sunlight hurt her eyes and increased the pain in her head. Half an hour later, after she'd spent nearly 300 euros having designer makeup professionally applied, she looked more or less normal. Then, wearing a pair of outsized sunglasses she had selected at the shop, she strode down the street, entered the Elysee Bank branch, a block from the Seine, and tapped into the Treadstone account. She had a bank officer call her a taxi, asking for a late-model Mercedes. While she waited, she called her destination, and in her best clipped Parisian French, made an appointment with the vice president under the name of Mademoiselle Gobelins. When the Mercedes arrived, she gave the driver the address of her destination. Ignoring the intermittent pounding in her head, she pushed through the glass doors of the bank building at the stroke of 11:30. A receptionist's podium rose imposingly in the center of the space, flanked on either side by large potted traveler's palms. Directly behind the podium were the glass doors to the bank. She stood in front of them for a moment, feeling lost, ill, and slightly fearful, but then a feeling of elation gripped her, as if she had reached the end of her investigation. With an effort, she put aside the grief and despair of last night and drew on her anger to help her concentrate on her mission. Inside, the bank was an open space with long pedestals for people to write on. To the right, a line of teller cages stretched away. To the left, a gated wooden half-wall led to a row of cubicles inside which bank officers dutifully listened to customer requests or brought their paperwork up to date. At the rear of the room was a high wood-paneled wall in the center of which were a series of digital clocks showing the time in Paris, New York, London, and Moscow. On either side were staircases leading up to the second-floor offices, where the highest-ranking bank officers worked. That was where Soraya needed to go. She gave her name to the information officer, who immediately picked up a phone and called upstairs. Moments later, a guard came and accompanied her across the room. She was buzzed in through a gate, and the guard brought her to the center of the rear wall. At the touch of a button, a panel slid open and Soraya stepped into a sumptuously appointed elevator. The guard accompanied her up to the second floor, directing her to the right, down a softly lit corridor. Soraya could hear the discreet tap-tap-tap of fingernails on computer keyboards as she passed open doorways to right and left. Her appointment was with Monsieur Sigismond, a tall man, slim but powerful-looking, with light brown hair parted on one side, who sprang around his desk to greet her. Extending his hand, he said, "So very nice to make your acquaintance, Mademoiselle Gobelins." His French contained a slight Germanic starchiness. Holding her hand by the tips of her fingers, he kissed the back, then indicated a plush sofa on her right. "Please, have a seat." When he had settled himself beside her, he said, "I understand that you would like to make the Nymphenburg Landesbank of Munich your financial institution of choice." "That's right," Soraya said. She thought Monsieur Sigismond's brown eyes were the product of colored contacts. "Now that I've come into my inheritance, your wealth management division has been recommended to me as being the best in Western Europe." Monsieur Sigismond's smile could not have been warmer. "My dear, it is gratifying, is it not, to know that all one's hard work has had its desired result?" "It certainly is." "And your complete wish is—" "To open an account. I have a sizable sum to deposit with more to come, and I will require investment assistance." "But of course, splendid." Monsieur Sigismond slapped his hands decisively on his thighs. "Now, before we proceed further, I would like to introduce you to the gentleman behind the grand success of our wealth management." He rose and opened a door in the wall that Soraya had not previously noticed. In strode a man of distinctly Middle Eastern descent. He was dark in every way imaginable, and almost magnetically handsome. "Ah, Mademoiselle Gobelins, what a pleasure to meet you," he said, gliding toward her. "My name is Benjamin El-Arian." Bourne stopped them as they were nearing Don Fernando's house. "What is it?" Don Fernando said. "I don't know." Bourne moved them into the clattering shadows of the palms on the seaside of the road. "Something's wrong. Stay here." "I don't think so." Don Fernando raised the Colt Python. "Don't worry. I won't slow you down." Bourne knew there was no point in arguing. Together, the two men moved from shadow to shadow until they were opposite the street where the house sat. They stayed there, still and silent, until Bourne caught a shadow darting across one of the lighted windows. It was too large to be Kaya. He pointed, and Don Fernando nodded. He had seen the shadow and understood its implications. Bourne turned to the older man. "I'm going in through the bedroom window Etana used, but I need a diversion." "Leave that to me," Don Fernando said. "Give me 3 minutes to get into place," Bourne said before he set off across the almost deserted road. He moved silently from shadow to shadow, approaching the house via an indirect route. Ahead of him, between the street and the stand of palms through which he had chased Etana, was a patch of open ground lit up by streetlights. Moving around to the other side of the house, he saw that the neighboring home was quite close. Bundled telephone and electrical wires stretched down lower and lower, house to house, from the high metal pole on the sea road. He had little time to second-guess himself. He unbuckled his belt, then scaled the side of the neighboring house. Tossing the buckle end of the belt over the wires, he grasped both ends and slid down the wire bundle until he reached the shadows of Don Fernando's house and climbed down. As he ran through the shadows at the rear, he heard gunshots. Racing to his bedroom window, he climbed through into darkness. He stood absolutely still, listening with every part of his body. The smell of industrial-strength cleanser came to him, but no trace of Asai's blood. There was no sign of the corpse. Don Fernando's people were both fast and efficient. Bourne stood just inside the door, controlling his breathing. He could hear the soft hum of the heating system, the squeak of the window sashes as gusts of wind buffeted them. Then he heard the creaks of the floorboards. Kaya's weight was not great enough to create that sound, so at least one man was in the house. Then a second creak in a different room told him there were at least 2 men in the house. Where was Kaya? Tied up? Wounded? Dead? Passing through the partially open door, he picked his way down the long corridor that led to the living room in the front of the house. His nostrils flared as he smelled the alien presence. Pushing the door to Kaya's bedroom open, he found it empty. The coverlet was unrumpled. He didn't smell her. Whatever she had done after Don Fernando had left, she hadn't been in the room. He passed the kitchen, which was empty. The end of the hallway opened up into the living room. Through the French doors, the enclosed garden looked windblown and abandoned. She wasn't out there either. Bourne saw the 2 armed men. One was at the front door, the other was coming back inside after checking the cause of the gunshots.
"Nothing," he said to his partner in Russian. "Must have been a truck backfiring."
Bourne launched himself at them, knocking the one on the right flat on his back. He landed a heavy blow on the point of the Russian's chin, then twisted his torso to give himself enough leverage to engage the one on the left. He had just locked his hand over the barrel of the Glock when Don Fernando burst through the front door. His cell phone was clapped to one ear, his Colt Python pointed at the floor.
"Stop! All of you!" he cried. "Jason! These men are Almaz."
Bourne relaxed his body and the 2 Russians stirred. The one he had punched groaned and rolled over. "What are they doing here?" Bourne said, gaining his feet. "Where's Kaya?" Don Fernando took the phone from his ear.
"She's gone, Jason."
"Kidnapped?" The second Russian shook his head.
"She was observed leaving here on her own. That's why we were dispatched."
Don Fernando glowered at him.
"And?"
The Almaz agent sighed.
"She's gone. We could find no sign of her in the area, no clue inside the house as to where she went."
He looked up at Don Fernando.
"She's ghosted away."
Skara stared at herself in the hotel's bathroom mirror and saw a face she scarcely recognized. One thing was for certain. She was no longer Margaret Penrod. Who am I? She wondered, with a shiver like ice water down her back. The question terrified her. The reality of it brought her unbearable grief. Her fingers curled, the nails like knife blades as she scored welts on her palms. She felt the fire, but it was only skin deep. She'd had every intention of going back to her apartment, but had stayed in the rigged hotel room, either out of self-punishment or spite, possibly both. She closed her eyes. Memories flooded back like blood from an open wound. Her father had told her to keep Michaela safe before he left for the last time. Skara was the only one who had known he was never coming back. He had confided in her, though it was only much later that she understood why. He never said a word about his life to Vivica. Possibly he had seen something of himself in Skara. Certainly he had passed things on to her, had taught her how to take care of herself and her sisters. But the Russians had come in the middle of the day when she had mistakenly thought it would be safe to get food. She had left Michaela with a gun. She had been gone only 15 minutes, but as it turned out, they were the last 15 minutes of her sister's life. That was when she and Kaya had decided to leave Stockholm, leave Sweden altogether, split up and have no contact with each other. She stared at her reflection in the mirror. The welts she had scored on her palms seemed to pulse in the fluorescent light, as if alive. When she switched off the light, it seemed to her that she had winked out of existence. Padding across the room, she reached into the minibar for a bottle of vodka. It was so small she poured it and a second into a thick, heavy-bottomed, low-ball glass she took off a metal shelf just above the half-fridge. She drank off a quarter, then put the glass down on the night table. She disrobed slowly and provocatively, performing for the video cameras as if they were switched on. Kneeling with her legs apart, she gripped her bare breasts, squeezing until tears ran down her cheeks. Then she lay on her stomach, her hands beneath her at the fulcrum of her thighs, working her fingers in a way that sent a mixture of pleasure and pain through her as she wept into a pillow. She dragged out the pleasure-pain as long as she could, riding the crests until she fell over onto the other side. When it was over, her body drained, her mind empty, there came a respite, but so brief she winced when the responsibilities of her current life flooded back. She was trapped in a morally perverse world, trapped in a place and time she had worked toward, but now regarded as repellent. For the first time in many years, she wished Kaya were with her, or at least accessible so she could pour out her current agony before the only other soul on earth who might understand. But she had no idea of Kaya's whereabouts, or even her current identity. There was no hope on that score. Then what about Christopher? The room's air conditioner started up, and a cold wind blew across her back, raising goosebumps. She had run out of options. There was Christopher, and then there was Benjamin, the two opposing forces in her current life. Everything had changed during the last phone call with Benjamin. She had to ignore her heart. She had to stay as far away from Christopher as possible. Making that decision heartened her, and she rose off the bed. She stared at the table on which rested the meal room service had delivered hours ago. She hadn't touched it, and now never would. She picked up the tray and carried it to the door. Balancing it on one hand, she opened the door. The moment she did so, 3 men waiting in the hallway jumped her. If he were to be honest with himself, Aaron was doing a whole bunch of nothing when he caught the call from his boss. "She's not at the bank," Robinet's crisp voice said in his ear. "You'd better hope she isn't lying somewhere in the gutter, unconscious, or with a bullet through her head." Aaron's mind raced. Like Robinet, he had assumed that Soraya would head for the Ile-de-France Bank in La Défense. He would have if he were her. "Wait a minute," he said, suddenly remembering a certain detail of their interrogation of Monsieur Marchand. "The finances of the Munition Club run through Ile-de-France, but the managing entity is Nymphenburg Landesbank of Munich." "Never heard of it," Robinet snapped. "Is it represented in Paris?" "Just a moment." Aaron did a Google search on his cell phone. "Yes, sir, there's one office, 70 Boulevard de Courcelles, just opposite Parc Monceau. Meet me there in 15 minutes, Robinet said, and God help you if she's injured, or worse. The plates, cutlery, and food went flying as Skara drove the edge of the tray into the leading man's throat. But the other 2 men shoved her back into the room with such force, she tumbled into the table and went down on one knee. The man she had struck slammed the door behind him, locking the 4 of them in the room together. He drew out a Glock and screwed on a suppressor, while the pair grabbed her arms and threw her onto the bed. He aimed the Glock at her while one of the pair pinned her ankles. The 3rd Russian loosened his belt and climbed on top of her. He stank of garlic and cabbage. His legs pried her thighs apart, and he put his face close to hers. She lunged her head upward, her bared teeth biting into his lower lip. He yelped and tried to rear back, but she held on, shaking her head like a dog, working her teeth deeper until she had ripped off a piece of flesh. Blood poured out, and the Russian tried to roll off her.
"What's going on?"
the Russian with a Glock said. As the Russian on top of her struggled to rise up, she slammed his lower jaw upward and forced him to grind his teeth. "I know who you are," she whispered into his ear as bloody foam began to leak out of his ruined mouth. She inhaled the scent of bitter almonds. The Russian's eyes rolled up and he convulsed. She threw him against the Russian holding her down, who let go of her ankles in order to catch the corpse. She grabbed him and swung him around just before the gunman squeezed the Glock's trigger. The bullet struck the 2nd Russian and he reared up, momentarily blocking the gunman's view of his intended target. She tumbled off the bed, and as the gunman swiveled to find her, kicked him hard in the chest. Taken unawares, he reeled back onto the carpet. His Glock went flying across the room. She lunged for the glass on the bedside table, smashed it against the edge, and drove the jagged bottom into the gunman's eye. He screamed and kept on screaming, his arms flailing as she ground the glass deeper. The Russian's fists beat at her, driving the breath out of her, and he began to rise up, using his superior strength and weight against her. But she drove her knee into his throat, and using all her leverage, cracked through the cartilage. He choked, gasping for air he could no longer draw into his lungs. She rose off him then, picking her way carefully around the glittering shards of glass to where the Glock lay. She picked it up, and turning, shot the Russian between the eyes. She stood rooted to the spot for some time. Before the air conditioner clicked on, she thought she could hear the sound of blood seeping. She went slowly over to the bed and sat down on the edge of it, elbows on knees, the Glock with its extended barrel hanging between her legs. Her head bowed, tears came, and for a long time she did not want to stop crying.
"Your time here is over, Jason," Don Fernando said. "You can no longer protect Kaya."
"You left her alone."
"There was an emergency. Besides, she was under surveillance."
"Little good it did." Don Fernando sighed. "Jason, this woman has made herself an expert at running and hiding. I knew all along that if she wanted to leave, short of tying her up, there was nothing I or my people could do to stop her." Bourne knew he was right, but it rankled him that Kaya was gone. She was a loose end. She had become an unknown in the complex equation. Don Fernando produced a slim folder from his breast pocket and handed it to Bourne.
"A first-class ticket to Damascus. There are several stopovers, but that can't be helped. You'll touch down by tomorrow morning. I'll have Alma's agents meet you."
"Don't bother," Bourne said. "I know where to go." When Don Fernando looked at him quizzically, he added, "I found the shipping labels for whatever is in the dozen crates in the warehouse."
"I see."
Don Fernando nodded judiciously. As the two Alma's agents departed, he extracted a cigar from its aluminum tube, bit off the end, and flicking open his lighter, sucked smoke into his lungs. When he had the Cuban going to his satisfaction, he said, "The crates are filled with FN Scar M Mark 20 assault rifles." "The Mark 20 doesn't exist."
"It does, Jason. These are prototypes. Their firepower is extremely destructive."
"And they're going to the Domna in Damascus. What for?"
"That's what you need to find out."
Don Fernando blew out a cloud of aromatic smoke.
"The Domna has been stockpiling these and other assault weapons for over a month, but in the last week the shipments have accelerated."
"We have the ability to stop this one."
"On the contrary, I'm doing everything I can to make certain they are delivered to the address you discovered. El Gabal on Avenue Chukri Quatli used to be the headquarters of a mining and mineral company. Now, it's a vast complex of offices and warehouse-sized spaces used as Domna's main staging area."
Bourne tensed. "Why would you let the weapons leave Cadiz?"
"Because," Don Fernando said, "those Scar M's are filled with a powerful C4 compound."
He pressed a tiny plastic package and a small cell phone into Bourne's hand.
"Each crate needs to be embedded with one of these identical SIM cards."
He opened the package to show Bourne the stack of SIMs. "This couldn't be done beforehand?" Don Fernando shook his head.
"Every delivery to El Gabal is put through 3 different screeners. One is an X-ray machine. The chips would show up. No, they have to be planted by hand on site."
"And then?" Don Fernando smiled like a fox.
"You have only to press 666 on this phone's keypad, but you must be close and within line of sight of the SIMs for the Bluetooth signal to work. You will then have 3 minutes to get out of the building. The resulting explosion will destroy everything the Domna has stockpiled, as well as everyone inside El Gabal."
Chapter 27. Save for the heightened security, Boris found Damascus much as he had left it, a modern city painfully growing up around the oasis, sporting minarets, mosques, and sites dating back to the time the Book of Genesis was written, somewhere during the 13th century BC. At the head of his army, Abraham descended into Damascus from the land of the Chaldeans, north of Babylon. He ruled the city for some years, refreshing himself and his men, enchanted by this bejeweled city in the fragrant valley between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, before pushing on to Canaan. Subsequently, Damascus was conquered by Alexander the Great, and later taken by the Roman general Pompey. Septimius Severus decreed it an official colony of Rome, but Christianity came to the city also. St. Paul was struck down by holy light on the road to Damascus. Subsequently, he and St. Thomas lived in Bab Tuma, the city's oldest neighborhood. A crossroads of east and west of major importance, Damascus became the spiritual home of Severus Domna. In modern times, the city was made up of three distinct sections: the ancient Medina, as the Old City was known, and the French Protectorate, whose lyrical architecture and ornate fountains dated from the 1920s, lay side by side like beautiful pearls, but what had accreted around them was the ugly sprawl of the modern city, with its brutal Soviet-style concrete buildings, shopping malls, and traffic-choked avenues. Boris identified the SVR agents hanging around the arrivals terminal the moment he passed through immigration, trying without success to blend into the scene. He felt for them. At 2 a.m, there were no crowds to blend into. He entered the men's room, washed up, and stared at himself in the mirror. He scarcely recognized himself. Decades maneuvering through the minefields of the Russian clandestine services had changed him. Once he had been young and idealistic, loving the motherland, willing to offer himself on the altar of making it a better place. And now, years later, he realized that Russia was no better off for his hard work. Possibly, it was worse off. He had squandered his life on an impossible dream. But wasn't that the mirage of youth, the dream of changing the world? Instead, he himself had changed, and the realization disgusted him. Returning to the arrivals lounge, he found the one food stand open, bought a meze plate, and sat at a round table no larger than a frisbee. He ate with his right hand while watching the arrivals board for the flight carrying Cherkasov. It was on time. He had 40 minutes until it touched down. He rose and went to the car rental desk. 15 minutes later, he was sitting behind the wheel of a rattletrap, engine coughing and groaning. He used the time left to consider his pact with Zajac. An eye for an eye, a curious riff on Strangers on a Train, one of his favorite films, where two strangers talk about committing murders for each other to avoid becoming suspects. In the clandestine services, this kind of pact wouldn't work. Strangers wouldn't be able to get near Cherkasov or Beria, but those close to them could. Even after decamping to the Domna, Cherkasov remained a thorn in SVR's side, according to Zajac even more so now that his power had grown outside Russia's borders. Boris had offered to terminate Cherkasov for Zajac. In return, Zajac would plant Beria 6 feet under. He would assume control of SVR, and Boris would have gained an ally instead of another enemy. Boris, of course, had his own reason for wanting Cherkasov dead. He owed his job to his former boss, but as long as he was alive, Boris lived under his thumb. Boris checked his watch. Cherkasov's flight had landed. By the time he pulled out of his space in the lot, passengers from the flight had begun drifting out of the terminal. Boris waited until he saw Cherkasov striding out. He smiled to himself because he was certain his former boss had picked up the SVR agents just as he had, and he knew that Cherkasov would believe they had been waiting for him. As Cherkasov hurried to the short line of waiting taxis, Boris gunned the car around them. He pulled into the curb in front of the first taxi and, leaning over, threw open the passenger's side door. "Get in, Victor." Cherkasov's eyes opened wide.
"You? What are you doing here?"
"The SVR is right on their heels," Boris said urgently. Cherkasov climbed in. As soon as he closed the door, Boris threw the car in gear and pulled out with a squeal of rubber against tarmac. At night, the wailing of the calls to prayer rang from minaret to minaret, enmeshing the city in a veil of language sung in alien ululations. At least, they seemed alien to Boris as he approached the city in the squeaking car. Green lights burned from the tops of the minarets, far more than he remembered. Cherkasov sat beside him, fuming while he smoked one of his vile Turkish cigarettes. Boris could feel the energy coming off him like electric sparks from a severed power line.
Now,
Cherkasov said, half turning to Boris.
explain yourself, Boris Ilyich. Have you taken care of Jason Bourne?
Boris took an exit ramp off the highway into the streets.
I've been too busy taking care of you.
Cherkasov stared at him open-mouthed.
After our talk about the SVR, I went back to Zaitchek, Berya's man. I know who Zaitchek is,
Cherkasov said impatiently.
I made a deal with them. You did what? I made a deal so I could find out why they're shadowing you. Since when have I been...
I spotted one of their agents out on the tarmac at Uralsk airport.
I wondered what he was doing there. Zaitchek told me.
He turned the wheel and they headed down a darkened street lined with anonymous white concrete buildings. Somewhere, a radio blared a Muezzin's recorded voice.
Berya is very much interested in your new post inside Severistomna. Berya could not know.
But he does, Viktor Delyagovich. This man is a devil. Cherkasov chewed his lower lip in anxiety.
So I have been following Berya's agents from Moscow to Munich and now here, wondering what their orders are. Zaitchek didn't tell you?
Boris shrugged.
It's not as if I didn't ask, but I couldn't press him. There was the danger of him becoming suspicious.
Cherkasov nodded.
I understand. You did well, Boris Ilyich.
My loyalty did not end when you bequeathed me FSB-2.
Much appreciated.
Cherkasov squinted through the fog of bitter smoke.
Where are we going?
To an all-night cafe I know of. Boris hunched forward, peering through the scarred windshield.
But I seem to have lost my way. I'd rather go straight to my hotel.
Cherkasov gave an address.
Get back to a major intersection. From there I'll know which way to go.
Boris grunted and turned right, moving along a slightly better illuminated street.
Why the hell is Berya so damn interested in where you go and who you see? Why is Berya interested in anything?
Cherkasov said, an answer that gave away nothing. Boris came to an intersection where the light was broken, not an uncommon occurrence in this neighborhood. The sound of the Muezzin's canned voice seemed to be following them. Outside, the night was absolutely still. What trees they passed looked skeletal, stripped bare, like prisoners about to be slaughtered. Boris came to a burned-out block, mostly rubble surrounded by a chain-link fence. He pulled over to the curb and stopped.
What are you doing?
Cherkasov said. Boris gently pressed the point of a ceramic knife between two of Cherkasov's ribs.
Why is Berya so interested in you? He's always been.
Cherkasov jumped as Boris dug the point through his clothes and drew blood. Reaching behind him, Boris opened his door. Then he grabbed Cherkasov by the shirt front, and as he slid out of the vehicle, dragged his former boss with him.
Some things never change,
Boris said as he goaded Cherkasov toward the chain-link fence. He gestured.
This place makes a convenient killing field. The dogs rip the corpses to shreds before anyone bothers to contact the police.
Pushing Cherkasov's head through a gap in the fence, he bent over, following him through.
This is a grave miscalculation,
Cherkasov said. Boris poked him again, so that he flinched back into Boris's grip.
I do believe you've made a joke, Viktor Delyagovich.
Boris pushed his victim on through the rubble until they reached the heart of the destruction. The same blank-faced high-rises rose all around them, dark and uncaring, but the lot itself was filled with the movement of the dogs Boris had spoken about. Sensing humans, they sidled and circled, their black snouts raised, sniffing for the first hint of spilled blood.
Your death scents you, Viktor Delyagovich. It comes for you from all sides. What? What do you want?
Cherkasov's voice was a hoarse rasp. He seemed to have trouble breathing.
A reminiscence, Boris said. Do you recall a night about a year ago when you took me to a construction site on... where was it again?
Cherkasov swallowed hard.
Yulitsa Varvaka.
Boris snapped his fingers.
That's right. I thought you were going to kill me, Victor. But instead,
You forced me to kill Melor Buchan.
Buchan needed killing. He was a traitor.
Not my point at all. Boris jabbed Cherkasov again. You made me pull the trigger. I knew what would happen to me if I didn't. Cherkasov took a breath.
And look at you now, head of FSB-2. You, instead of that fool Buchan.
And I owe it all to you. Shuddering at Karpov's ironic tone, Cherkasov said,
What is this? Revenge for a killing that got you where you wanted to be? You disliked Buchan as much as I did.
Again, Buchan is not the issue. You are. Your use of me, or should I say, abuse. You shamed me that night, Victor.
Boris,
I never meant to. Oh, but you did. You were reveling in your newfound power, the power the Domna had bestowed on you. And you reveled in it again when you forced me into the pact that would put me forever in your power. A shadow of Cherkasov's oily smile returned.
We all make deals with the devil, Boris. We're all adults here. We knew this going in. Why are you...
Because, Boris said, you forced me into an untenable position. My career or another murder.
I don't see the issue.
Boris slapped Cherkasov hard on the side of his head. But you do see the issue, and this is why you chose me. Once again, you reveled in your power to compel me to kill my friend. Cherkasov wagged his head back and forth.
An American agent responsible for countless deaths, many of them Russian.
Boris hit him again, and a streak of blood flew out of the corner of his mouth. The nearest dogs began to howl and counterpoint the muezzin. Their gaunt bodies looked like scimitars. You wanted to break me, didn't you? Boris said, dragging his head back. You wanted me to kill my friend in order to keep everything I have ever dreamed of and worked for.
It was an interesting experiment, Cherkasov said. You'll have to admit.
Boris kicked the backs of Cherkasov's calves, and he went down. His trousers ripped. Blood seeped from his torn-up knees. Crouching down beside him, Boris said, Now tell me what you're doing for the Domna. That smile again, dark as pitch.
You won't kill me, because then you will be marked as an enemy of the Domna. They won't stop until you're dead.
You have it all wrong, Victor. I won't stop until they're dead. Still, the realization did not show in Cherkasov's eyes.
They have too many allies, some close to you.
Like Ivan Volkin? Now a black terror transformed Cherkasov's face.
You know? How could you know?
His entire demeanor had changed. His face was sallow, and he appeared to be panting. I'll take care of Ivan Ivanovich in good time, Boris said. Right now, it's your turn. Champagne or orange juice, sir? Champagne, thank you, Bourne said to the young flight attendant as she bent over, a small tray balanced on the spread fingers of one hand. She smiled sweetly as she handed him the flute. Dinner will be served in 40 minutes, sir. Have you made your choices? I have, Bourne said, pointing to the menu. Very good, sir. The flight attendant's smile widened. If there is anything you require during the flight, my name is Rebecca. Alone in his seat, Bourne stared out the Perspex window as he sipped champagne. He was thinking about Boris, wondering why he hadn't shown himself. In this battle, Boris had the distinct edge. They were friends because Boris said they had been. Bourne had no memory of their first meeting or what had happened. His first remembered encounter with Boris was in Reykjavik 6 years ago. Before that was a complete blank. He had only Boris's word that they had been friends. What if Boris had been lying to him all along? This cloud of unknowing was the most frustrating and dangerous effect of his amnesia. When people popped up out of his past and claimed to be friends or colleagues, he was required to make an instant determination about whether or not they were telling the truth. In the 6 years Bourne had known Boris, he had always acted like a friend. 2 years ago, Boris had been wounded in northeastern Iran. Bourne had found him and carried him to safety. They had worked side by side in a number of perilous situations. Bourne never had cause to doubt Boris's motivations. Until now. Have you made your choices? An innocent sentence coming from a flight attendant, but it had many layers of meaning she wasn't aware of. Bourne had his choices made for him when he plunged into the Mediterranean and surfaced without a memory of who or what he was. Since then, his life had been a struggle to understand the choices he had once made but could no longer remember. A struggle with the choices Alex Conklin had made for him. The latest case in point to surface from the murk of his past, killing Kaya's mother, Vivica Noren. It nauseated him that Conklin had sent him on a mission of personal vengeance. To what? To teach a dead man a lesson for trying to assassinate him? The cruelty and heartlessness of Conklin's choice made Bourne sick to his stomach, and he had been the agent of death. He could not exonerate himself. There is no reason. No, he thought now. There was no reason.
So, Mademoiselle Gobelins,
Elarion said,
how may we best serve your needs?
The moment he sat down beside her, Soraya felt as if her skin had been seared. Invisible ants crawled over her flesh, and it was all she could do not to flinch away from him. Even his smile was dark, as if the emotion behind it came from a different place inside him. She felt his enormous psychic energy, and for the first time in her adult life, she was afraid of another person. When she was 5, her father had taken her to a seer in a seething backwater alley of Cairo. Why he did it, she had no idea. When her mother had found out about it afterward, she had flown into a rage, something Soraya had never before seen her mother do. When the seer, a surprisingly young man with black eyes and hair and dark skin that looked like the hide of a crocodile, took her hand in his, she felt as if the earth beneath her had crumbled, that she was falling into an abyss, that she would never stop falling.
I have you,
the seer said, as if to comfort her. But she felt like a fly caught in his web, and she had burst into tears. On the way home, her father had not spoken to her, and she sensed that she had failed an important test, that he would never forgive her, that his love for her was slipping away like grains of sand through her slender fingers. Afterward, following her mother's terrifying outburst, she sensed that nothing was the same between her parents. Her father had broken some unspoken agreement between them, and just as he couldn't forgive Soraya, his wife couldn't forgive him. 6 months later, her mother bundled her off to America. As a child or adolescent, she would never see Cairo again. Soraya, sitting next to Benjamin El-Arian on the second floor of the Nymphenburg Landesbank, experienced again the same frightening sensation of falling into an unfathomable abyss. El-Arian stirred beside her.
Are you well, Mademoiselle Gobelins?
Quite well, thank you, she said in a thickened voice.
You look somewhat pale.
He rose and she took a quick breath as if released from a vice. Crossing to a sideboard, he said,
Perhaps a bit of brandy to revive your spirits?
Thank you, no. He poured the brandy anyway and brought it back in a cut crystal glass. He sat down beside her and held out the glass.
I insist.
She saw his dark eyes scrutinizing her expression. He knows, she thought. But what exactly? She brought a smile to her lips. I don't drink alcohol.
Neither do I.
He set the brandy aside.
Are you a Muslim?
She nodded. I am.
Arab.
She looked at him steadily. He tapped one long forefinger rhythmically against his lips. Slowly. 1, 2, 3, like a hypnotist's metronome.
That excludes Iranian, and you're not Syrian, surely?
His eyebrows rose.
Egyptian?
Soraya felt the need to gain some control over the conversation. Where is your family from?
The desert.
That could be almost anywhere, Soraya said. Even the Gobi. El-Arian smiled like an indulgent uncle.
Hardly.
A soft chime.
Excuse me.
He rose and, digging out his cell phone, stepped out of the office. Soraya rose, and a wave of vertigo caused her to clutch the armrest of the sofa in order to steady herself. Ignoring the continued pounding in her head, she crossed quickly to Monsieur Sigismond's desk, scanning the contents scattered across the top. Letters and files. Using the knuckle of her forefinger, she moved a sheet of paper slightly so she could read what was on the pages underneath. Her head came up as she heard El Arion's voice briefly. When it faded away, accompanied by footfalls, she continued poking around. There were no photos, no mementos, nothing by way of a personal nature. The office was perfectly anonymous, as if it was used only sporadically. She started on the drawers. Wrapping a tissue from a box on the desktop around the handle of a letter opener, she used the blade to open each drawer and survey the contents. She was looking for some evidence that would link Monsieur Marchand's traitorous dealings with the bank. A moment later, she heard El Arion's voice approaching. She closed the drawer, dropped the letter opener, and was back at the sofa using the tissue to blow her nose when he reappeared, Monsieur Sigismond on his heels.
My dear Mademoiselle Gobelins, my sincerest apologies for interrupting our meeting.
It's quite all right, she said, stuffing the tissue away in her pocket.
Ah, but first impressions are so important, don't you think?
I do. He held out his hand and she took it, rising off the cushion.
Monsieur Sigismond has an appointment. In any event, I believe you will find my office more conducive to concluding our business.
He led the way down the hall and into a large office suite, this one furnished completely in a modern style. He stepped behind his desk, which held only an old-fashioned blotter, a set of fountain pens, a cut crystal paperweight with the name of the bank engraved in gold, an ashtray filled with butts, and a multi-line phone. He gestured for her to stand beside him.
Please, I'm having papers drawn up for your intended deposit.
He pulled out a printed card from a drawer.
But first, we must gather some basic information.
When she was at his side, he pressed a button and a video picture bloomed on the flat-screen panel across the room. Soraya saw herself in Monsieur Sigismond's office as she rose from the sofa and almost staggered. Her eyes followed herself as she crossed to Monsieur Sigismond's desk and began her clandestine work.
I wonder, El Arion said, what were you looking for?
His hand clamped her wrist in an iron grip and did not let go.
Ivan Volkin was your friend for what? 30 years?
Longer, Boris said. Cherkasov nodded.
And when the time was right, he sold you out.
Some color had returned to his face, and though he was still kneeling, he was breathing more easily.
That's the way it is in our world. There's room for comradeship and alliances, but not loyalty. In our world, loyalty is too costly. It's not worth the price.
He tried to shift to get the pressure off his skinned knees.
You think it's any different with Jason Bourne? The man's a natural-born killer. What does he know about friendship?
More than you.
Which is nothing.
Cherkasov shook his head.
I never had a friend in my life. Not the way you figure it anyway. How could I? It would leave me in a vulnerable position.
Boris turned the knife point slightly.
What the fuck do you call this?
Cherkasov licked his lips. When he spoke, his words tumbled out, faster and faster.
Don't you understand what a favor I've done you? I've given you the opportunity to kill Bourne before he has a chance to betray you the way your friend of over 30 years, Ivan Volkin, has.
Some words seemed to catch in his throat, and he coughed, his eyes tearing with the effort.
Volkin has been advising the Domna ever since his so-called retirement from the Gruprovka world. In fact, I'll tell you a secret. It was the Domna that put the idea of retirement into his head. Who knows how much the Domna paid him to come work for them?
Boris sat back on his heels, considering the implications of what Cherkasov had just said. Sensing an opening, Cherkasov pressed on.
Listen to me, Boris. I'm of more use to you alive than dead. You and me, we form an alliance. I tell you what the Domna is planning, and you use the power of FSB-2 to take Beria and his people down. We can then merge FSB-2 with SVR, with you at the head and me advising you. Boris, think of the possibilities of being in charge of clandestine services both inside and outside Russia. The entire world will open up for us.
Victor, you surprise me, Boris said. Beneath that thick crust of cynicism, you have a streak of positivity. Cherkasov's fist connected with Karpov's jaw, knocking him to one side so that the knife pulled away from Cherkasov's flesh. Cherkasov grabbed for it, splitting a finger open on the edge. Using the spray of blood to blind Boris, he wrenched the knife away and jabbed it hilt deep into Boris's belly. Chapter 28. Bourne rose and made his way through the darkened cabin to the first-class galley. He found Rebecca leafing through the latest issue of Der Spiegel as she stood against the stainless steel counter. She turned when she became aware of him, a smile blooming on her face. "Good evening, Mr. Childress. What can I get for you?" "A macchiato, please." "Can't sleep." "Bad dreams." "Sadly, I know that scenario." She set aside the magazine. "I'll bring it to your seat as soon as I've brewed it." "I'd rather stay here," he said. "I need to stretch my legs." A slight flush ruddied her cheeks just before she turned away. "Of course." The scent of rose attar lifted off her. "Whatever you fancy." Her eyes were the color and shape of ripe olives, unexpectedly exotic against her Mediterranean skin and black hair. Like an Egyptian of ancient Alexandria, she had a Roman nose and delicate cheekbones, and stood very tall even in her flats. Perhaps as a child she had studied ballet. Bourne watched her deftly making the macchiato. "Are you based out of Madrid?" "Oh, no, Damascus." She produced a tiny cup, which she placed on the diminutive saucer. "I've been living there for the past 6 years." "Do you like it?" "It's difficult to make friends," she shrugged, "but it pays for me to be there. I get a yearly bonus." "I haven't been back to Damascus in some time," he said truthfully. "I suppose there will be a lot of changes." She pulled the espresso and slid it across the counter to him. It had just the right amount of foam. "Yes and no. The modern parts are terribly congested. The traffic is a nightmare, the polluted air stifling, but the old city is still filled with the gorgeous covered arcades, the leafy squares, and, of course, space around the great mosques." She frowned. "But there are troubling aspects." "The state sponsorship of Hezbollah, for one." She nodded, her gaze falling gravely on him. "Also, in the last year or so, there's a growing conservative segment of the population that looks favorably on Iran." Bourne seized the opening. "So there must be more in the way of security all over the city, starting with the airport." Rebecca gave him a rueful smile. "I am afraid so. The airport especially. Al-Assad has clamped down at entry points, partly due to pressure from the West." "There won't be any difficulties, will there?" She laughed softly. "Not for you. Anyway, there's always a senior security official on hand when passengers deplane to guide you and answer questions." Having gotten what he wanted, Bourne threw back his macchiato. Rebecca tore off part of a page from her magazine and wrote on it. As he turned to go, she slid it over to him. "I'm off for the next 3 days." Her warm smile returned. "My number, in case you lose your way." Instead of piercing Boris's flesh, the knife blade retracted into its handle. Laughing, Boris slammed the heel of his hand into Cherkasov's nose. Blood gouted, the cartilage cracked, and Cherkasov fell onto his backside. Boris took back the knife. He pressed a hidden button on the handle, and the blade popped out. He pressed the button again, locking the blade in place so it would not retract. He knelt beside Cherkasov. "Now we get to it, Victor." He shoved the tip of the blade into Cherkasov's right nostril. "There are many things precious to you, I'm sure. You will give up before you tell me what I want to know." Cherkasov stared up at him with reddened eyes. "I'll die first." "You're a liar, kitty cat," Boris said. "Huh?" Cherkasov looked up at him. "You know what happens to liars? No? Wanna guess? No? Okay. They'll lose their noses." With one flick of Boris's wrist, the blade slid open Cherkasov's already bloody nose. Cherkasov arched up. Boris shoved him back down with the flat of his hand. "Let me the fuck up!" "Forget it, Victor. It's Chinatown."
Fuck you, you cocksucker. I'm not telling you a thing.
It's not a question of pain, Victor, but you already knew that. Boris wiped the blade on Cherkasov's trouser leg. It's a question of what you can tolerate living without. He smiled, almost benignly. Not to worry. I won't let you die. There's no escape. The knife blade made a circuit of Cherkasov's face. I mean what I say. I'm an expert, and I have all night long. Hendricks was in his office, poring over the file of the 3 men found dead in room 916 of the Lincoln Square Hotel. None of them was a guest. None had any identification on him. Their fingerprints had yielded nothing, and now their dental records were being sought, though this would probably be a dead end as well. According to the FBI, who had taken over the case for Metro Homicide, the dental work was definitely not American. Eastern European was the best they could do at the moment, but that covered a lot of territory. Hendricks paused to drink some ice water. The one strange thing about all of the victims was the suicide pill, the hollow tooth that contained liquid hydrogen cyanide, an old NKVD marker. Were these men Russians? And if so, what the hell were they doing in room 916 of the Lincoln Square Hotel? Hendricks turned the page. Room 916 was on a long-term lease through Services Solutions, a company with phantom headquarters in the Caymans. Hendricks had no doubt that Services Solutions was a shell corporation for God alone knew who. He rubbed his forehead. Whoever owned Services Solutions had some very nasty enemies. He called a colleague in Treasury, gave him what info he had on Services Solutions, and asked him to find out who actually owned it. Then he called the head of the task force he had assigned to find Peter Marks. Following the bombing of Peter's car in the Treadstone garage, the whole building was in lockdown. Everyone who worked or had recently worked in the building was being run down and questioned, but nothing so far. Hendricks had been extremely relieved to learn that no human remains had been found in the car. On the other hand, this concerned him, given Sal's testimony that he and Peter had been in the same elevator minutes before the explosion. The night watchman had exited at the lobby level, but he was certain Peter had continued down to the garage. So chances were good that Peter was in the garage when the car bomb was detonated, but had not been in the vehicle. What had happened? Where was he? Had he gone to ground? That would be a reasonable assumption. Hendricks rose and crossed the office to fetch more ice for his water pitcher. He stopped stock still as something occurred to him. What if Peter had been injured? Back at his desk, he asked one of his assistants to call around to every hospital in the greater D.C. area, starting with the ones closest to the Treadstone building. Then, as another thought occurred to him, he ordered the assistant to include all EMS and private ambulance services. "Put every available person on it," he concluded. He sat back, swiveled his chair around, and stared out the window. It was a dreary, wind-swept day. Beads of rain slid down the panes of glass, and beyond, on the street, people in shiny raincoats were hunched over, umbrellas trembling like leaves as they slogged their way to and from work. At the sound of his intercom, he turned back. "What?" His mind was buzzing with 1,000 possibilities. "Package just arrived for you, sir. It's been vetted by security." "What's in it?" "A DVD, sir." Hendricks frowned. "Bring it in." A moment later, one of his assistants placed the DVD on his desk. Hendricks looked up. "That's it? No note?" "Nothing, sir, but it was addressed to you and was stamped personal and confidential." Hendricks waved the assistant out, put the DVD aside, and returned to the case of the 3 dead men in room 916. He studied the crime scene photos of their faces and bodies, noting that there were no tattoos, which ruled out the Russian mob. So who were these jamokes? They were armed, but that could mean anything. It certainly gave no clue as to their country of origin, let alone their affiliation. The FBI had concluded, however, that they constituted a hit team. Did that mean the team's target was more than one person? And where was he, she, they, now? He turned another page. The FBI had questioned everyone who worked in the hotel, as well as all the guests on the 9th floor. No one had seen or heard anything. Possibly someone was lying, but the FBI report stated its operatives didn't think so. That left the other possibility. Whoever had been in that room knew how to get into and out of a public building without being spotted. All of this was interesting speculation, but Hendricks couldn't see how it would help them find out who these people were and who their target was. It was imperative that he find the answers to those questions ASAP. The threat of terrorism overhung them all. He needed something to make his day. He called a contact of his at CI. "How are the plans proceeding with security at Indigo Ridge?" "The place is in a fucking uproar." The disgust in his voice was evident. "This isn't our thing, and no one knows how best to go about it." He took a breath. "We sure could use your help, Mr. Secretary." "You want help, talk to Director Danziger," Hendricks said with a poisoned glee. "That's why he gets to sit in the big chair." His contact chuckled. "You're killing us, Mr. Secretary." "Not me." "By the way, there's a minor buzz around here concerning your new co-director of Treadstone, Peter Marks." Hendricks caught his breath. "What about him?" "Word is he's missing." Hendricks said nothing. "Peter still has a lot of friends here, Mr. Secretary. If there's anything we can do—" "Thanks, I'll keep that in mind," Hendricks said before he disconnected. He thought about how right Maggie had been in suggesting this course of action with Danziger. Phoning his Indigo Ridge security group, he told them they were back on standby. He could allow Danziger's fucking up to go only so far. Indigo Ridge needed to be secured. But his pleasure at the prospect of riding to the rescue was short-lived. What with an attempt on Peter's life, Peter missing, and the FBI material on the triple homicide at the Lincoln Square Hotel staring him in the face. Then his phone rang. "No luck with any of the hospitals," his assistant said, "and we went all the way out to Virginia and Maryland. Same with EMS." Hendricks closed his eyes. A headache was starting way back behind his left eye. "Have you any good news?" "Well, that depends. One of the private ambulance companies reported a stolen vehicle not long ago." "Has it been found?" "No, sir." "Well, damn it, find the fucking thing." He slammed down the phone so hard the DVD jumped off the desk. He looked at it, then picked it up, watching the rainbow rise and fall on its metallic surface. Opening the tray on his computer tower, he settled the DVD and slid the tray home. He heard the mechanism spinning up, then his video software program appeared full screen and the DVD began to play. Out of the black screen, Maggie's face appeared like a vision from a nighttime mist. "Christopher, by the time you see this, I will be long gone. Please, don't try to contact me." She paused, as if knowing Hendricks had reached for his cell phone, which he had. He felt his fingers tremble with the slender weight of it, as if he were touching the nape of her neck. "My name isn't Margaret Penrod, and my profession isn't landscape architecture. Almost nothing I told you is true, though the truth began to leak out despite myself." Her eyes glittered, and even though Hendricks felt a fiery demon clawing at the lining of his gut, he was powerless to look away from her image, which shimmered like sunlight on water on the flat screen of his computer. "You must hate me now, which I suppose is inevitable. But before you judge me, you must understand something." Her expression changed, and Hendricks sensed that she was reaching out for something, a remote control, as it turned out. The frame drew back from her face to reveal her naked body. It was covered in blood. Hendricks hunched forward on the edge of his chair. "Maggie, what the fuck?" Then he realized that the woman he was looking at, the woman to whom he'd made love, had possibly given his heart to, wasn't Maggie. "Who are you?" he whispered. The lens moved back farther until Hendricks could see that she was standing in a hotel room. At that instant, he was overcome with what might have been a hot flash. He felt his gorge rising, and rising more as the video camera moved lower and panned the floor behind his naked lover. And there they were. Hendricks let out a low groan. The 3 members of the death squad, all dead. At his lover's hand? His mind seemed to implode. How was that possible? As if to answer his question, Maggie continued. "These men were sent to kill me because I protected you. And now I have to leave room 916, leave DC, leave America. I'm on my final journey." The camera returned to her, zeroing in on her face. "I was supposed to bring you here, Christopher. Room 916 was to be our secret love nest, where our every move, every word we exchanged would be recorded and then disseminated to the media. To ruin you. I couldn't let that happen. And now, instead of a love nest, Room 916 has become a charnel house. Perhaps that's a fitting end for the two of us, I don't know anymore. Her face was obscured for a few seconds as she brushed wisps of hair from her eyes. The only thing I do know is that you're too precious to me to hurt. If I don't go now, you will be in terrible danger. Her smile was rueful, almost sad. I won't say that I love you because it will only sound hollow and false to your ears. It sounds fatuous, stupid, even. How could I love you when we have known each other a matter of days? How could I love you when all I've done is lie to you? How is it that the Earth is the third planet from the Sun? No one knows, no one can know. Some things just are, sunk in their mystery. Hendricks, scrutinizing her face through the squeezing of his heart, saw that she didn't blink, her eyes didn't cut away, two basic tells of the liar. She wasn't lying, or she was very, very good, better than any liar he had ever met. He looked into those eyes and was lost. Apart from my father, I have never loved anyone before you, and my love for him is very different than it is for you. Something happened when we met. A mysterious current went through me and changed me. There is no better way to explain it, that's all I know. She leaned forward suddenly, her face blurring as she planted her lips on the lens. My name is Skara. Goodbye, Christopher. If you can't forgive me, then remember me. Remember me when you are protecting Indigo Ridge. A smear of colors, a vertiginous blur of motion as she pushed the lens aside. Then Hendricks was faced with blackness, the fizzing of the electronic void, and the painful galloping of his heart. Dawn had broken, and so had Cherkasov. Boris had done as much damage as he needed to. Cherkasov, it turned out, was deathly afraid of going blind. A swipe of the knife blade just under his right eye had been enough for the resistance to bleed out of him. He handed over what he had been bringing from the mosque in Munich to Damascus.
It's a key,
he told Boris through thickened, blood-stained lips.
What does it open? Only Samid Abdul-Kahar knows.
Boris frowned.
Didn't Samid Abdul-Kahar give you the key to bring here? Samid Abdul-Kahar is here, not in Munich. I was to deliver the key to him in person.
How? Boris said. Where?
He maintains a residence.
Cherkasov's lips quivered in the parody of a smile.
You like this, Boris Ilyich. His residence is in the old city, in the former Jewish quarter, in the last remaining synagogue still standing. It had been abandoned for years, ever since the Syrian Jews fled to America. So Samir Abdul-Kahar took it over, figuring his enemies would never think to look for him there.
Cherkasov nodded and groaned.
I need to lie down. I need to sleep.
Not yet. Boris grabbed him by his sodden shirt front as he was leaning back. Tell me the time of the rendezvous and the protocol. A thin line of pink spittle exited the corner of Cherkasov's mouth.
He is expecting me. You'll never have a chance.
Leave that to me, Boris said. Cherkasov began to laugh until he coughed up blood. Then he looked up at Boris.
Look at me. Look what you've done.
It's a sad day for you, Victor, I agree, but I can't sympathize. Boris shook his former boss until his teeth chattered. Now, fucker, tell me the details, and you can cry yourself to sleep. Soraya stood perfectly still. El-Arian's touch was toxic, as if he had somehow exposed her to polonium-210, and now she was rotting from the inside out, weak and defenseless. Who are you, mademoiselle? Soraya said nothing and stared straight ahead. The pounding in her head made it difficult to gather her defenses. It seems that we're a mystery to each other, Monsieur El-Arian. He wrenched at her wrists, and she gasped. Enemies by whatever names we call ourselves. Did Marchand order Laurent's death, or did you?
Marchand was a bureaucrat.
Elarion's voice was like the scrape of sandpaper.
His mind was fixed on petty things. He lacked the vision to conceive of the traitor's death.
She looked at him then, a terrible mistake. She was riveted, paralyzed. Never before had she believed in the concepts of good and evil. But his mesmeric eyes struck her as windows into an unbearable evil. She grabbed the paperweight and smashed it into Elarion's temple. He relinquished his hold on her as he staggered back into the chair. It spun away from him on its casters, and he pitched down onto the floor. Soraya turned and ran out of the office, down the hall. She heard a discreet alarm sound. Elarion must have pressed a panic button. A security guard appeared, pulling a sidearm from a black leather holster. Rushing him, she smashed her elbow into his throat, and he went down. She bent to take his weapon, but he grabbed her, and she had to kick him in the face to free herself. She passed up the elevator. It would be a death trap. Racing down the hallway, past open doors and startled faces, she reached the top of one of the staircases leading down to the ground floor. Behind her, she heard Elarion cursing her. She took the stairs two at a time, stumbling a bit because of the incessant pounding in her head, but managed to hold herself upright with one hand clutching the polished wooden banister. But she was less than halfway down when a pair of security guards converged from either side of the ground floor and rushed the stairs. Both men had their service revolvers out. Soraya turned back, but Elarion fairly flew down the stairs. He had a gun in his hand. He reached out, and as she tried to dive away from him, snatched her into his grasp. Chapter 29. Bourne returned Rebecca's smile as he exited the plane. He could smell the light rose of her perfume all the way down the jetway. He saw the security officer standing by just as she described. "Pardon me," Bourne said in Arabic. "This is my first visit to Damascus. Could you recommend a good hotel to stay at?" The officer stared at Bourne as if he were an insect, then grunted. Bourne bumped against him as he was getting out of the way of a woman being escorted off the plane in a wheelchair. Bourne apologized. The security officer shrugged while he was writing down his recommendations. Thanking him, Bourne walked off with his clearance card. He was already behind the rest of the debarking passengers, and now he fell farther back. Then he saw what he was looking for. A door marked "No admittance, official personnel only." Beside the door was an electronic reader. He swiped the stolen card and pushed the door open. He had no idea who would be monitoring passengers going through immigration. He only knew he didn't want to be identified entering Damascus by anyone, especially Severus Domna. He took the back halls of the airport, unsure of where he was going until he found a fire drill map of the area screwed to a wall. In 15 seconds, he had memorized the map and had worked out the route he wanted to take. Soraya felt herself being dragged backward, the cold metal of the gun's muzzle hard against the side of her head. Seeing the security guards hesitate, she felt disoriented. Didn't these men work for Elarion? Then they parted, and she saw Aaron, Jacques Robinet, and a young man she didn't recognize who was scrutinizing her with a cold physician's eye. The entire ground floor had been evacuated. "Put the weapon down," Aaron said. He was armed as well, with a cig. Aaron advanced between the two guards. "Put it down. Let the woman go, and we'll all walk out of here peacefully."
"There is no chance of peace," Elarion said, "here or anywhere."
"There's nowhere to run," Aaron said as he took a step forward. "This can end well or end badly."
"It will surely end badly for her,"
Elarion said, jamming the muzzle of the pistol into Soraya's head so hard that she made a low sound in her throat.
"Unless you move aside and allow us safe passage."
"Let the woman go, and we'll discuss it," Robinet said. Elarion's lip curled upward.
"I won't even dignify that suggestion with a response," he said. "I am not afraid to die."
He rubbed his cheek against Soraya's hair.
"The same cannot be said for your agent."
"She's not our agent," Aaron said.
"I'm done listening to your lies."
Elarion dragged Soraya down the stairs.
"She and I are going to walk across the floor and out the door. We'll disappear, and that will be the end of it."
As he took the last several steps down to the marble floor, Robinet ordered the guards to move back. Elarian smiled. Aaron looked into Soraya's eyes. "What is he trying to tell me?" she asked herself. Elarian apparently saw the look too, because he said to Aaron, "If you kill me, you'll kill her as well. Her death will be your responsibility. Are you a gambling man? Are you willing to take on that weight?" As he spoke, Elarian moved across the floor. The space echoed with their footfalls, the vast empty space and arena where, Soraya supposed, the end of her life might play out. She knew that Aaron had given her a signal. If her head had been clear, if the pounding weren't making her wince with every agonizing throb, she would know what part he wanted her to play in the endgame, because she had no doubt Aaron had an endgame in mind. She would have if she were in his position. They were almost to the front door now, Aaron and Robinette shadowing their every step. She felt helpless, like every damsel in distress in every action movie ever made, and this angered her to such a degree that she shoved the pain into a dark corner, holding it at bay while she tried to figure out position. That was it. Aaron was moving into position to make a kill shot. He would do it just as Elarian reached the door. That's when she would do it. She could see Aaron moving into position, approximately 45 degrees to the rear of Elarian's right shoulder. That was the vulnerable spot, the head shot. But she had looked into her captor's eyes, and she knew his heart. She knew that he would not go down easily, that his first instinct would be to shoot Aaron, not her. It would be the soldier's reflex action, to fire back at his attacker, one Elarian couldn't control. He might shoot Aaron and then her before he went down, but for certain Aaron was in mortal danger. One man she cared about was already dead because of her. She would not allow another to die. This decision was what drove the pain racking her skull down farther, the adrenaline pumping through her, the certain desire to do this one last thing that would give her a sense of rightness, of completion, of her life and death having meaning. Like Elarian, she was not afraid to die. In fact, she had considered it an inevitability when she had chosen field work. But she was not a martyr. She loved life, and there was a sadness in her even as she and Elarian reached the door, as she saw Aaron's SIG come up, as she slammed the back of her head against Elarian, as she drove an elbow into his kidney, as she became his assailant, not Aaron. She heard Aaron shout, felt the air go out of Elarian. Then she was in the eye of a monstrous thunderstorm that blew her sideways. She tasted her own blood. She was falling. The pain in her head vanished. Then everything was obliterated by absolute stillness. Damascus spread out before Bourne as he took a taxi in from the airport. The sun-washed morning bounced off the windshield and set fire to the hood as they rumbled through the streets. He had the taxi let him off several blocks from the section of Avenue Chukri-Quatli that was his destination, then walked the rest of the way, losing himself within the drifts of pedestrians. Taking a quick covert circuit of El Gabal's geometric Syrian modernist building, he scoped out the 3 entrances and the security at each. The front entrance, all glass and hammered steel, had no overt security presence, but taking his time paid off, as at intervals of precisely 3 minutes, he observed a pair of uniformed guards passing in front of the glass doors. On the west side of the building was a single-door emergency exit. The metal door looked solid, made to seem impregnable, but Bourne knew that no door was impregnable. In the rear was a wide loading dock, which was currently empty. Beyond the dock were 4 wide doors, at the moment all closed. A uniformed security guard sat smoking and talking on his cell phone. Occasionally, he turned his narrowed eyes on the street, peering back and forth, checking for anything suspicious or out of place. Unlike the guards in the lobby, who carried sidearms only, this man had an AK-47 strapped across his back. At each angle, Bourne looked upward, studying the roofline and the possible means of gaining its height. There were no trees or telephone poles, but the building itself looked scalable. He was about to depart when he heard a truck coming down the alley. The guard heard it too, because he broke off his conversation and pressed a buzzer just to the left of the leftmost door. Almost at once, the 4 doors lifted up. A wizened man peered out. The guard said something to him. He nodded and disappeared into the dimness of the interior. By the time the truck rumbled, turned, and backed up to the loading dock, 2 men appeared. They wore sidearms. The driver got out and, leaping up onto the dock, opened the rear door with a key. He rolled the door up and stood back as the two men entered the truck's rear. The guard had unstrapped his AK-47 and was now holding it at the ready. He was young and looked slightly nervous as he peered down the street. Bourne shifted his position in time to see the two men unloading the first of the dozen long wooden crates containing the poisoned weapons he had seen in the warehouse in Cadiz. He recognized them by both their shape and the distinctive greenish color of the wood. He needed to get inside to set the SIM cards, but that would have to wait until the darkness of night. He withdrew and went in search of the items he thought he'd need. He bought himself Syrian clothes that would allow him to better blend in: a glass cutter, a sturdy, wide-bladed knife, a length of electrical wire, 2 coils of rope of different lengths, and a pickaxe. Lastly, he purchased a duffel in which to carry everything, then took a taxi to the train station, where he stashed the duffel in a paid locker. Then he went in search of a hotel, which proved problematic. The first 3 he entered had security personnel stationed around the lobbies. They might have belonged to the respective hotels, but he didn't think so. He went farther afield, and on the southern outskirts found a run-down hotel. Apart from 2 dusty armchairs, a pair of even dustier palm trees, and a curved-back receptionist, the lobby was deserted. Bourne booked a room on the top floor and paid with cash. The receptionist scanned his passport with little apparent interest, marking down name, nationality, and number, then handing it back, along with the room key. Bourne took a protesting elevator up to the 6th floor, went down a bare, odorous concrete hallway, and entered his room. A Spartan cubicle with bed, dresser, badly streaked mirror, tiny closet inhabited by a couple of roaches, and threadbare carpet. One window faced west. Beyond the grid of the fire escape lay the teeming street, the city's unceasing daytime tumult boring its way through the glass. The bathroom, if you wanted to call it that, was down the hall. Despite the meanness of the surroundings, Bourne had been in far worse places. He lay down and closed his eyes. It seemed like days since he had slept. "Where are you, Boris?" he wondered. "When are you coming for me?" He must have dozed off, because the next thing he knew, the sun was thicker, deeper, slanting through the window, low in the sky. Late afternoon, shading into twilight. He lay still on the bed as if stunned. He felt groggy, which meant that he had been pulled prematurely out of deep REM sleep. He lay listening, but almost immediately identified a scratching at his door. It might be a rodent, but he didn't think so. Silently, he rose and went to the wall just behind where the door hinged open. Reaching out, he watched as the lock was slowly opened from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, and he steeled himself for whoever was coming in. That's when a shadow crossed his peripheral vision, an instant before 2 men shattered the window as they leapt through. Christopher Hendricks sat at his desk for fully an hour without moving or speaking to anyone. Once, his secretary came in, worried that he wasn't answering his intercom, but one look at his ashen face and she departed. Alone at his desk, the image of Skara frozen on the screen in front of him, he felt an existential coldness creep over him. Maggie. Her face was now a matter of colored pixels, informed by a series of zeros and ones. This was Maggie, a mirage, a dream, an electronic fantasy. Who, then, was Skara? How had she so successfully penetrated the government's vetting process? How had she pierced his own armor? How had she grabbed hold of his heart? Even now, with the shock of her revelation still running through him, his heart beat onto the rhythm she had set for it. "I have never loved anyone before you." He did not know whether to believe what she said in the video. "Something happened when we met. A mysterious current went through me and changed me." At last, at the end, had she told him the truth, or was that wishful thinking? Was her last message another lie, one to keep him from sending his people after her? "I'm on my final journey." What the hell did she mean by that? The words tolled in his head like funeral bells, sending a shiver down his spine. His head hurt, his thoughts frantically pinwheeling, getting nowhere. He no longer knew truth from fiction because he wanted what she said to be the truth. wanted it so badly it left a metallic taste like blood in his mouth. She was an agent, that was clear enough, and a demonically clever one. But who was she working for, and how did she know about Indigo Ridge? His mind raced backward, reliving in reverse their short but intense time together. He thought of their picnic, of what he had revealed to her, a hell of a lot less than she already knew, as it turned out. It had been her idea for him to dump security for Indigo Ridge into Danziger's lap, though he had, of course, not revealed names or places. Why had she made that suggestion? He ran a hand across his eyes, but at once he snatched it away. He felt magnetized to her eyes, pulled toward the image on the screen. He wanted so badly to reach out and touch her. No, not merely touch her. He ached to hold her. She had protected him, she said. What did that mean? Remember me when you are protecting Indigo Ridge. And then he understood. She had tried to protect him by taking him off Indigo Ridge. But how had she known he was on it? The depth and accuracy of her intel boggled his mind. No wonder she had been able to fool the vetting process. He made a mental note to overhaul the entire process. A setup. He was meant to take a fall via a video taken in room 916 that she would disseminate. Disgraced, he would be summarily removed from Indigo Ridge, and momentarily, at least, the security would be in turmoil. That's when the people she was working for were going to strike. He lunged for the phone and jabbed the red button. Remember me when you are protecting Indigo Ridge. I will, he thought, as he waited for the president to come on the line. I swear I will. The two men were on Bourne even as he was turning to face them. The third man came through the door unimpeded. The three men converged on Bourne. They were big, grisly men who stank of beer and fried corn. They might be big, but they were undisciplined, street fighters, rough and tumble. They were partial to roundhouse punches with brass knuckles and swipes with switchblades. Ripping the mirror off the wall, Bourne slammed its edge into a brass knuckle. The mirror cracked into a dozen shards, and Bourne grabbed one of the larger ones, unmindful of how it sliced into his palm, and jabbed the pointed end into one of the men's arms. The man reeled backward into one of his compatriots. The third man rushed at Bourne, knife held in front of him, expecting Bourne to retreat. Instead, Bourne moved into the attack, grabbed the man's knife arm, pulling him into him, and embedded the mirror shard in the man's throat. Blood gouted as the man reeled backward. Bourne grabbed his shirt front and shoved him into the two oncoming attackers. One man used his brass knuckles to sweep aside his dead compatriot, while the other drew an ice pick and hacked down with it. Bourne, dodging, slipped past the attack. 3 straight punches brought Ice Pick to his knees. Bourne kicked him in the face, and he toppled onto his side. The third man, the largest of the 3, leapt on Bourne, bouncing Bourne's head off the wall. Bourne went down, and Knuckles dropped onto him. He swung, the brass knuckles connecting painfully with Bourne's left shoulder. Bourne kicked him, at the same time twisting his torso, slamming his elbow into Knuckles' midsection. Bourne threw Knuckles off him, and in a crouch, rushed him, slammed him into the wall, wrapped one arm around his head, and joining his hands, jerked powerfully, breaking his neck. As Knuckles collapsed, Bourne took a moment to check out a hunch. Going through the men's pockets revealed Colombian passports. This was a death squad sent by Roberto Correos, who hadn't forgotten his vow of revenge against Bourne. How they had picked up his trail here in Damascus was anyone's guess. In any event, he had no time to try to find an answer. That would come later. He was about to exit the room via the shattered window when he turned back, scooped the ice pick off the floor, and stepping over bodies and through shattered glass, made his way out of the room, down the fire escape, and into the teeming twilight. Damascus's Jewish quarter, a warren of narrow ancient streets, scarred and twisted by time and cruelty, was filled with abandoned houses cordoned off by thick chains and brass padlocks. The place had an unmistakable air of sorrow and suffering, 2 things with which Boris was well acquainted. The rendezvous with Samid Abdul-Kahar wasn't until 10 p.m., but Boris thought he'd better get the lay of the land before he tried what the late unlamented Viktor Cherkasov had described as impossible. As he wandered the streets surrounding the old synagogue, he thought back to the vacant lot that had been his home last night. He could have left Cherkasov alive after his former boss had coughed up all his secrets, but that would have been foolish. Worse, it would have been the height of sentimentality. When a man in his profession became sentimental, it was time to quit. And yet, not too many actually did quit or retire. Ivan was the latest example. Really, Boris thought now as he turned a corner. It was astonishing that he had fooled everyone into believing that he had retired, including Boris himself. But then Ivan's sincerity was always one of his most admired traits. It was, after all, what had led him to be trusted by all the Gruprovka families, and he had never betrayed confidences to any of them. But now it seemed brutally clear that he had betrayed every family's confidences to Severus Domna. Boris shook his head. If he lived to the age of Methuselah, he would never understand what could possibly motivate Ivan and then Cherkasov to turn against the motherland. He had now made 3 complete circuits of the streets surrounding the old synagogue occupied by Samid Abdul-Kahar, and had set the map of the Jewish quarter firmly in his head. Though his stomach was grumbling fiercely, he felt so encrusted with grime that he headed for Hammam Nureddin at Souk el Bazuria, in another section of the Medina. He paid his fee, hung his clothes in a wooden locker, and took a moment to study the key Cherkasov had picked up at the mosque in Munich, which he was due in 3 hours to put into Samid Abdul-Kahar's grubby little hand. It was gold, small, and oddly shaped. It looked ancient, but when he scratched at it with his thumbnail, a thin line of patina came off. He examined his nail. It wasn't only the patina that had come off, but the gold color itself. He looked at the key in a whole new way. Gold was soft, so it wasn't surprising that the key was made of a harder metal. Boris had speculated that the key was made of iron with an outer layer of gold. He turned the key over and over between his fingers. There was something vaguely familiar about its shape. It seemed unlikely that he had seen it before. Nevertheless, he could have sworn he had. Standing in front of his locker, naked save for the towel wrapped around his waist, he set his mind to thinking about where he might have seen the key. Perhaps in a book, a magazine article, or even an intel report at FSB-2. Nothing surfaced. He secured the locker with an old-fashioned key on a red cotton wrist bracelet. The color indicated that he had paid for the full menu. He padded to the first of the many showers, steam rooms, and skylit massage facilities. What did the mysterious key open, and what made it so valuable that Cherkasov had to deliver it in person? And why Cherkasov? Surely the Domna and Samid Abdul-Kahar had any number of trustworthy agents to handle the task. These questions swirled through his mind like a school of fish as he showered, was scrubbed by an attendant, then padded into one of the great tiled steam rooms. He sat, a towel draped across his loins, bent forward, forearms on thighs, and tried to free his mind of questions, doubts, and the myriad responsibilities he faced. His head hung, his vision going out of focus as his muscles slowly relaxed. He could feel the exhaustion oozing out of him with his sweat. His overactive mind eventually calmed. Suddenly, his head snapped up. He opened his left hand and stared at the key lying in the center of his palm. A laugh bubbled up. He laughed so hard his eyes began to tear. Now he understood why Cherkasov had been chosen to go to the mosque in Munich, even though he despised Muslims. 20 minutes later, he was lying face down on a massage table, having his muscles reduced to quivering jelly. He closed his eyes, listening to the slap of the masseur's hands on his back, humming to himself as his right hand played with a thick wooden peg under the tabletop that kept the parts together. A shadow fell across his face, and he opened his eyes and looked up to see Zaitchek, his face raw and red as just butchered meat, swollen on one side. Below the neck, his body was pale as milk. His torso was completely devoid of scars. Boris remembered when his own body had looked like that. "Fancy meeting you here, Boris." Zaitchek's smile was warm and ingratiating. "I saw what you did to Cherkasov." He clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "A sorry end for a man of such power. But then power is fleeting and life is short, eh?" "You look like a fucking bureaucrat, Zaitchek. Go home." Zaitchek's smile was lopsided, as if stitched there by a bad tailor. "What did Cherkasov tell you?" "Nothing," Boris said. He had bigger balls than I had imagined. The smile froze. I don't believe you, Boris. I'm not surprised. You're out of your league here in the field. Zajak's eyes narrowed. Aren't we partners now? Boris lay his cheek against his folded arms. He was getting a crick in his neck from keeping his head up. You're supposed to be in Moscow, tending to your part of our bargain. To be honest, I didn't trust you would keep your end. But I have. Astonishing, really. Zajac flicked the key dangling from Boris's right wrist. What was Cherkasov doing in Munich? Why did he come here? I told you. Zajac leaned over Boris. He was a mule, wasn't he? He was bringing something here, was that it? I have no idea. Zajac lunged for the locker key. When Boris tried to slide off the table, the masseur held him in place. What the hell is this? Boris said. You know what this is. Leaning over him, Zajac slid the wristband off. He held up the key. Let's see what's in your locker. As Zajac sauntered off, Boris tried again to rise, but the masseur, leaning in with all his muscled bulk, held him even more firmly in place. He was not alone with the masseur for long. He saw another man enter the room. His face was triangular, vulpine, the black eyes never alighting on one thing for long. He was not a tall man, but he was nevertheless imposing. His body was squat and wide, chest and shoulders thick with matted hair like a bear's pelt. Despite his lack of uniform, Boris recognized him immediately. He forced a smile onto his face as the man approached him. Konstantin Lavrenti Beria. At last we meet. Chapter 30. In the long Damascene twilight, Bourne walked down Straight Street, the main artery of Babtuma, the oldest section of the Medina. Not knowing where it might be safe, he dug out the slip of paper Rebecca had given him and called her. He heard the pleasure in her voice when he identified himself. I live in an alley off Haret al-Azaria, Rebecca said. It's very near the old Jewish synagogue, right around the corner, in fact. I'll come down to meet you, otherwise finding me the first time is pretty much impossible. Bourne liked that and told her so. He saw her at the head of Harat al-Azaria, leaning against a crumbling brick wall that might have been 1,000 years old. She was dressed in woven leather sandals, a long flowing cotton dress, and a brightly colored long-sleeved shirt in the Syrian style. She seemed perfectly at ease. Are you hungry? She asked, just as if they were old friends. I know a small place with excellent food not far from here. Bourne nodded, and they wended their way down crumbling alleys and narrow streets. Every city in the Middle East had a pervasive smell. In Tunis, it was jasmine. In Fez, cumin. Here in Damascus, it was coffee mingled with cardamom. What happened to your hotel reservation? The room was unacceptable. There's no shortage of hotels in Damascus. But none as impossible to locate as your apartment. She smiled as if she knew he wasn't telling the truth. Perhaps she believed that he was simply taken with her. If so, he had no intention of setting her straight. On the other hand, he was curious about her. She did not strike him as a typical flight attendant, slightly bored, reserved, interested in her passengers for only as long as they were on her plane. Walking along the streets of the Medina was like opening a pack of Advent cards. In each window, within each doorway, were a staggering array of artisans working in glass, silk, pottery, and upholstery. There were bakers and halal butchers, flower arrangers and tailors, basket weavers and dyers. On the street itself were vendors selling everything from steaming cups of thick Turkish coffee to cardamom ice cream dipped in almonds. Then there were the flamboyant water sellers, dressed in the ornate Ottoman style of the Umayyad Caliphate. The Umayyad caliphs had made Syria their home, even while their fierce armies were expanding their empire east to Baghdad and north across the Mediterranean into Spanish Andalusia. When Bourne remarked on the number of Iraqi accents he was hearing, Rebecca said, For some years, the Medina was declining in population. Iraqis, Sunni and Christian alike, fleeing the long war, changed all that. Now the old city is packed. The restaurant she took him to was tucked into an outdoor patio, jam-packed and full of flavorsome odors. Vines climbed the walls, and filigreed iron and brass lamps threw moonbeams of light across the tables and checker-tiled floor. Niches in the black and ochre walls contained brightly colored mosaics of Ottoman sultans and Umayyad warriors. The rotund chef bustled out from the kitchen. "Marhaba," he said. "Marhabtain," Rebecca replied. He shook Bourne's hand and said something Bourne couldn't hear over the hubbub. After they were seated, she said, "No menus. Balthazar will make us special dishes, probably farouche, because he knows it's my favorite. Do you know what this is?" "Chicken with chilies and onions," Bourne said. A plate of stuffed grape leaves was delivered to their table. Rebecca ordered mate, an Argentinian drink that had recently become beloved by many Syrians. "So," Bourne said as they ate, "why do you live in Babtuma?" Rebecca licked olive oil off the fingertips of her right hand. "The history of the Jews is here. Of course, there's history everywhere in the Medina, but the history of the Jews is the most evocative, stalwart, sorrowful, brave." "You must be sorry they're mostly gone." "I am, yes." The mate appeared, a waiter pouring the beverage for them both. Bourne ignored it, waiting for it to cool, but Rebecca drank it hot through a silver straw. "It's sad to see all the ruins," Bourne said, "the abandoned buildings, padlocked and dark. The synagogue most of all." "Oh, the synagogue, at least, is no longer empty. It's been renovated recently." "And worship has begun again?" "There's an Arab living there now, not full-time, but still." She shook her head. "Incredible, isn't it?" "That's sometimes the end of things," Bourne said. "Sad and ironic." She refilled her cup and shook her head again. "It shouldn't be that way. It mustn't." The empty plate was whisked away, replaced by another piled with falafel. "Tell me about the synagogue. Who lives there now?" Rebecca frowned. "No one knows, really. At least no one's saying. But then this city thrives on secrets." "You live near enough. You must have seen the Arab coming and going." She smiled, tilting her head so her eyes caught the light. "Why are you so interested in the synagogue?" "I have business with the Arab who lives there." She put down her cup. "You know his name?" "I do." "What is it?" He popped a falafel ball into his mouth. "Why are you so interested in him?" Her laugh was like velvet. "You and I have a mutual interest." "So it would seem." Bourne swallowed some mate. "His name is Samid Abdul Kahar." "Really? He's rather famous, isn't he?" "In certain circles, yes, he is." They looked at each other, and Bourne saw knowledge in her eyes that she had not spoken of. The farouche came, steaming and looking luscious. The babble of voices around them seemed to have built into a crescendo, forcing them to lean across the table to hear each other. "Samid Abdul Kahar is a terrorist," Rebecca said, "though he pretends to be otherwise." "How do you know that?" "I'm Jewish," Rebecca said. Now her interest in the Arab who had defiled the synagogue was clear. "He won't find anything of interest in my locker," Boris said. "Zajac will decide that." "I'm somewhat surprised to see you out of your Moscow Central bunker," Boris said. "Some matters are worth pursuing yourself," Beria replied. "Otherwise, where is the satisfaction?" "You're wise not to trust Zajac." "You found that out the hard way." Beria folded his arms across his chest. "You know, General, your problem is you're too trusting. For the life of me, I cannot fathom how you have persisted so long." "Flourished," Boris said. "Use the correct term." Beria frowned. "You certainly evince no fear. We'll soon fix that up." He smiled cheerfully. "Really, General, no one believes that you would allow Cherkasov to die without him spilling his guts." Boris stared up at Beria. Then he crooked his forefinger. signaling for the SVR director to come closer. Beria glanced around as if he suspected a trap. Then he leaned over, putting his head close to Boris's. He smelled of expensive cologne.
Stalin wore cologne too, Beria. Did you know that?
Boris clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth.
Men who wear cologne.
He shrugged to the extent he was allowed by the masseur's weight on his back.
What can I say?
Beria produced a pained smile.
Zajac will be back in a moment, and then everything will change for you. If he finds nothing...
Trust me, he won't.
If he finds nothing,
Beria repeated with added emphasis on each word.
Then we evacuate you to our safe house. I have men there, experts in their field.
I probably know them either by name or by reputation, Boris said. Beria looked at him quizzically.
I don't understand you, General.
Few do. Boris unfurled his left hand and watched as Beria stared at the key. Beria plucked the key up.
Is this it?
It is what Cherkessov was supposed to deliver to Samid Abdul-Kahar. Beria's head snapped up, his black, feral eyes boring into Boris's.
That terrorist is here?
According to Cherkessov, Boris said. His residence is in the old synagogue in Bab Tuma. Assuming I've been in this hammam for about an hour, the meet is set for 2 hours from now. A flicker of suspicion momentarily crowded out Beria's expression of triumph.
Why are you telling me this, General?
I know when I've been outmaneuvered, and I have no wish to be evacuated to a safe house filled with sharp claws and teeth. Beria sighed just as Zajac returned and threw the locker key on the floor, shaking his head.
My dear General, I do thank you for being so forthcoming,
Beria said.
But I'm afraid I can't leave you here. You are a loose end, and I won't have that.
He raised his eyes to look at the masseur and nodded. At once, the masseur trapped Boris in a fierce grip. Beria turned, no longer concerned with Boris. He held up the key, and Zajac nodded. As the two walked out, Zajac shot Boris one last look that could have meant anything. Boris paid him no mind. His attention was focused fully on what he had to do now. The masseur was leaning over the table, his left forearm pressed down across the back of Boris's neck, his right knee on the small of Boris's back. Boris's right hand found the wooden peg under the table and pulled it with the same fierce determination he'd once used when pulling the firing pin on a hand grenade. Without the peg's support, the front of the table collapsed. The masseur lost his balance, and with it, the pressure he exerted on Boris's torso. Boris slid down the table, curled his legs, and twisted out from under the masseur's sprawled body. As the masseur struggled to rise, Boris punched him in the side of the face. When this had little effect, he drove his knee into the same spot. The masseur collapsed as if poleaxed. Boris scooped up his locker key and found his way back to where his clothes still hung, careful not to run into Beria and his little prick of a lapdog. If he never saw another SVR agent in his life, he'd die a happy Russian. But he knew that was too much to hope for. My head hurts. There was a ringing in Soraya's right ear that had nothing to do with the bandage covering half her head. Erin's face swam into view. I know. I mean, it really hurts. Be happy you're not dead. After that little stunt. Ilarion? He responded to the anxiety in her voice. Shot dead. You're sure? 3 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. He smiled thinly. Yes, I'm sure. Soraya relaxed visibly and licked her lips. I'm thirsty. Erin took a plastic cup off a tray, poked a straw into the water he poured in it. He did something to the bed so that Soraya's head, shoulders, and torso lifted off horizontal without her having to take her head off the pillow. She began to suck the water up. In the hospital again, I'm afraid. Erin's smile turned tentative. Not too much. We don't want it coming right back up. He placed the cup on the tray. When he turned back, his eyes engaged hers. You almost got yourself killed. Almost doesn't count. When he failed to laugh, she said, You're welcome. I owe you, Soraya. She looked away. You don't owe me anything. He sighed, hooked his shoe through the rung of a chair, and brought it over so he could sit down beside her. Why did you run away? I hate hospitals. He looked relieved. I thought you hated me. Men, she said. He looked down at his hands. I'm sorry about Shaltum. Tears began to leak from Soraya's eyes, and Aaron jumped up and used the tissue to blot the corners. Soraya jumped as if burned. Get away from me. He backed away, his face pale and drawn. Then he turned and stepped to the door. She waited until he pulled down the handle before saying, Come back. He hesitated, then turned. She could see in his eyes that he didn't know what to do. Something black burned inside her, reveling in her mastery over him. Then, as quickly as the spark flamed up, it died, leaving her empty and shaking. Which is it, Soraya? Aaron, please. He approached her with a cautious step and sat gingerly in the edge of the chair, as if ready at any moment to flee. She looked at him. All the fight had left her. She felt as if she had gone through a terrible trial by fire, had seen loves, wants, and needs reduced to ash, leaving her naked but no longer vulnerable. She sensed her strength returning, but it was a different form of strength, one that would require time to explore. Her eyes fluttered closed for a moment. Soraya. She heard the anxiety in his voice and looked at him. How am I? Better than you have any right to be. He seemed relieved to be talking about a topic that was quantifiable. When we brought you in here, the doctors were very grave. Frankly, I don't think they gave you much of a chance, but the wound looked worse than it was. The bullet from El-Arian's weapon grazed your skull high enough so your vision wasn't impaired. And we've been assured that your hearing will return to normal in time. Nothing paralyzed? No, but the concussion you were walking around with will need time to heal, or surely something neurologically bad will happen. No running, or falling off staircases. He smiled. Best to get out of that habit. I promise. Her fingers picked at the sheet as if she couldn't wait to get it off her. I suppose, then, you'll have to take me to safer places. His expression sobered. Soraya, I promise to get you out of here as soon as I can. No more than a day or so while they finish tests, and then I'll use Robinet's influence, assuming he's still talking to me. What happened between you two? I lost you. He was ready to end my career if we didn't find you alive and well. I'll talk to him. Finally, I have a champion. He laughed and she joined in, even though it pained her a bit. She didn't mind. The pain reminded her that she was alive, and that felt so very fine. But you have to be good, Aaron said. You still need plenty of bed rest. Don't worry. I now have a healthy respect for concussions. She grinned. Lucky I have that hotel room, huh? He nodded. But now you have to rest. In a minute. Please, give me my cell phone. He gave her a stern look, but did as she asked, rummaging in the shallow closet. When he brought it to her, she turned it on and saw she had 4 messages from Hendricks, but none from Peter. She looked up at Aaron. Okay, now scram. His brow furrowed. What does this mean? Leave me alone. He nodded. I'll be right outside. Don't you have anywhere else to be? I do. He crossed to the door and opened it. He grinned. But I'm learning to delegate. In all the noise of the restaurant, Bourne almost didn't hear his cell phone. He was in the middle of finessing more information out of Rebecca on the building plan of the synagogue, and for a moment considered ignoring the call. Then he saw it was from Soraya and answered, but he couldn't hear a word she said, so excusing himself, he went outside onto the street, walking several hundred feet away down a narrow alley, pressing himself against a crumbling building chained with a padlock. Where are you? Her voice sounded tight and strained. Damascus. Bourne kept his eyes on the passing crowds. Between Boris and Correos, Bourne needed to be wary of death squads and lone assassins. Are you all right? Yes, fine. I'm in Paris. I tried to call Peter, but he isn't answering his cell, which is very odd. No one has seen or heard from him. Contact Tyrone. If he hasn't heard something, then he'll find a way. Good idea. She told him everything she had learned about the Munition Club, the Arab terrorist connection, and the fiduciary trail that led back to the Nymphenburg Landesbank of Munich. She did not mention Amun. She did not want to speak his name, let alone hear any expression of sympathy, however sincere. She concluded with Benjamin El Arian's death, but omitted her injuries. Bourne's mind was processing the information as fast as it was received. What interests me is that the Domna's finances are handled through a Munich bank, and Samid Abdul Kahar, the head of the mosque in Munich, is also here in the same city where Severus Domna has its headquarters and staging area. Staging area for what? Not sure, but I think it's an imminent attack on U.S. soil. Target? I don't... Bourne broke off the conversation. He had seen someone, a flash of a face among the bobbing heads. Slamming his phone shut, he took off after the figure. As he drew closer, he was able to identify the familiar gait. Even without a clear look at the man's face, he knew it was Boris. Bourne shouldered his way through the crowds as people squeezed together along the narrow streets. After several minutes, he had a sense that Boris was headed toward the synagogue. What was he up to? Surely, if he had followed Bourne here, he had lost the scent. But Boris did not give the impression of someone who was lost. On the contrary, his concentration was fierce. He was a man on a mission. The entrance to the synagogue was down a narrow, unprepossessing alley, which gave out on a cobbled courtyard with an olive tree planted in its center. When he reached a spot where he could keep an eye on the alley, Boris melted back into shadow. He crossed his arms in front of him like an Egyptian mummy and stood absolutely still, waiting. Bourne waited. Nothing happened. No one entered or left the alley leading to the synagogue. The sliver of sky visible was a carnival set. The night tinged a gaudy electric blue from the lights atop the minarets. Bourne took out his cell and dialed Boris's number. In the shadows, Boris started and grabbed for his phone. As he did so, Bourne stepped into the shadows beside him. "Hello, Boris," he said. "I understand you've been sent to kill me." Chapter 31. "Jason, what in hell are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same question, Boris." Bourne studied his friend in the darkness. "The question is whether either of us will tell the truth." "When have we ever lied to each other?" "Who can say, Boris? You know far more about our relationship than I do. Right now, as far as I can see, nothing is what it seems." "I couldn't agree more. I've been shafted by so many people these last couple of days, my head is spinning. Friendship is a matter of trust." "Once again, I couldn't agree more. But if you have to think about it, trust doesn't exist." A bitterness in Boris's voice disturbed Bourne. "What's at the heart of this issue, Boris?" "I just came from Munich. One of my oldest friends tried to have me killed there. As a matter of fact, you know him. Ivan Volkyan, never retired. He's been working for Severus Domna for years." "My condolences." "You don't seem surprised." "The only surprise was that you two were friends." "Well, we aren't." Boris turned his head away, peering down the street. "It seems we never were." Bourne let a moment pass in honor of Boris's sorrow. "Are you here to say your special form of hello to me?" he said finally. "Or to Samid Abdul Kahar?" "No secrets from you, are there? Why am I not surprised?" Boris laughed humorlessly. "Let me tell you something, my friend. Several hours ago, the man who forced me to make a decision between killing you and keeping my career was on the other end of my special form of hello." "So you have removed the need to kill me?" "There was never any need, Jason. If I did what Viktor Cherkesov ordered me to do, there wouldn't be enough of me left to have a career." He grunted. "And by the way, how do you know that prime dick Samid Abdul Kahar lives here?" "How do you?" The two men laughed together. Boris slapped Bourne on the back. "Damn it, Jason, it's good to see you. We must have a toast to our reunion,
But first, I'm expecting Konstantin Beria, the head of SVR, and his little prick Zaitchik to show up here. How is that? Boris told him about the key that Cherkasov was tasked by the Domna to bring to Samir Abdul-Kahar. You let Beria have it? Bourne said. Boris laughed. For all the good it will do him. It's not a real key. It doesn't open anything. It's modeled after the keys in a Flash video game. Seeing the look on Bourne's face, he added, Hard to believe, but someone inside the Domna has a sense of humor. What's hard to believe is that you know anything about video games. I need to keep up with the times, Jason. Otherwise, I'll get run over by the young technocrats coming to power. They use video games to keep their skills sharp and the smell of blood in their nostrils. You and I use the field. They're useless in the field, the young ones. They're always looking for shortcuts, for keys to unlock the next level. That's right, they don't think for themselves. A cooling wind snaked down the street, bringing with it the scent of spices. The muezzin started up, the amplified calls to prayer drowning out all other noise. The street drained of people. The key was a test, Bourne said. Boris nodded. To see if Cherkasov was trustworthy and obedient. He failed. Miserably. But Samir Abdul-Kahar doesn't know that yet. And Beria doesn't know I'm waiting for him. Boris put an arm across Bourne's chest. Hold on. They're coming. Bourne saw two men approaching. They wore long coats that reached down to the tops of their shoes, a clear indication that they were carrying long-barreled weapons. The older man was short and feral-looking, the other younger and taller, with a face that looked like it had been put through a meat grinder. Bourne smiled as he thought of Boris's fists making vicious contact with the technocrat. I want these cocksuckers, Boris said. They tried to kill me. It looks like they're carrying some heavy weapons, Bourne said. So I see. Bourne was preparing himself when from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure in a black robe and hijab come stealthily down the street from the other end. It was Rebecca. The security for Indigo Ridge once more set. Hendricks did precisely what Skara had asked him not to do. He went looking for her. First, he tried her cell phone, but got a Chinese man who told him to go to hell in Mandarin. Next, he had a private conversation with Jonathan Bray, the head of the FBI. He and Bray went back a long time. They exchanged favors regularly. Anything you want, Chris, Bray said. It's yours. I'm looking for someone who's dropped out of sight, Hendricks said, consumed with shame, humiliation, and the singular anguish of a jilted lover. She may have already left the country. He paused. She entered as Margaret Penrod, which was an alias, but I have no doubt she's now under another assumed name. Any idea what that might be? Again, those terrible emotions washed over Hendricks. I do not. Photo? I'll have one sent over. The government vetting process must have one, Hendricks thought. Otherwise, I'll look even more like an idiot. Right now, though, I need two of your best investigators. Done, Bray said. Hendricks met the agents at Skara's apartment. When the doorbell went unanswered, the agents broke in, sidearms drawn, even though Hendricks told them that wasn't necessary. Procedure, they said in almost robotic unison. Once they had secured the premises, they retired to the doorway, as Hendricks ordered, lurking like a pair of leashed guard dogs. Hendricks took a tour around the small one-bedroom apartment. The living room was depressingly bare, exuding the stale air of abandonment. There was nothing to tell him that she had been there. Ditto the tiny bathroom. Only lint lay like sand on the narrow shelves of the medicine cabinet. The toilet tank held only water. The bathtub had been washed clean of sediment and hairs. He stepped into the bedroom and immediately smelled her. He went through the drawers of the dresser, which were all empty. Pulling them out, he turned them over, looking for something taped to their undersides. The closet was occupied by an assortment of hangers, nothing more. The bedside table had one drawer in which he found 2 paper clips, a card for her fake business, and the nub of a pencil. With a heavy sigh, he sat down on the bed, feeling it give just the way her body gave under his weight. Wrists on knees, he bent over and stared at the floor. He missed her. There was no denying it. A hole gaped open inside him. He thought he had made sure he'd never feel that way again. His eyes swam out of focus. His thoughts swirled like water down a drain. At that moment, his cell phone burred.
Hendricks.
Mr. Secretary, this is CIA agent Tyrone Elkins.
The words slowly penetrated Hendricks's muzzy mind. How did you get my number, son?
I have a message from Peter Marks.
Hendricks's brow furrowed and tension came into his shoulders and arms.
Where is Peter? He's safe, sir. He's been under attack. He needs to talk with you.
Well, put him on. There was a pause.
Peter?
Yes, sir.
Are you all right?
I am, sir.
What the hell has happened to you?
Peter recounted the near miss with the car bomb and his escape from the ambulance with its imposter crew. It was sheer luck that Tyrone was behind me, Peter concluded.
Where the hell are you? I'll send people to...
All due respect, sir, after the breaches in security you warned me of and the breach at the Treadstone building, I'd rather no one know where I am for the moment. Soraya found me through Bourne.
Bourne?
Both Soraya and Bourne know Tyrone, sir. That's all it's safe to say at the moment.
And Soraya?
Still in Paris. She found out who ordered the murder of her contact. Benjamin El-Arian. He's dead. He continued on, telling his boss about the intel he had found that had triggered the attacks on him. You've got to send a team to bring Roy Fitzwilliams back to D.C. for questioning ASAP. Fitzwilliams consulted for the Syrian mining company El Gabal and failed to report it when he was vetted. Another failure of the vetting process, Hendricks thought. It was a wonder this government was still standing. Peter said, "We're looking at an imminent threat on U.S. soil. Remember me when you are protecting Indigo Ridge," Skara had said.
Indigo Ridge?
Hendricks breathed. My thought exactly.
Good work, Peter.
Sir, I'm sorry I gave you a hard time. You were right about assigning me Indigo Ridge in this roundabout way.
I'm just happy my decision didn't lead to your death.
Your job is no bed of roses, Peter said, but you do it well.
Thanks.
Hendricks thought a moment. To maintain security until we have the situation nailed down, have Tyrone phone me every day at noon. I'll let you know as soon as Fitzwilliams is in custody. You deserve to be in on the interrogation. He closed the connection and called his Indigo Ridge field operations director, who was already getting flack from Danziger. Forget about him, Hendricks said. I want you to take a detachment and take Roy Fitzwilliams into custody.
Sir?
You heard me. Assign your best man to fly him back to D.C. ASAP. I'll have an Air Force plane waiting for you. I want him delivered directly to me. Is that clear?
As crystal, sir. Consider it done.
Hendricks called an Air Force general of his acquaintance and got him to authorize a jet to stand by. As he put his phone away, his gaze fell on Skara's card, lying in the drawer of the bedside table. Your job is no bed of roses, Peter had said. Into his mind swam an image of Skara as he had seen her the day they met, kneeling in his tiny strip of a garden, tending his roses. He snatched up the card. There was a rose planted squarely in its center. With his heart pounding, he jumped up and ran out of the apartment, leaving the bewildered FBI agents in his wake. Rebecca no longer looked like a flight attendant. There was a certain intensity about her, sharply alert and purposeful. Her eyes were eager, her cheeks flushed, as if she were about to hurl herself at fate head-on. She had transformed herself into an avenging angel. She had changed clothes since he'd left her in the restaurant, confirming what he had suspected. She had her own agenda concerning the occupants of the synagogue. All she'd been lacking was the trigger, which he himself had provided when he had given her the identity of the Arab who was desecrating the Jewish house of worship alongside which she had chosen to live. He now suspected that she was Mossad, but in the end, it didn't matter. She was out to infiltrate the synagogue and assassinate Samid Abdul-Kahar. The trouble was, she was walking blind into a lethal crossfire between Samid Abdul-Kahar's men and the SVR. He had to stop her. He was preparing himself to block her way when she veered off. She wasn't headed for the alley that led to the synagogue after all. But because of their interrupted discussion over dinner concerning the synagogue's architectural plan, he knew where she was going.
Grabbing Boris, he headed down the street after her. Boris pulled back.
"Are you crazy? You're going to screw up everything."
Bourne turned back to him. "It's a matter of trust, Boris." Hesitating only a moment, Boris nodded, then followed Bourne as he headed left, down an alley that ran more or less parallel to the one leading to the synagogue. Up ahead, Bourne saw Rebecca vanish to the left. He picked up his pace, Boris right behind him. When he reached the spot where Rebecca had disappeared, he saw a passageway no wider than shoulder width. He plunged in, summoning up the plan of the ancient synagogue as Rebecca had described it to him. Abruptly, he came to the end of the passageway. A blank wall faced him.
"What the hell is this, Jason?"
Boris whispered. "We're following a Mossad agent who knows another way into the synagogue."
"How? Did she melt through solid stone?"
They were engulfed in darkness. Bourne reviewed everything he had learned about the synagogue from Rebecca. He knew where it was in relation to the passageway, so he turned to the left and felt along the stone wall, searching for a lever or handle. Nothing. Then he stepped back a pace, almost bumping into Boris, and his right foot scraped against a metal grate. Both men backed up enough for Bourne to kneel down and feel around with his fingers. The grate was square, large enough for a human being to fit through. Curling his fingers through the holes, he pulled upward. The grate gave easily, and he stood it on end against one wall. Then he slipped his legs into the hole. His shoes struck something. "There's a ladder," he said to Boris, who had squatted beside him. The two men climbed down. The ladder was made of iron, flaking off beneath their grip, attesting to its extreme age. They arrived at the lower level, which was carved out of the living rock. To their left, Bourne saw a soft glow, and he and Boris followed it until Bourne was certain they were beneath the synagogue. A set of stone steps led upward, and Bourne and Boris took them, moving with extreme stealth. At the top of the stairs was a narrow door made of hand-planed hardwood, bound with wide bronze bands. Cautiously, Bourne depressed the iron lever and pushed the door inward. They stepped across the threshold and found themselves in a section of the synagogue that was still in the process of being renovated. Sheets of striated marble and black stone lay against one wall or across rough-hewn sawhorses, where they were being cut to size. Curtains of undyed muslin closed off the area to protect the rest of the interior against the stone dust. They crept forward until they were at the muslin curtains. Bourne listened for any sounds of a struggle, but heard only the hushed sound of footsteps muffled by carpets, the occasional word or two of Arabic, spoken softly but urgently. Parting the curtains, they slipped through into the central section, renovated in the Arabic style.
"This Mossad agent is going to get herself killed here," Boris whispered.
"The name she's going by is Rebecca," Bourne said.
"Maybe we'll get lucky and the SVR and Samid Abdul-Kahar will kill each other,"
Boris muttered as he stared into the middle distance. But Bourne could tell by his tone that he didn't believe it. Nothing in their world was ever so neatly wrapped up. There was too much rage and high emotion, too much blood already spilled, so much more to be poured out. They moved forward. The great spaces the ancient architects of the synagogue had provided were now broken up into small rooms, all ornately painted and furnished, like a sultan's seraglio. There was none of the desert Arab's austere sensibility to be found. All the prayer rugs were opulent, woven of the finest silk in intricate jewel-tone patterns.
"Where the hell are Beria and his lackey?"
Boris whispered. Bourne wondered where anyone was. He had no idea how many men Samid Abdul-Kahar had with him or how heavily armed they were. He looked up and discovered a safe way to find out. The rooms were constructed with thick, hand-hewn beams of fragrant cedar that rose to a height of 10 feet, well below the height of the original structure. There was no ceiling to the rooms, simply cross beams to keep the vertical ones true, and swaths of fabric hung from beam to beam. He signaled to Boris to go on ahead, then worked his way up one of the beams, finding footholds in the rough wood. The beams were massive 6x6s, allowing him to stretch out along them as he crawled from room to room. The fabric was sheer enough to make out figures, their positions in the rooms, and their movement inside them. He saw 3 of Samid Abdul-Kahar's men, one alone in a room, preparing to pray, but no sign of either Rebecca or Samid himself. He knew that she must be as focused on Samid as he was. The men were just a temporary roadblock. And then, in the fifth room, he saw her. She was with Samid, but there wasn't anything about the scene he liked. Boris crept forward on little cat feet, as the poem went, one that he had memorized when he was a boy and repeated to himself each night before he went to bed, as if it were a prayer. Tonight, however, his heart was full of blood. All he could think of was Zaitchek and Beria. It occurred to him now that his line of work was defined by a chain of affronts and retributions. You just had to pray that you would survive them all, on little cat feet. He entered a room where a man was kneeling on a prayer rug, his forehead pointing toward Mecca. A short-barreled assault rifle lay at his side. Boris could hear the muttered prayer, words falling like rain from the Arab's mouth as his torso rose and fell. Boris waited until his forehead touched the rug. Then he stepped silently up to him and, putting all his weight into it, slammed his shoe down on the back of the man's neck. He heard a series of sharp cracks, like someone puncturing bubble wrap, and the man collapsed. Scooping up the assault rifle, Boris stepped over the corpse and continued on. Two men were behind Rebecca. Bourne couldn't tell whether or not she was aware of them, so he leapt off his perch, crashing down through the fabric. He landed in a crouch. The men turned, and he swung a leg out, catching one of them behind the knees. He went down in a tangle, and Bourne was on him at once with both fists. Rebecca struck the second man on the side of the head. He staggered back, but managed to raise his assault rifle and fire off a barrage of shots. She went down at his feet, and he lifted the butt of the weapon as if to slam it onto the top of her head. But first she drove her fist into his crotch. As he doubled over, she drew a slender knife from beneath her black cloak and slit open his belly from one side to the other. Even as his eyes opened wide in shock, she was leapfrogging over him, stretching out to grab the hem of Samir Abdul-Qahar's robe. He stumbled but used a wide-bladed dirk to cut away that section of cloth, freeing himself. He ran from the room. Bourne rose from the floor and sprinted after Rebecca as she followed Samid out of the seraglio rooms and into the synagogue proper. The moment Boris heard the rapid-fire blasts, he broke into a run. Beria and Zaitchek, both wielding AK-74 assault rifles, were spread-legged, standing side by side as they mercilessly mowed down 6 of Samid Abdul-Qahar's men. Zaitchek spotted Boris as he ran into the entry space and turned his weapon, firing indiscriminately. Boris retreated behind the doorway through which he had entered. The firing was so blistering he had to wait, crouched, heart hammering, before he could make a reappearance. By that time, only the bodies of the 6 men remained, twisted and bleeding from multiple wounds. No sign of either Beria or Zaitchek. Keeping his rage and frustration in check, he took each room one by one, listening as well as looking. Then he heard another burst of gunfire and headed off to his left. A bullet tore into his left calf as he crossed a threshold. He went down, his left leg collapsing under him, but landed on his right shoulder, tucking it in so that he rolled, coming up onto one knee and returning fire. He nearly took Zaitchek's head off, but the little prick pulled back just in time. Boris moved, even though it pained him, and his left ankle almost buckled. It was a good thing he did, because Zaitchek's head and shoulders popped up as he fired at the spot Boris had just vacated. Swinging his assault rifle around, Boris clipped the corner of the wall behind which Zaitchek hid. Wood and plaster splinters fountained up, and Boris moved again, this time in the opposite direction, and when Zaitchek appeared again, firing at the spot where Boris would have been if he had continued in the same direction, Boris drilled Zaitchek's left shoulder. As Zaitchek fell backward, Boris sprinted directly at him, holding his fire until Zaitchek came into view. Zaitchek squeezed the trigger of his AK-74, and more bits of wood and plaster blinded Boris momentarily. Still, he came on, knowing it was fatal to stay in one place. Clearing his vision, he saw Zaitchek on the floor. His back was against a wall, blood streamed from his shattered left shoulder. He was desperately trying to reload his weapon. Sensing Boris, his head came up and he bared his teeth like a rabid dog. Then he grinned, threw the assault rifle away, and spread his hands. "I surrender, General! Don't shoot! I'm unarmed!" Boris glimpsed the tiny derringer half hidden in Zaitchek's right hand. But even if the little prick had been unarmed, Boris knew it wouldn't have mattered. He pulled the trigger on his assault rifle, and Zajac briefly danced like a marionette whose strings were being cut. In a mass of blood, he slipped sideways and his eyes went dark. Something significant must have happened, Boris thought, because he saw that Beria had now begun his retreat from the synagogue. Boris was intrigued. He deduced that Bourne had somehow altered the situation irretrievably, and that Beria was pragmatic enough to get out while his skin was whole. That wasn't going to happen. Boris caught up with him in the entryway, already littered with 6 corpses. Beria, in full flight, chose the shortest distance between him and the front door. This route took him between 2 of the bodies. The instant he skidded in a puddle of blood, Boris, loping from behind at full speed, barreled into him. Something lurched in his left ankle, and a javelin of fire scorched up his leg. The bullet from Zajac's assault rifle had gone completely through his calf, which was good, but the wound was bleeding profusely. The leg needed to be elevated, and the wound seen to. Boris's leg gave way, and he went down hard on one knee. A sea of pain swept through him. Beria, only partially recovered, swung the butt of his AK-74 across Boris's chin, knocking him flat. Beria aimed the assault rifle, about to pull the trigger, when he heard voices echoing suddenly and frighteningly. Unwilling to give away his position by firing, he whipped around and fled the synagogue as fast as his legs would carry him. Bourne saw Samid Abdul-Kahar take a swipe at Rebecca with his gleaming dirk. She countered with her thin-bladed knife, then closed with him, slipping inside his defenses, slicing his left cheek from just beneath the eye to the corner of his mouth, which opened wide but made no sound. He struck her in the side with his fist, then delivered a vicious kick to her ribs, which slammed her against a wall. He came in hard and fast, leading with a dirk while fumbling beneath his robe with the other hand. Rebecca was defending herself against the stab of the dirk. She evaded it with ease, but only because it was a feint. Bourne saw before she did that Samid gripped a Mauser in his other hand. He leapt at Samid, knocking him back, wrestling the Mauser out of his hand. As Samid turned toward Bourne's attack, Rebecca contemptuously slapped aside the dirk and stabbed inward with her own knife. The blade penetrated Samid's chest just below the sternum, and with a surgeon's deft hand, she twisted it upward and to the left, puncturing a lung and then the heart. Blood bubbled out of Samid's mouth as he sighed a fetid breath. She stared hard into his eyes while she held him up with her knife blade and her tensed arm. "Rebecca," Bourne said. She studied Samid as if he were a specimen pinned to a lab table. "Rebecca," Bourne repeated, more gently this time. She expelled a breath and at the same time withdrew the knife blade, and the body fell to the floor. Bourne expected an expression of triumph on her face, but when she turned to him, there was only disgust. She stared at him for a long moment, and Bourne had the impression that he was facing a singular creature, precisely controlled and calibrated on the outside, but possessing an untamed spirit and a wild heart. "You ran out on me," she said as she wiped her blade free of blood and gore. "And now I find you here." "Lucky you," he smiled. "Don't tell me you're surprised." Her eyes burned with a cold fury. "This is my territory." "That's irrelevant now," he said evenly, trying to diffuse her anger. "Samid Abdul-Kahar is dead." She kicked the corpse so it flopped over on its back. "Whoever the hell this is," she said, "he's not Samid Abdul-Kahar." Chapter 32. There were times, and this was one of them, when Hendricks resented the security detail that followed him around as closely as his own shadow. He resented the fact that they were surely speculating on what had caused him to drive hell for leather back to his house in the middle of a workday. Worse, they watched him from behind smoked glass windows as he crossed to his rose garden, got down on his knees, and began rooting around. One of them, Richards, he thought, exited his car and strode to where he knelt. "Sir, are you feeling well?" "Perfectly," Hendricks said with a distracted air.
Is there anything I can do? You can return to your car. Yes, sir, Richard said after a short pause. Hendricks, glancing over his shoulder, saw Richard shrug, signing to his compatriots that he had no idea what the boss was up to. Returning to his work, Hendricks tried to calm himself, but he found to his horror that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. The moment he'd picked up Skara's business card and seen the rose imprinted on it, he'd become certain that she had left the card for him to find. Only he would understand the rose's significance. I'm on my final journey. He was terribly afraid that Skara was going to do something irrevocable. He could not imagine her killing herself, but then he knew so little about her. And yet, strangely, he felt that he had known her all his life. It was a complete mystery to him how someone could become a part of his life so quickly. She had crawled under his skin and lodged there, refused to budge. Her sudden disappearance only made him more acutely aware of how she affected him. I'm on my final journey. Was she going to do something terrible, some final act that one way or another would snuff out her life? This was the scenario that terrified him. I'm on my final journey. He had convinced himself that she'd left him a clue to what she was about to do, that she wanted him to stop her, that he was the only one with the ability to do so. He desperately wanted to believe that she felt about him the way he felt about her. Hadn't she said as much on the DVD? But he harbored a suspicion that it had been a performance, that she had not really revealed what was in her hidden heart, and that now he would never know, because within days, or even hours, her life would be extinguished like a candle flame. His shaking hands were covered with soil, his nails dark with grit. Starting at the left side of the rose garden, he was making his methodical way toward the right. At the base of each plant, his fingers dug into the soil, hoping to find something she had buried there for him to find after she had gone. But he came to the last rose, and digging in, found nothing. He sat back on his haunches, resting his wrists on his knees while he stared at the flowers. He loved his roses, their colors and scents, but now all he saw were the thorns. Perhaps this time a rose was just a rose. He didn't want to believe it, but now he had to, because there was nothing else for him to believe. Bitter tears rose into his eyes, and ashamed and despairing, he covered his face with his filthy hands. Boris was nowhere to be found. Bourne, making a quick inventory of the dead and dying, found no trace of either Boris, for which he was profoundly grateful, or the SVR chief, Constantine Beria. Briefly, he wondered whether they had gone, but he had his own agenda to consider. I've been after Samid Abdul-Kahar for 3 years, Rebecca said as they exited the synagogue the way they both had entered it. He employs half a dozen doubles who look like him and talk like him. More often than not, they're the ones who appear in public. Samid Abdul-Kahar himself can be seen in the periodic taped messages his people send to Al Jazeera. I've studied those tapes in detail. I know what the real Samid Abdul-Kahar looks like. Virtually no one else outside his circle of lieutenants does. That there might be body doubles changed Bourne's plan radically. Boris had told him Samid Abdul-Kahar was in Damascus. Now he sensed that the synagogue was a ruse. If so, then he knew that the leader of the mosque must be at El-Gabal. This had many implications, not the least of which was that the planning phase of the terrorist attack was at an end. The operations phase had begun, and Bourne had little time to infiltrate El-Gabal, plant the cloned SIM cards, and set off the charges inside the 12 crates of FN SCAR-M Mark 20 assault rifles Don Fernando had spiked. He wanted to go into El-Gabal alone, but he realized now that having Rebecca with him was vital. Only she could recognize Samid Abdul-Kahar. If he really was in the building, Bourne was not going to let this opportunity to kill him pass. Samid was the real danger. With El Arian dead, he was now the heart and soul of Severus Domna. Without his support, the organization would be so severely weakened that it could be dealt with by Soraya, Peter, and their team. But if Samid somehow survived, his grip on the Domna would become a stranglehold, and with its members in legitimate positions in business and politics, Samid's potential for launching terrorist attacks expanded exponentially.
Bourne could not allow that to happen. As they reached the street, he told Rebecca about El Gabal and what he needed to do. "I think that's where Samir Abdul-Kahar is. I know how to get in, just as you know how to get into the synagogue without being observed," he concluded. "Either you're with me or we part ways here." To her credit, she didn't hesitate an instant. They took a taxi to the train station, where he opened the locker and took out the duffel filled with the implements he had purchased earlier. Rebecca watched him with the ghost of a smile on her lips. "What's so amusing?" Bourne said as they exited the terminal. "Nothing, really." She shrugged. "It's only that I was right and my superiors were wrong." Her smile widened. "It was no coincidence that I was working your flight from Madrid." "Mossad was tracking me." "You think I'm Mossad?" He did not reply as he guided her along the wide streets that led to Avenue Chukri Quatli. They both wore Syrian clothes, so no one gave them a second look. Rebecca's head was completely covered by her hijab. "I've been tracking you," she said. "Once I had identified the connection between Samir Abdul-Kahar and Severus Damna, I knew our paths were going to cross. Your false name didn't fool me. I'd seen your photo and matched it to ones we have in our files." "So you didn't care that I ran out on you?" "Frankly, I expected it." "I owe you for the check." She grinned. "My treat." "Now that I'm taking you in with me." She laughed softly. "Everything my superiors think they know about you is wrong." "Let's keep it that way," he said. Within 20 minutes, they had reached the area around the El Gabal complex. Lights were blazing inside, though it was after 2 a.m. Bourne crouched in shadow, observed the uptick in both activity and guards. The loading dock and surrounding area were crawling with armed men. Trucks had not yet pulled up, but the first of them was rumbling down the street. He had less time than he had thought, an hour at the outside, probably less. Rebecca, crouched in the shadows beside him, said, "You're sure you can get us inside? The building is crawling with armed guards." Bourne unzipped the duffel. "Watch me," he said. Boris sat at an all-night cafe with his left leg up on a chair. The doctor he had gotten out of bed to clean and dress his wound insisted on an outrageous sum of money, even though he knew Boris from previous visits. Boris was beyond caring. When he had left the synagogue, he had spent a dizzying and unsuccessful half-hour scouring the maze of surrounding streets in Babtuma for Beria. His heart was a black pit in which he wanted to bury the SVR director. Then, like a switch being thrown, something changed. Most likely it was the pain, which had become so severe he could hardly stand on his left leg, and with the adrenaline draining out of him, he felt overcome by exhaustion. Beria could wait. He needed to take care of himself. Now, sitting with a cup of thick Turkish coffee laced with cardamom and a small plate of sticky sweets, he popped pills in his mouth, a painkiller and an antibiotic, and with a grimace swallowed them dry. He sipped his coffee, which warmed him heart and soul, and watched the intermittent comings and goings on the street. After some consideration, he thought that breaking off his pursuit had little to do with pain. He had endured much worse and kept going. He sensed that his change of heart stemmed, instead, from his reunion with Jason Bourne. That brief encounter had brought home that his life, his and Jason's, did not have to be predicated solely on a chain of affronts and retributions. There could, in fact, be a human element, and after all, it was friends like Jason, even if Jason was the only one, who made this life bearable. Briefly, he thought about Jason, wondering where he was. It didn't matter. Boris was in no shape to be of help to him. Besides, Jason worked best when he was on his own. Boris sighed and took a bite of a sweet, holding it in his mouth while the paper-thin layers of pastry dissolved and the honey melted on his tongue. He did not want to turn into a modern-day Ahab. He had made promises to himself, true enough, but their fulfillment could wait for another time, another place. Wasn't revenge a dish best served cold? Removing the length of electrical wire and the pickaxe from the duffel, Bourne attached the haft to one end of the longer coil of rope. He stood up, moving several paces away from Rebecca. They were both well in the penumbra of shadow cast by a stand of royal palm trees. The west side of the El Gabal building was in front of them, the palms behind them, and beyond, a bank building, dark and brooding. Security lights blazed on either corner of El Gabal, but there was a narrow stripe of shadow down the center of the building's side. As Bourne began to swing the rope with the pickaxe at its end, Rebecca saw what he was about to do. "There may be guards on the roof," she said. When Bourne said, "I'm counting on it," she shot him a quizzical look. Bourne waited until the throaty roar of the truck's exhaust rose through the night, then whirled the pickaxe over his head and let it go, watched it as it rose up into the night and landed on the roof. Whatever sound it made was masked by the burble of the trucks. Tugging on the rope, he pulled the pickaxe toward him until its curved head caught in the crack between the roof and the low parapet wall. He strapped the duffel across his back, and without another word to Rebecca, began his ascent of the strip of shadowed wall. When he was halfway up, she took hold of the rope and hauled herself up after him. The noise from the trucks had ceased, making them hypervigilant about any noise whatsoever. Bourne reached the parapet, grabbed hold of it with one hand, and rose up high enough to peek over the top. 2 guards were visible. One was standing in the center of what looked like an enormous target painted onto the flat roof. Outlining its circumference were a series of small blue LED lights, which burned very brightly. The second guard was at the rear of the roof, his hands on the parapet as he leaned over, staring down at the increased activity on the loading dock. Bourne launched himself over the parapet and crouched down onto the roof. A moment later, Rebecca joined him. "They've got a helipad up here," she whispered in his ear. "The lights are on, so they must be expecting a helicopter." He nodded. "It looks like this is the way the real Samir Abdul-Kahar is going to make his exit." To one side of the helipad was a glass-covered hatch, large enough so that both men and materiel could be taken from inside the building to the helicopter, or vice versa. It was a neat solution to arriving and leaving quickly. Bourne signaled Rebecca to take the guard at the rear, while he handled the one at the helipad. The roof, made of a gravelly substance, was dotted with risers, water tanks, vents, and elevator and HVAC housings. He crabbed his way from one of these to the next. This was the easy part because he could keep to the shadows cast by the structures. The circle of light cast by the LEDs was another story entirely. As he came to rest behind the elevator housing, he picked up a loose piece of gravel and threw it so that it hit the side of a water tank 20 feet to his right. The guard turned his head instantly, and unstrapping his AK-74, came cautiously toward the spot where the gravel had struck the tank. He walked around the tank. As he turned his back on Bourne's position, Bourne sprinted across the intervening space, leapt onto the guard's back, and wrapping his arm around the guard's neck, snapped it. He laid the limp body down and took the automatic weapon from nerveless hands. Scuttling back around the water tank, he made for the rear of the roof. He saw the second guard sprawled on the gravel. Above him was Rebecca, but she wasn't alone. A third guard, one hidden from both of them until now, was creeping up on her. Not wanting to fire his weapon, he ran toward her, but the instant the third guard was within arm's length, she whirled, struck away the muzzle of his AK-74, drove her fist into his gut, and grabbed him by the throat. The guard arched back, straining to fire his weapon so as to alert the guards on the loading dock. Rebecca was forced to relinquish her grip on his throat in order to pry open his hold on the assault rifle. As it clattered to the rooftop, something flashed in his hand and drove inward. Rebecca slipped her arm through his, twisted sharply, fracturing his elbow. The guard groaned, his knees giving way, and she slammed the heel of her hand into the base of his nose, jamming the cartilage back into his brain. He keeled over, dead before his body hit the gravel. Bourne was at Rebecca's side. She grinned up into his face, then her eyes went out of focus and she slid into his arms, her head flung back, her face to the starry night. He saw the slick blackness, felt the warm flow of blood coming from the knife wound in her side. She was panting, her lips parted. He lay her down and began to part her clothes in order to see the extent of her wound. "Don't bother," she said. "You have a deadline to make. I won't be the reason you don't make it." "Shut up." Bourne's fingers moved quickly and expertly over the wound. It was deep, but he couldn't find any evidence of organ damage. This was good, of course, but she was still losing blood at a rapid rate. If he didn't take immediate action, she would bleed to death. Ripping her cloak into strips, he wound them around her, binding the wound as tightly as he dared. The blood stopped flowing for a moment, but then it began to soak through the material. "Listen to me," she said in an urgent voice. "The real Samid Abdul-Kahar has a tick at the outer corner of his right eye. You'll see a tiny muscle pulsing. That's something that can't be replicated by his doubles." Bourne nodded as he bound her with another layer. This was as much as he could do. "Leave me now," she said. Still, he hesitated. "Go on." She gave up a tight smile. "I can take care of myself. I'm Mossad. I'll come back for you." Her smile turned sardonic. "No, you won't. But thanks anyway." He rose and peered over the rear parapet. The doors of the loading bay had been thrown open. He had to get to the stash of spiked weapons before they were loaded onto the trucks. He had no time to argue with her. Without a backward glance, he ran to the hatch that led down into the building. Stripping off his clothes, he clad himself in the uniform of the guard he had killed. Then he surveyed the top of the hatch. Through it, he could see a storeroom, for the moment at least, dark and deserted. A ladder led up from the floor to one side of the hatch. He wasn't surprised to see an alarm wire running around the edge of it. Instantly, he knew that without suction cups to hold the glass in place after he had cut it, the glass cutter was of no use. Setting down the duffel, he brought out the wide-bladed knife. He drove the tip of the blade into the base of the hatch where it met the gravel. The tip broke off, leaving the end looking more like a screwdriver than a knife blade. The hinges of the hatch were on the side opposite the ladder. Using the broken tip of the blade, Bourne loosened the screws enough to lift the hatch. He found the alarm tripwire, used the knife to cut through the insulation in 2 places, then wrapped the bare ends of the electrical wire to the bare spots to keep the circuit intact while extending the length of the tripwire. Then he raised the hatch far enough for him to slither through. He dropped to the floor of the storeroom, found the door, and stepped out into a long corridor that stretched to his left and right. Directly ahead of him was a half wall. Peering down, he could see the whole of the warehouse structure laid out below him. He looked for the 12 long crates and spotted them almost immediately. They were off to the right side. To the left were the open doors that led out to the loading bay. The first crates were being taken out to be loaded onto the trucks. He spent 10 seconds memorizing the warehouse layout, then found the nearest staircase and began his rapid descent. The upper floors were no problem. Everyone was on the ground floor overseeing the loading of the war materiel. As yet, there was no sign of Samid Abdul-Kahar, but Bourne was sure he wouldn't be far away. This shipment was much too valuable for him to leave its transit to subordinates. He met the first guard 1 flight above floor level. The guard nodded to him, but as Bourne brushed past him, he reached for Bourne's left arm. "Where is your weapon?" he said. "Right here," Bourne replied as he slammed the guard's head back against the wall. The guard's eyes rolled up in his head as he slid down. Bourne took the AK-74 and continued on his way down. Judging by the pace of loading, he calculated he had 10 minutes at the outside to set the Sims in place and get out of the building before he sent the electronic signal that would blow the place sky high. The second guard stood just to one side of the bottom of the staircase. He nodded disinterestedly as Bourne came down off the last step. Bourne took 1 step past him, swiveled, and buried the butt of the AK-74 into the guard's belly. He doubled over, and Bourne slammed the butt into the back of his neck. After dragging the body back into the shadows, he set off on a route that would take him quickly to the 2 stacks of spiked FN Scar M Mark 20s. He spent a precious minute blending into the swarm of men, directing a group away from Don Fernando's crates to a stack of wooden boxes on the other side of the poured concrete floor. He had 12 cloned SIM cards, 1 for each crate. Don Fernando had been quite specific as to where Bourne should place the SIMs on the side of each crate. The tiny cards had sticky backs. All Bourne had to do was peel off the covering film and slap them into place. He had affixed 6 of them when a commanding voice called out, "You there, guard! What are you doing?" Bourne turned to see a man who looked like Samid Abdul-Kahar. He had stepped out from behind a wall of crates that were apparently not slated for departure tonight. Samid's eyes narrowed as he beckoned Bourne over.
"You are unfamiliar to me. I was assigned to the warehouse this morning."
Samid nodded to two men who had come up behind Bourne. They stuck the muzzles of their AK-74s into the small of his back and marched him behind the wall of crates.
"No one was reassigned to El Gabal this morning," Samid said, "or any day this week."
He stepped closer as one of his men stripped Bourne of his weapon.
"Who are you? More importantly, how did you infiltrate the building?"
When Bourne made no reply, he smiled.
"Well, we'll deal with you the moment the loading is complete."
Bourne grabbed the arm of the guard on his right and swiveled from the waist, taking the man off his feet. Bourne chopped down on the other guard's wrist, and with his trigger hand clearly numb, ripped the AK-74 out of his grip and clubbed him over the head. The first guard, having reared back, charged Bourne with his head down. His face connected with Bourne's right knee. Something cracked, and he collapsed. Bourne turned right into the muzzle of a Makarov, which Samid pushed against his teeth. Bourne was close enough to see the tiny spasm at the corner of his right eye.
"Don't move,"
Samid said softly and fiercely,
"or I'll blow the back of your head off."
He patted Bourne down with great precision and expertise.
"Hands at your sides."
Finding nothing, he leaned in so that his nose was almost touching Bourne's. The overpowering scent of cloves filled Bourne's nose.
"There is nothing more for you to do here. 5 minutes from now, this place will be deserted, except for the dead, which will include you."
Time was rapidly running out. It was now or never. Bourne laughed, one hand creeping into his pocket.
"What are you doing? Take your hand out of there."
Samid Abdul-Kahar waved the Makarov in Bourne's face.
"Slowly."
Bourne did as he was asked.
"Open your hand."
Bourne did so. As Samid Abdul-Kahar grabbed his hand, he leaned in to take a closer look. The Makarov wavered a little, and Bourne shoved one of the false teeth he had been carrying between Samid's teeth. At almost the same instant, he slammed the flat of his hand into the bottom of the other man's chin, forcing his teeth together. The false tooth cracked, and the hydrogen cyanide flooded Samid Abdul-Kahar's mouth. Samid swallowed convulsively in order not to choke. Instantly, his eyes opened wide, and he brought the Makarov to bear. Bourne was ready for him, knocking the handgun away. Samid tried to grab a handful of Bourne's uniform to steady himself, but he slid to his knees. Bourne unknotted his fingers. A blue froth appeared at the corners of Samid's mouth. He made sounds without words, the stuff of nightmares. Then his eyes clouded over, and Bourne kicked him, dragging him back behind a niche in the wall. Emerging from behind the wall of crates, he affixed the last 6 SIM cards in place. A contingent of 4 men were coming in his direction. Bourne pressed 666 on the cell's keypad. 3 minutes until the building and everyone in it would be blown to atoms.
"These need to be taken onto the truck,"
Bourne said to the men. The lead man frowned.
"I thought they were to stay here." "Change of plan,"
Bourne said in the clipped voice of authority all soldiers automatically obeyed.
"Orders from Samid Abdul-Kahar himself."
The man shrugged and beckoned to his men. They bypassed Don Fernando's crates and started on the ones behind. Bourne was now faced with a crucial decision. If he walked out onto the loading dock, past the guards, and into the back street, he would be leaving Rebecca behind, and he could not do that. As soon as the men hefted the first crate, Bourne turned on his heel and retraced his steps across the floor, up the stairs, and out onto the open hallway that led to the supply room with its ladder up to the roof, and the longer but preferable route to safety. He opened the door and stepped into the room, right into a small, silver-plated .22 Beretta aimed at him. It appeared identical to the gun Vivica Noren had aimed at him in Frequencies, the Stockholm disco, years ago. Holding it was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and Vivica's light eyes. She looked exactly like Kaya, but from her formidable expression and the way she held herself, he knew it couldn't be Kaya. It was her twin sister, the dangerous multiple personality, Skara. Chapter 33. Fractured light fell like daggers through the skylight, piercing the shadows, illuminating sections of her face, cheek, nose, a triangle of forehead. Skara. She frowned. Who are you? I've met your sister, Bourne said. Kaya. Kaya. She traced her oval lips with the tip of her tongue, as if tasting the name. Isn't she dead? 2 minutes left. Skara, we have to get out of here. I am getting out of here. Abdul Kahar and I together, leaving this hellhole of a country far behind. She cocked her head to one side. Hear that? The roaring of rotors overhead. Lights played crazily across her face. Her eyes glittered. It's the sound of the copter landing. She smiled viciously, baring her teeth. It's also the sound of your death. A heavy thump above their heads caused her attention to flicker, and Bourne leapt at her. She fired the Beretta, and he felt a small flame in his left shoulder. Then he had her. He tried to snatch the .22 away from her, but she was quicker and more tenacious than he expected, and she retrained her grip on the handgun, trying to bring it to bear on his chest. He strode into her, pushing her back with his superior weight and strength so that the handgun was trapped between their bodies. The backs of her calves struck a box, and she stumbled backward. He made another grab for the .22, twisting it. As they struggled for control of the Beretta, her eyes were fierce in the dimness. There was something different about them, something familiar. Kill me, she cried. Kill me now and end this. He tried to wrest the .22 away, but she resisted. The Beretta turned awkwardly, and her finger pulled the trigger twice in rapid succession. Blood fountained out of her, the bullets rupturing major arteries, including her aorta. Skara! Bourne called as he pulled her back toward him, but she was already beyond hearing him or anyone else. The sleek black Sikorsky S-76C helicopter was waiting on the center of the target, its rotors spinning, whipping up a baleful wind. Bourne saw the pilot, but no one else inside. He ran, hunched over to where Rebecca sat, her back against the rear parapet. Her eyes were closed, and for a moment he thought she was dead. But when he lifted her in his arms, her eyes fluttered open. She was shivering. You came back. Her words were ripped away like sheets of paper by the roaring of the helicopter. Her teeth chattered. Bourne ran, bent over, his upper body protecting her. It seemed as if she hadn't lost much more blood. The pilot leaned over and opened the door, but as soon as he saw they weren't his expected passengers, he drew his sidearm. Before he could aim it, Bourne shot him between the eyes with Vivica Noren's silver-plated .22. After placing Rebecca in the passenger seat, he wrapped her in a cashmere blanket he found in the back and strapped her in. He ran around, and opening the pilot's side door, hauled him out and climbed in, slamming the door behind him. At that moment, a slew of guards erupted out of the rooftop hatch. Samid, or one of the dead guards, must have been discovered. The men began firing at the helicopter. Working the controls, Bourne took off, banking toward the west. Enough adrenaline was still pumping that he didn't yet feel any pain in his left shoulder. High in the sky, he turned and saw the fireball erupt, blotting out the buildings behind it, as the entire El Gabal complex was obliterated. The shockwave manhandled the shuddering Sikorsky, which dipped and spun, but Bourne managed to regain control. He flew as low as he dared. He knew within minutes Syrian fighter jets would be screaming toward the explosion, along with fire, police, army, and emergency vehicles. Rebecca stirred and said something he couldn't hear over the roar of the engines. Holding the steering oval steady between his knees, he leaned over, slipped a pair of headphones over her head identical to the pair he wore, then adjusted the attached microphone. Now they could speak to each other through the comm center. Is Samid dead? Even in pain and severely weakened by loss of blood, she had a one-track mind. Yes. You sure it was him? I saw the tick. A sigh of contentment escaped her. He saw the pilot's flight plan taped above his head, and he stuck to it until the last minute, then headed due west. She stirred beside him. Where are we going? Lebanon. 33, 32, 55, 64 north by 36, 02, 04, 50 east. She was giving him specific map coordinates. He punched them in and the helicopter banked left, then flew straight on. Radar, she said. Her voice was thin and reedy. I'm going in as low as possible, Bourne said. In the pearly light of dawn, he could make out the snaking line of barbed wire with the periodic signs warning of landmines. Close now. Overhead, a silver flash drew his attention. The plane was too high to see whether it was a commercial flight or a Syrian army fighter. He flew on, only several thousand yards now. The silver flash grew in his vision as the plane commenced a steep dive. It was a Syrian army jet. Even before he heard the first volleys of machine gun fire, he put the helicopter into a series of daredevil evasive maneuvers. The Syrian jet was coming fast, but now the barbed wire of the border was below him. The jet sent one last volley, hoping to set off one of the landmines, and then they were through. The jet veered off, climbing steeply until it vanished into the sunrise. We're in Lebanon. Bourne glanced over. Her head was lolling. Rebecca. Her eyes opened, and she drew a deep, shuddering breath. I'm tired. Rebecca, we've crossed over. A sphinx-like smile spread across her lips. The Red Sea has parted. Momentarily revived, she peered out through the perspex at the arid landscape, shimmering like copper. Head southwest. Make for Dar el-Amar. She gave him the new coordinates. Bourne saw pinpricks of blood seeping through the blanket. She must have been shaken up during his violent maneuvering. Hold on, he said, making the course correction. I'll have you down in no time. She started to laugh, and when Bourne looked at her, she said, You come to the end of your life, and who are you with? A virtual stranger who has saved your mission. Her cough was thick and phlegmy, and she almost choked. Don't you think that's funny? You're not going to die, Rebecca. From your mouth to God's ear. I have enough experience to know. You need blood and a good surgeon. We'll find them both in Dar. We have a field unit there. Your shoulder will be as good as new. He was surprised that she had had the presence of mind to notice. My shoulder is fine. Nevertheless. Nevertheless what? I have an obligation to see you restored to health. That works both ways. Her sphinx-like smile reappeared, flickering like a guttering candle. They flew on. Bourne could see the first outbuildings of Dar el-Amar, looking like sugar cubes in the morning's strong, slanted sunlight. They passed over clumps of sentinel palm trees, their fronds, like tongues, set wagging in the helicopter's backwash. Soon they would be down. His shoulder was on fire. El Gabal, Rebecca shivered. That felt like the end of the world. Bourne put his hand over hers. We survived. Her eyes were half closed, and she looked very pale. Her dark hair lay damp against her cheek. In the long history of my people, that's the important thing. It's the only thing, he said. Epilogue. It was snowing in Stockholm, just as it had been the last time he had been there. Bourne, shoulders hunched against the wind-driven snow, crossed Stureplan, the crowded square that was the hub of Stockholm nightlife. He had flown into Stockholm that morning in response to a brief but telling text that had shown up on his cell phone 3 days before. Back home after 13 years, at frequencies every night from 9 till you come. Kaya. The small package he had sent on ahead was waiting for him when he checked into the small family-run hotel in Gamla Stan, the island between Stockholm proper and Södermalm. He had the contents of the package tucked in the inside pocket of his fur-lined greatcoat as he crossed the busy street and stepped into the entrance of frequencies. The electronic music hit him with the force of a jackhammer. Lights blazed across the ceiling. The dance floor was jammed with bodies bobbing to the trance-like beat that seemed to rise up from the floor, the shimmering air thick with sweat and perfume. The long, underlit bar was 3 and 4 deep, with guys trying to score and girls checking them out. It was a mystery how Bourne saw her amid all the throbbing mob and pinballing energy, but there she was, her mother's eyes shining. Her hair was its natural blonde color, and her tan was completely gone. She was standing near one end of the bar, a glass in one hand, slightly detached from the mingling crowd. As Bourne approached her, someone asked her to dance, and she declined. She had seen Bourne by this time, handing her glass to the bewildered guy and moving toward Bourne. She was dressed in umber, snow boots, a 3/4-length leather skirt, and a wool cable-knit turtleneck. They met in a small, briefly calm space amid the swirl. There was no point in having a conversation amid the ear-splitting noise. She took his hand and led him around the periphery of the club to the bathrooms. Inside the door marked Dahmer. No one batted an eye when she led him across the tiled floor. The young women were too busy snorting coke and telling one another war stories about the guys out on the dance floor. She opened one of the stall doors and they went in, the door closing behind them. "Kaya," he said, "I have something for you." He took out the silver-plated .22 that had belonged to her mother and handed it over. She studied it briefly, then looked up at him. There was something subtly different about her. But maybe it was her blonde hair, or how much she resembled Vivica Noren. Or maybe it had something to do with where they were, the Beretta between them. "I don't understand," she said. "Why are you giving this to me?" "It belonged to your mother, Kaya. She tried to shoot me with it." "I'm not Kaya," she said. "I'm Skara." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The throbbing noise from outside seemed to fade, and Bourne's mind ran in circles. "You must be Kaya," he said. "Skara was in Damascus with Samid Abdul-Kahar." "Kaya died in the destruction of El Gabal," the woman said. "It was my sister, Kaya, you met there." Kaya. Skara. One of them was lying, but which one? "Skara has dissociative identity disorder," he said, "which fits with the sister I confronted in Damascus." "Well, that seals it, doesn't it? Kaya was the one with dissociative identity disorder." Bourne felt as if the ground had fallen away under him. As if divining his confusion, she said, "Let's go somewhere less charged." She took him to a small cafe in Gamlastan. It was filled with teenagers and 20-somethings, which would include her if Bourne's calculations were correct. The 2 remaining sisters had fled Stockholm when they were 15. They had been away for 13 years. That made the woman sitting across from him 28. "My sister loved to tell everyone that I was the one suffering from dissociative identity disorder. It was part of her problem." The coffee and stollen they had ordered came, and she spent some time adding sugar and cream to her cup. "Kaya was a stellar liar," she said after she had taken her first sip. "She had to be, in order to keep her brain from flying into 1,000 pieces. Every personality she displayed was at once authentic and a lie." She put down her cup and gave him a sad smile. "I see you don't believe me. It's okay, you're not alone. Kaya fooled everyone." "Even Don Fernando Herrera?" "She was a master at it. I'm quite certain she could have beaten a lie detector." "Because she believed her own lies?" "Yes, absolutely." Bourne took a moment to regroup. Now that he had been talking to this woman for a while, he had begun to notice differences from the Kaya he had known, or, to be accurate, not known. He was becoming more and more convinced that the person sitting across from him was indeed Skara. Into his mind swam the final encounter in the storeroom at El Gabal. There had been something different in the woman's eyes, something achingly familiar. "Kill me," she had cried. "Kill me now and end this." Had that woman returned to being Kaya just before the end? There was one way to be absolutely sure. Bourne leaned toward her. "Show me your neck." "What did you say?" She looked at him quizzically. "Kaya was mauled by a margay. She has scars down the sides of her neck." "All right." She pulled down her turtleneck, revealing a long, beautiful neck with skin a luminous pink and perfectly clear. "Do I pass?" Bourne relaxed, but there was a sadness inside him. "Kill me now and end this." Poor Kaya, tortured by the nightmare of personalities she couldn't control. "What was Kaya doing with Samit Abdul-Kahar?" he said at length. Skara sighed as she rearranged her turtleneck. "One of her personalities hated our father. She wanted to strike back at him for walking out on us." "So she told the truth about that?" Skara regarded him for a moment. "First of all, the best lies are always embedded in the truth. Second of all, the truth she told you is incomplete." Bourne felt chilled. He took up his cup and drank off some of the coffee, black, bitter, but invigorating. "Tell me." For a moment, her gaze was lost in the dregs of her coffee. "I'd rather not." "No?" Bourne felt a rising anger. The feeling of being manipulated was all too familiar. "It's not for me to tell you." She smiled. "Please, be patient just until tomorrow morning." She took a small leather notebook out of her handbag, wrote out an address, tore it off, and handed it to him. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." She raised her arm to summon the waitress and got their cups refilled. Her eyes went to his left shoulder. "You were injured in Damascus." "I'm fine," Bourne said. He was going to ask her how she knew about him and what had happened in Damascus, but decided against it. He sensed he would find out soon enough. "Now tell me about the Beretta." She frowned. "I had no idea my mother owned a gun, let alone was armed when she was killed. Did you take it from her?" "Your sister had it," he said. "I have no idea how." Skara nodded, as if coming upon a fact that had been self-evident all along. "She must have given it to Vivica. That would be just like Kaya." "At 15? After my father left, we were all terrified. I can imagine Mother grabbing it without a second thought. There's more to this story, isn't there?" Skara summoned up a bleak smile. "Unfortunately for all of us, there always is." Sometime during the night, the snow had stopped falling. Sometime during the night, Bourne had called Rebecca, who sounded tired but happy to hear from him. In the darkness of the hotel room, their murmured conversation felt like a dream. Afterward, the deep, basso throb of the drowsing city lulled him to sleep. In his dream, a truck rumbled along a deserted highway, sounding lonely and forlorn. When morning arrived and he stepped out of his hotel and into a waiting taxi, the sky was a sparkling blue, the sunlight intense, as if magnified by the clear, crisp air. He got out in front of a modern building on Birger Jorlgatan. Across the street was Goldman Sachs International. Skara was waiting for him outside the building, and linking arms with him, took him inside. The entire ground floor was taken up by the Nymphenburg Landesbank of Munich. The guards nodded to her as she took him across the checkered marble floor to an elevator that whisked them skyward. When they got out, she led him to a huge suite of offices, passing by a pair of secretaries and 3 assistant managers, through a door marked with an engraved plaque that read Martin Sigismund, President, and into an enormous office with a breathtaking view of downtown Stockholm. Sunlight glittered on the river. Sigismund, a tall, handsome man, slim and very fit, with straight blonde hair and blue eyes, was waiting for them. He wore a navy blue suit. His tie was a tongue of flame. At his side was Don Fernando Herrera, wearing a pair of pleated wool trousers and, of all things, a smoking jacket. "Ah, Mr. Bourne, it's a genuine pleasure to meet you," Sigismund said, extending his hand. "Don Fernando speaks very highly of you." "Oh, please." Skara was on the verge of laughing. "Mr. Bourne, I'd like to present Christian Noren, my father." After the shortest of pauses, Bourne took his hand. "Your grip is strong for a dead man." Christian smiled. "I'm back from the dead, and none the worse for it." The 4 of them sat together on facing sofas in one section of the president's office. To all intents and purposes, I'm Martin Sigismond, Christian Noren said, and have been for many years. As you can imagine, Don Fernando said, Almaz produced all the identification papers Christian needed. Almaz is behind this entire scheme, Bourne said. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you everything, Don Fernando said. We needed you focused on the connection between Severus Domna and Samid Abdul-Kahar. More specifically, we needed you in Damascus to cut off their arms and legs. Samid Abdul-Kahar had engineered an armed attack on Indigo Ridge, a rare earth mine in California, Christian said. He had a man inside Indigo Ridge, Roy Fitzwilliams, whom he had recruited to his cause years ago. That's where all the material was being shipped, Bourne said. Don Fernando nodded. Along with a cadre of hand-picked terrorists, American-born Muslims, sad to say. There was silence for a time. Then Skara said, Dad. Christian made a gesture acknowledging his daughter. Mr. Bourne, Don Fernando and I owe you an enormous debt of thanks. What you owe me, Bourne said, is a full explanation. And you shall have it. He looked abruptly rueful. I have made many mistakes in my life, Mr. Bourne, but none more grievous than walking out on my family. My wife is dead, and so are 2 of my 3 children. The fact is, I miscalculated grievously. No, Dad, Skara said with some vehemence. You were lied to. Christian seemed in no mood to abdicate responsibility. I was already in a bind with the Domna. Benjamin El-Arian was growing suspicious of me, which is why he sent me to kill Alex Conklin. It was a test. We both made mistakes, Don Fernando said with a sigh. I wanted to recruit Conklin into Almaz, and I thought Christian's mission was the perfect opportunity. Somehow, Christian said, El-Arian found out. I faked my death so he would have no cause to go after my family. That was a terrible mistake. Bourne shook his head. Then why did Conklin send me to kill Vivica? Another mistake, pure and simple. He thought she was a spy. No, Skara said. It was Kaya's doing. Bourne and Don Fernando looked at her in astonishment. Christian just looked sad. I didn't really understand until Mr. Bourne gave me this. She produced the silver-plated .22. Mom had this on her when she was killed. She shot at Mr. Bourne, isn't that right? It is, Bourne said. Kaya gave Mom the weapon, Skara said. Just as in one of her personalities she hated you, Dad, in another she despised Mom. Christian pressed his palms together as if in prayer. Kaya became a scourge. His expression revealed the emotional body blow he had been delivered. She had the advantage of looking 3 or 4 years older than she was. She was precocious and, in her own way, brilliant. I told no one about her, not even you, Don Fernando. For one thing, I was ashamed and horrified at the way in which she was trying to follow in my footsteps. For another, I thought I could control her. That was my biggest mistake. He stared down at his shoes. No one could control Kaya. She used her body as well as her twisted mind, Skara said. Christian shuddered. Doubtless you're right. He shrugged. In any case, Conklin discovered that I had been sent to kill him. That aborted the mission. But even after he heard I was dead, he sent you, Mr. Bourne. Skara sat forward. On the strength of Kaya's dreadful lie. She turned over the .22. At least the Beretta redeemed itself, Bourne said. It saved my life in Damascus. Thank God for that, Don Fernando said fervently. Another silence descended. It seemed they were all spent. When Christian rose, so did everyone else. Bourne shook his hand. There was nothing else to do. Skara, Christian said, why don't you take the day off and show Mr. Bourne some of the sights he might have missed when he was here last? Don Fernando embraced Bourne and kissed him on both cheeks. Goodbye, Jason, he said, but not farewell. When Bourne and Skara had left, Christian turned to Don Fernando. Do you think he suspects? Not at the moment, Don Fernando said.
But I have no doubt he will put it all together once he returns to Washington and speaks to Peter Marks.
Christiane frowned. Are you certain that won't be a problem?
It's what we want.
Don Fernando smiled.
You have bought enough shares of Neodyme so that we have a controlling interest in Indigo Ridge. We will have wealth beyond even our imagining.
He regarded his friend judicially.
I forgive you for keeping me in the dark about Kaya. Your plan to use the Domna's attack on Indigo Ridge as a diversion worked perfectly. The notables in the American government were too busy unraveling the Domna's scheme to investigate the companies we used to buy up all the Neodyme shares.
Christiane crossed to the window. He looked down as Bourne and his daughter exited the building and crossed the slushy street. What will Bourne do when he finds out? Don Fernando joined him at the window. The sky had clouded up. More snow would soon be on the way.
With Bourne, it's often difficult to predict. My hope is that he will come back here to have a talk with us.
We need him, don't we?
Yes,
Don Fernando said gravely.
He's the only one we can trust.
I know you did it all night long, acting like a pawn on a birthday parade. Oh, but you done it and
revealing a long, beautiful neck with skin a luminous pink and perfectly clear. Do I pass? Bourne relaxed, but there was a sadness inside him. Kill me now and end this. Poor Kaya, tortured by the nightmare of personalities she couldn't control. What was Kaya doing with Samit Abdul-Kahar? He said at length. Skara sighed as she rearranged her turtleneck. One of her personalities hated our father. She wanted to strike back at him for walking out on us. So she told the truth about that. Skara regarded him for a moment. First of all, the best lies are always embedded in the truth. Second of all, the truth she told you is incomplete. Bourne felt chilled. He took up his cup and drank off some of the coffee, black, bitter, but invigorating. Tell me. For a moment, her gaze was lost in the dregs of her coffee. I'd rather not. No? Bourne felt a rising anger. The feeling of being manipulated was all too familiar. It's not for me to tell you. She smiled. Please, be patient just until tomorrow morning. She took a small leather notebook out of her handbag, wrote out an address, tore it off, and handed it to him. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. She raised her arm to summon the waitress and got their cups refilled. Her eyes went to his left shoulder. You were injured in Damascus. I'm fine, Bourne said. He was going to ask her how she knew about him and what had happened in Damascus, but decided against it. He sensed he would find out soon enough. Now tell me about the Beretta. She frowned. I had no idea my mother owned a gun, let alone was armed when she was killed. Did you take it from her? Your sister had it, he said. I have no idea how. Skara nodded, as if coming upon a fact that had been self-evident all along. She must have given it to Vivica. That would be just like Kaya. At 15? After my father left, we were all terrified. I can imagine Mother grabbing it without a second thought. There's more to this story, isn't there? Skara summoned up a bleak smile. Unfortunately for all of us, there always is. Sometime during the night, the snow had stopped falling. Sometime during the night, Bourne had called Rebecca, who sounded tired but happy to hear from him. In the darkness of the hotel room, their murmured conversation felt like a dream. Afterward, the deep, basso throb of the drowsing city lulled him to sleep. In his dream, a truck rumbled along a deserted highway, sounding lonely and forlorn. When morning arrived and he stepped out of his hotel and into a waiting taxi, the sky was a sparkling blue, the sunlight intense, as if magnified by the clear, crisp air. He got out in front of a modern building on Birger Jorlgaten. Across the street was Goldman Sachs International. Skara was waiting for him outside the building, and linking arms with him, took him inside. The entire ground floor was taken up by the Nymphenburg Landesbank of Munich. The guards nodded to her as she took him across the checkered marble floor to an elevator that whisked them skyward. When they got out, she led him to a huge suite of offices, passing by a pair of secretaries and 3 assistant managers, through a door marked with an engraved plaque that read Martin Sigismund, President, and into an enormous office with a breathtaking view of downtown Stockholm. Sunlight glittered on the river. Sigismund, a tall, handsome man, slim and very fit, with straight blonde hair and blue eyes, was waiting for them. He wore a navy blue suit. His tie was a tongue of flame. At his side was Don Fernando Herrera, wearing a pair of pleated wool trousers and, of all things, a smoking jacket. "Ah, Mr. Bourne, it's a genuine pleasure to meet you," Sigismund said, extending his hand. "Don Fernando speaks very highly of you." "Oh, please." Skara was on the verge of laughing. "Mr. Bourne, I'd like to present Christian Noren, my father." After the shortest of pauses, Bourne took his hand. "Your grip is strong for a dead man." Christian smiled. "I'm back from the dead, and none the worse for it." The 4 of them sat together on facing sofas in one section of the president's office. "To all intents and purposes, I'm Martin Sigismund," Christian Noren said, "and have been for many years." "As you can imagine," Don Fernando said, "Almaz produced all the identification papers Christian needed." "Almaz is behind this entire scheme," Bourne said. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you everything," Don Fernando said. "We needed you focused on the connection between Severus Domna and Samid Abdul-Kahar. More specifically, we needed you in Damascus to cut off their arms and legs." Samid Abdul-Kahar had engineered an armed attack on Indigo Ridge, a rare earth mine in California, Christian said. He had a man inside Indigo Ridge, Roy Fitzwilliams, whom he had recruited to his cause years ago. "That's where all the material was being shipped," Bourne said. Don Fernando nodded. "Along with a cadre of hand-picked terrorists, American-born Muslims, sad to say." There was silence for a time. Then Skara said, "Dad." Christian made a gesture acknowledging his daughter. "Mr. Bourne, Don Fernando and I owe you an enormous debt of thanks." "What you owe me," Bourne said, "is a full explanation." "And you shall have it." He looked abruptly rueful. "I have made many mistakes in my life, Mr. Bourne, but none more grievous than walking out on my family. My wife is dead, and so are 2 of my 3 children. The fact is, I miscalculated grievously." "No, Dad," Skara said with some vehemence. "You were lied to." Christian seemed in no mood to abdicate responsibility. "I was already in a bind with the Domna. Benjamin El-Arian was growing suspicious of me, which is why he sent me to kill Alex Conklin. It was a test." "We both made mistakes," Don Fernando said with a sigh. "I wanted to recruit Conklin into Almaz, and I thought Christian's mission was the perfect opportunity." "Somehow," Christian said, "El-Arian found out. I faked my death so he would have no cause to go after my family. That was a terrible mistake." Bourne shook his head. "Then why did Conklin send me to kill Vivica?" "Another mistake, pure and simple. He thought she was a spy." "No," Skara said. "It was Kaya's doing." Bourne and Don Fernando looked at her in astonishment. Christian just looked sad. I didn't really understand until Mr. Bourne gave me this." She produced the silver-plated .22. "Mom had this on her when she was killed. She shot at Mr. Bourne, isn't that right?" "It is," Bourne said. "Kaya gave Mom the weapon," Skara said. "Just as in one of her personalities she hated you, Dad, in another she despised Mom." Christian pressed his palms together as if in prayer. Kaya became a scourge. His expression revealed the emotional body blow he had been delivered. She had the advantage of looking 3 or 4 years older than she was. She was precocious and, in her own way, brilliant. I told no one about her, not even you, Don Fernando. For one thing, I was ashamed and horrified at the way in which she was trying to follow in my footsteps. For another, I thought I could control her. That was my biggest mistake. He stared down at his shoes. No one could control Kaya. She used her body as well as her twisted mind, Skara said. Christian shuddered. Doubtless you're right. He shrugged. In any case, Conklin discovered that I had been sent to kill him. That aborted the mission, but even after he heard I was dead, he sent you, Mr. Bourne. Skara sat forward, on the strength of Kaya's dreadful lie. She turned over the .22. At least the Beretta redeemed itself, Bourne said. It saved my life in Damascus. Thank God for that, Don Fernando said fervently. Another silence descended. It seemed they were all spent. When Christian rose, so did everyone else. Bourne shook his hand. There was nothing else to do. Skara, Christian said, why don't you take the day off and show Mr. Bourne some of the sights he might have missed when he was here last? Don Fernando embraced Bourne and kissed him on both cheeks. Goodbye, Jason, he said, but not farewell. When Bourne and Skara had left, Christian turned to Don Fernando. Do you think he suspects? Not at the moment, Don Fernando said, but I have no doubt he will put it all together once he returns to Washington and speaks to Peter Marks. Christian frowned. Are you certain that won't be a problem? It's what we want. Don Fernando smiled. You have bought enough shares of Neodyme so that we have a controlling interest in Indigo Ridge. We will have wealth beyond even our imagining. He regarded his friend judicially. I forgive you for keeping me in the dark about Kaya. Your plan to use the Domna's attack on Indigo Ridge as a diversion worked perfectly. The notables in the American government were too busy unraveling the Domna's scheme